stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing I can do.
I'm hearing music.
A few words, yeah. A few words.
I think my few words will be Mendes. Is that how you pronounce it? Hemant. It's another gorgeous day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Da, da, da. Can you hear me? I can't hear. I'm hearing the music though. Okay, somebody just said thank you. I don't know. Leslie? Okay, all right. I'm hearing. Yes, yes. I'm here. I heard listening to music is good. It's really good. It is. It is. I was just. Okay. After the day's play. Oh, okay. I am so confused.
So you're going on at any point in time?
Um,
Right there?
I'll just highlight there in the middle is where you have most of the grass
Right.
coverage, and it's
And you're joining
basically
the
all the
fence
way
and the whole
down.
thing?
Yeah,
Come
it's
in a little
true.
closer.
Uh-huh.
Come in a little bit. Right there. A little more. Right. So when you draw a reference, I could get your reference down there.
Okay.
Drew, come this way a little bit.
So I'm staying here. Uh, it's another gorgeous day here at the. Q. Oh, what was him? Sorry, sorry. I was hearing. So you. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. It's another gorgeous day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's day two. Uh, Indications from day one points to heaps of runs in the surface. But what I want to pay attention to today is the grass coverage in the middle of the surface. I think yesterday the bowlers could have done a lot better to just plug away at the surface, because we did mention there is more grass on the surface. And if you look all the way through, that greenery is throughout the middle. So straight should be what the bowlers are aiming to do today. But apart from just the surface conditions, we also have to pay attention to the very strong breeze. We saw West Indies looking to go to that short ball plan, but bowling that short ball plan from the Curtly Ambrose end, not such a great decision, because the wind is very strong, and Udara, he was looking to hit it up all the time, and he hit a number of sixes in that direction. So the short ball plan, the bowler should be looking from a Sir Andy Roberts end to get that assistance with the breeze against the batters. So again, heaps of runs in the surface. I think once the batters apply themselves, they'll look to push on to get a big score, but the bowlers look to be straight and utilize that new ball very early.
Yeah, R1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could come up a touch. One. It could come up a touch today. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lanka were determined to put up an improved showing on day one of their second test. After winning the toss, they chose to bat first. They had to put a big first innings total on the board. Things didn't start too well, losing 2 wickets inside the first 8 overs. But then, a scintillating partnership of 211 between Kamindu Mendes and Hero Udara turned the tables truly in Sri Lanka's favour. The 2 leg strikes with the second new ball, including Udara's wicket cruelly short, his double 100, and that we're going to day 2 with the game truly in the balance. Can the West Indies strike early to curtail the Sri Lankan innings, or can the visitors push on, batten themselves into a commanding position in this game? Morning. Have to go a little fast at the top. Check. After losing the first test in a hurry last week, Sri Lanka were determined to put up an improved showing on day 1 of this second test. After winning the toss, they chose to bat first. They had to put a big first innings total on the board. Things didn't start so well, losing 2 wickets inside the first 8 overs. But then a scintillating partnership of 211 between Kamindu Mendes and Lahiru Udara turned the tables truly in Sri Lanka's favour. But 2 late strikes with the second new ball, including Udara's wicket cruelly short of his double 100, meant that we go into day 2 with the game After losing the first test in a hurry last week, Sri Lanka were determined to put up an improved showing on day one of this second test. After winning the toss,
it's another gorgeous day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's day 2. Indications from the
berende groot werd of dag, groot werd of dag.
Right. Our Gerard.
Hi. Morning, how are you?
Yeah,
Good.
good, how are you?
Just turn this way a bit. We're talking to him.
We need a few words for level.
What is it? Water running out?
Okay, that's the more in the picture at the moment.
Let's cut down. Are you ready?
No, the more is a problem. The more is a problem.
You're asking to stop for a minute? Just for 30 seconds.
You can give us 1 minute. 1 minute. You're supposed to. No, you're
Oh,
supposed
you
to
can't
stop.
stop. You want just go down?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, you got a few words, please?
Lahiru. I'm Lahiru.
Okay, all right, good. That's clear, right.
Lyro, a brilliant 188. What pleased you most about your innings?
I'm pleased because this is my first 100 for my country, so I'm really happy about that.
And tell me, you looked very comfortable when you were playing on this pitch. Was this one of the best batting surfaces you've ever played on?
I think so, yeah. It's a good surface to bat. I think it's plenty of runs in the wicket as well, yeah.
How did you adapt to the conditions and to the West Indies bowling attack?
It's not easy to adapt because we are playing with the Duke balls and you have West Indies have good pace attack, so it's take a little bit time for me to settle down, but it's a good attack.
And what will the team be targeting as a good total on this wicket?
I think 450 or 500, maybe good total for us.
Yeah, and then when your bowlers come out, do you think you have the attack that can possibly make the West Indies bat twice?
Hopefully, yes, because we have a good pace and spin attack this match. So I think hope for the best.
All right, well, thank you and go well.
Thank you so much.
At 188, what pleased you most about your innings?
I'm pleased because this is my first 100 for my country, so I'm really happy about that.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
After losing the first test in a hurry last week, Sri Lanka were determined to put up an improved showing on day one of this second test. After winning the toss, they chose to bat first. They had to put a big first innings total on the board. Things didn't start so well, losing 2 wickets inside the first 8 overs. But then a scintillating partnership of 211 between Kamindu Mendes and Lahiru Udara turned the tables truly in Sri Lanka's favour. But 2 late strikes with the second new ball, including Udara's wicket cruelly short of his double hundred, meant that we go into day 2 with the game
the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The sun is out in its glory, and we're expecting another entertaining day of Test match cricket. We're going to try and just break things down a little bit. Alongside me, Mali Richards, Samuel Badri. Samuel, I'll come to you first. Where is the balance of power in this Test match? Is it in West Indies camp or Sri Lanka's camp?
Good morning, Darren. Good morning, Mali. Good morning to all our viewers. It's certainly with the Sri Lankans, 338. They still have half their team intact. So, in favour of them, they'll want to push on. I heard a talk about them wanting to get to 450, 500. That's what's on the back of their mind. So as far as I'm concerned, it's in their favour at the moment, but the West Indies will want to sort of wrap things up as quickly as they can to restore some level of parity. But Sri Lanka advantage at the moment.
Mali, 83 overs in the day's play yesterday. If you had to quickly summarise things, what would that summary sound like?
Well, good morning, everyone, once again. I'd say it was a fully justified decision by the Sri Lankans to win the toss and bat. As you said, they finished on over 300, still half of their team in the pavilion. The West Indies will be a little disappointed with how they bowled. Not the most helpful conditions. It's good batting conditions nonetheless, but there's still something in this pitch, and they just lack the consistency in which to trouble the Sri Lankans. And I think that's where they would think, we probably let ourselves down a little bit.
Interesting thoughts there from Samuel and from Mali. Now, we have a special for you. Gerard Morris Seeley caught up with the man of the moment, Lahiru Udara, a little bit earlier today.
Lahiru, a brilliant 188. What pleased you most about your innings?
I'm pleased because this is my first 100 for my country, so I'm really happy about that.
And tell me, you looked very comfortable when you were playing on this pitch. Was this one of the best batting surfaces you've ever played on?
I think so, yeah. It's a good surface to bat. I think it's plenty of runs in the wicket as well, yeah.
How did you adapt to the conditions and to the West Indies bowling attack?
It's not easy to adapt because we are playing with the Duke balls and you have West Indies have good pace attack, so it's take a little bit time for me to settle down, but it's a good attack.
And what will the team be targeting as a good total on this wicket?
I think 450 or 500, maybe good total for us.
Yeah, and then when your bowlers come out, do you think you have the attack that can possibly make the West Indies bat twice?
Hopefully, yes, because we have a good pace and spin attack this match, so I think hope for the best.
All right, well, thank you and go well.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again to Udara notching his maiden Test match century. I'm sure he slept well last night. Let's have a look at where he scored most of his runs. If you look at his wagon wheel, Samuel, what can you glean from this?
Yeah, he's very strong square of the wicket, and as he mentioned there, he likes to score, and he's just waiting for those deliveries which allows him to do that. And that's the hallmark of any good batter, any great batter. It's about occupation of the crease, yes, but also waiting for your areas of strength. And I thought that he did that incredibly well yesterday. He was patient when needed. And we also sort of deconstructed his technique, very compact in what he does. He doesn't let his hands get too far away from him. He plays the ball under his eyes as much as possible. But for me, and as he mentioned there, when he gets that opportunity to score, he really looks at that score. And that is one of the occasions when he sort of goes away from his body. But generally, in the main, he stays quite compact. And the thing for me, and he reaffirmed it there, Darren, and for all batters, is you must have your areas of strength, and you look to score when the deliveries are in those areas.
Yeah, indeed, a brilliant innings from him at 117 balls for his 100, so that came in quick time. Now, I had a few observations. You saw it earlier there. Not many deliveries were pitched in that full-length band, so he didn't really get many opportunities to drive the ball. If you looked at when he did drive the ball, he lost his shape on a couple of occasions, so maybe that's something that the analysts in that West Indian camp will look at more closely. And two, if you look at the way he was dismissed, a short ball from Alzari Joseph, he was never afraid to play the pull shot. Maybe you can say he was a compulsive pull off the ball throughout the course of that innings, but a strength can be your weakness as well. He played a lot of strokes, hitting with the wind, hitting from under to up on the ball, getting it flying to that leg side. Maybe the West Indians might have wanted to attack him from the Sir Andy Roberts end, so he hits into the wind. But surely, those two options, Mali, you think are viable options for this West Indian bowlers second time around?
Well, yeah, definitely, but they've got to find that plan and stick to it and hopefully look to execute. On that graphic there that we saw with those pull shots, he was very comfortable on the ones that didn't get too high. The ones that got above the eye line were the deliveries that he really struggled to control and keep down. But as you said, he was almost compulsive. As he saw the short ball, he went after it. Maybe the West Indies chose the wrong end, as you said. With the wind, it played into his favour. He didn't really have to middle them. The top edges were flying as well. So maybe they could have a think about that. But just a couple areas, but all around the damage has been done. 188's on the board. They're in control.
Right, Udara spoke about the pitch being a good one for batting. We had Stacey Ann Adams assessing how it changed for day two.
It's another gorgeous day here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's day two. Indications from day one points to heaps of runs in the surface. But what I want to pay attention to today is the grass coverage in the middle of the surface. I think yesterday the bowlers could have done a lot better to just plug away at the surface, because we did mention there is more grass on the surface. And if you look all the way through, that greenery is throughout the middle. So straight should be what the bowlers are aiming to do today. But apart from just the surface conditions, we also have to pay attention to the very strong breeze. We saw West Indies looking to go to that short ball plan, but bowling that short ball plan from the Curtly Ambrose end, not such a great decision, because the wind is very strong, and Udara, he was looking to hit it up all the time, and he hit a number of sixes in that direction. So the short ball plan, the bowler should be looking from a Sir Andy Roberts end to get that assistance with the breeze against the batters. So again, heaps of runs in the surface. I think once the batters apply themselves, they'll look to push on to get a big score, but the bowlers look to be straight and utilize that new ball very early.
Thank you very much, Stacey Ann Adams. Now, 5 wickets fell on day one. Samuel Badri, let's revisit those wickets and maybe compliment the West Indian bowlers in terms of what they did right on those occasions?
Yeah, especially early up, Ruston Chase wanted to bowl first had he won the toss, and a wicket presented quite early. Shamar Joseph with that first strike. This Madushka was dismissed LBW twice and then getting caught backward point, and then Chandimal, a big wicket based on all of the experience he has batting in that pivotal number 3 position. But look at that bit of wicket keeping from Shea Hope back into the team, donning the gloves and taking that stumping. And then on 188, not in control, a good catch in the deep by Shamar Joseph. So the West Indians got 2 wickets very early, scoring 25, had to wait a long time, 215-run partnership before they got their third. And that was the little area there that they'll want to improve on. But yeah, some good bowling to start.
Yeah, a reminder that the second session was a wicketless session for the West Indies. It was that second new ball. Mali, I've intentionally left the wicket of Dhananjaya De Silva for you. That big wicket for Jaden Seals. Deserving wicket for him, you'd say?
Well, yeah, they'd managed to find some control in that third session, managed to get that run rate to really dip. Dhananjaya, though, he was playing that captain's role. He had absorbed the pressure. 33 off what, 90 deliveries, 89 deliveries up until that point. But once again, just a little wide delivery, just got a little naughty, hands away from the body. How many times have we seen batters perish in this series in that manner? But Jaden Seals fully deserved, picked up his 100th wicket as well in front of his parents here. It was a proud moment for him, as you can see his mum there on screen. But West Indies will be hoping for a lot more of that here this morning.
Jaden Seals must be beaming with pride, of course self-satisfaction, because he's the second fastest West Indian bowler to 100 test match wickets. No easy feat for the right speedster from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we saw the out cricket not being as polished as expected. A coach is always judged on the ability of his team, his players. Ryan Griffith, of course, is that coach in the West Indies team with responsibilities for fielding. We caught up with him a little bit earlier about his activities in the group.
Taken. Amir Jangu with the catch. It's a low catch by John Campbell.
Gone! Kavem Hodge in its second slip.
Catches win matches. As a fielding coach, most of it you expect a fielding coach to be the man on the ground. So my job is really to help guys to make sure to maintain the skill, help them develop the skill. And even in the training, we normally work, as I said, a lot of skill work we focus on.
And caught on the second attempt by John Campbell.
So everybody have all different fitness or different strength when it comes to fitness, and you have some guys maybe lacking in certain areas. I may pick up something, and yes, we try to build programs or build drills in terms of what we're going to do so that we could help that the player. I'm passionate generally about West Indies cricket. It's not just about fielding. I've grew up around West Indies cricket. I listen to it. I played for Guyana, so it's a part of West Indies. Play for West Indies B as well, so the love is still here, and I know at the background there's so many fans out there, you know, they still want to see West Indies cricket grow, and I want to be here when we start making that turnaround.
Edged and caught.
A very, very important aspect of the game. If you look beyond my left shoulder, you can see Sri Lanka practicing their slip fielding, because it wasn't a perfect day for the West Indies on day one. Samuel, how would Ryan Griffith judge day one of the second test?
Well, firstly, I'm feeling a little bit unsafe here with those slip catchers just behind me. But the coach, as he mentioned there, is just the facilitator. He sets up the drills, he allows the players to do all of the hard work, and then it's in their hands, literally, to take those catches or not. So I know that he does a lot of hard work. He is a diligent worker trying to prepare these players day in, day out for when the opportunities do come. But it's cricket, it's sport. Sometimes it happens such that you don't take those catches, but I know that he's a hard worker and he's always there with these players trying to get them to improve in this aspect of their game. In terms of a grade, because of his work ethic, I'll give him 9 out of 10.
Woo!
And that little one that he's missing, it's based on the players.
Woo! That's a 9 out of 10. Mali, we saw that moment when Udara was dropped on 55. Was it really a drop between John Campbell and Justin Graves?
Well, no one really made a decision to go after that catch. In the end, it didn't go to hand. 2 players in position. As we said, the spacing between the slips was so important at times, and it looked like they were in good positions, but no one made the decision. You know what they say in slip catching, if you're going to go, go. And in the end, no one did. It was a massive, massive chance. It's really cost the West Indies here today. Udara finished on 188. It could have been, things could have been so different, but that's Test cricket, and that's why we're here. We're in tune for another exciting day at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Well, just to balance things off, you reflect on Brandon King and his efforts. He picked up 2 beautiful catches early in the day. He was brilliant in the field, Samuel.
Yeah, the first one, he seemed to have sort of lost sight of it initially, but he has good hands. And then the second one of Chandimal in that short mid-wicket region. And it's a good sign. You would know, DG, when you're catching well, that assists you also in your batting, that hand-eye coordination. So hopefully he can carry on with the bat.
Well, gents, thank you so much for your thoughts. Samuel Badri, Mali Richards, we're excited because this first session might just determine how this game swings. Sri Lanka in pole position. Of course, 338 for 5. The West Indies will be searching for 5 more wickets. We're excited. Hope you are excited because live action coming your way after the break.
That is absolutely perfect.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
After losing the first test in a hurry last week, Sri Lanka were determined to put up an improved showing on day one of this second test. After winning the toss, they chose to bat first. They had to put a big first innings total on the board. Things didn't start so well, losing 2 wickets inside the first 8 overs. But then a scintillating partnership of 211 between Kamindu Mendes and Lahiru Udara turned the tables truly in Sri Lanka's favour. But 2 late strikes with the second new ball, including Udara's wicket cruelly short of his double hundred, meant that we go into day 2 with the game truly in the
We are for day 2 in the second test of the series between the West Indies and Sri Lanka in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at North Sound. Excellent conditions here, and the story so far, Sri Lanka winning the toss and electing to bat. This score after day 1 of 338 for 5 built around a partnership of 215 between Lahiru Udara, who made a brilliant 188, and Kamindu Mendes with 84. The West Indies toiled all day. Shamar Joseph the standout, 2 for 6. See what he has to say after yesterday's play.
We remember the great moments, but this format has a short memory. It doesn't care what happened last week. Every game starts the same way. 0 plays 0. And day 1 of this second test reminded us of exactly that. Sri Lanka won the toss, and instead of blinking, they batted. A statement after the heavy defeat in the opening test. A team determined to write a different story. From the very beginning, their intent was fearless. West Indies responded. Shamar Joseph struck twice early. For a moment, it felt familiar. The hosts looked ready to expose Sri Lanka once again, even without the experience of Kemar Roach leading the attack. But this game doesn't reward assumptions. It rewards partnerships. Lahiru Udara and Kamindu Mendes changed the mood, not with one big over, but with patience wrapped in aggression. Udara became the enforcer, confident, balanced, unshaken, playing like a man determined to prove he belonged. In just his 3rd test, he produced an innings of authority. While Kamindu quietly matched him, the pair turned the pressure into opportunity and made West Indies experience exactly what Sri Lanka endured in the first test. Long spells in the field, waiting, searching, hoping. There were chances. Some were taken, some slipped away. One moment of brilliance came behind the stumps as Shea Hope whipped off the bails in a sharp stumping. But the frustration never disappeared. Every missed opportunity allowed Sri Lanka to tighten their grip. Udara fell short of a maiden double century after a moment of miscalculation, and that was a precursor for Jaden Seals to reach the magical 3 figures for himself. And by stumps, everything looked even again. The visitors have runs on the board. The home team have dismissed half their side. And like we've seen so often this series, momentum keeps shifting. Now comes the next challenge. Can Sri Lanka turn a solid start into a match-winning position? Or can West Indies continue to crawl their way back? That's the beauty of Test cricket. Every day writes its own chapter.
So an interesting day of Test match cricket on day one, dominated by the partnership between Udara and Mendes. First wicket to fall, Madushka caught at point by Brandon King, and then the big wicket of Dinesh Chandimal, again caught by King diving at mid-wicket. 2 early wickets, and thereafter it became all Sri Lanka, wicketless for the second session, while Udara and Mendes regrouped and put the pressure back on the West Indian fast bowlers. Udara getting to his maiden test. Deep into the final session before finally getting the prized wicket of Udara, followed by the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva, that brought Jaden Seals his 100th test wicket. So the Sri Lankans are going to continue proceedings here with the partnership of Kusal Mendes and his left-handed partner Sunal Dinusha. The West Indies looking for quick breakthroughs this morning. This first hour going to be very important. I'm joined here in the commentary box with my namesake, Stacey Adams, as we look at the presentation made to Jaden Seals by his senior mentor, Himar Roach, celebrating his 100th test wicket of Dhananjaya De Silva yesterday. Really appreciated by the rest of his team, and there we see his parents who watched that milestone moment yesterday, traveled all the way from Trinidad. So there was a bit to celebrate yesterday, but really, Stacey, you would have to say that Sri Lanka start just a little bit in front in terms of momentum going into today's play.
Good morning to you, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. Yeah, certainly Sri Lanka on top, scoring over 338 on that first day. But West Indies, some hope at the back end of that innings. We need to take the positives from yesterday. Managed to get those 2 wickets close to the end of the day's play. And then Jaden Seals, just take that positivity of him getting his 100th wicket and utilize that today, run in with that vigor, that venom, and try and get these next 5 wickets as quickly as possible. But certainly Sri Lanka would feel that they have the upper hand, and they're looking to push on to maybe 450 or 500.
Kusal Mendes, 10 Test hundreds. So, player who knows what it takes to go big in situations like this. And it will be Alzari Joseph to take up the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He will start the morning session bowling to Sunal Dinusha. 2 slips in the gully for Alzari Joseph. Deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. A man just in front of square on the single and a fine leg. Electing to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Umpire Rifle says play. First ball of the day. Listening to your pitch report this morning, Stacey, you seem to think that we still have a wicket that offers not much for the bowlers, and we should expect runs scored today.
Yeah, it does appear a bit flat. It's quite dry also. There is some green on it, but areas that West Indies will need to focus on. Certainly straight, target those stumps very early.
Yes, what you don't see sometimes, and it really showed in that aerial view, is there are potentially cracks that could open up as we go deeper into this test match. Marty Richards seemed to think that this will happen and it could become a little bit more helpful for the bowlers. But we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, though, it really, really looks a good batting wicket. High and hard width offered by Alzari Joseph. So the first boundary of the morning goes to Dinusha. Very happy to throw his hands at that one.
Yeah, deliberately done. A little bit of width offered. No one behind there, intentionally opening the bat face and just ensuring that it got over the slip cordon. So intent showed very early by Sri Lanka.
It's a better length.
Yeah, and on those cracks that Mali highlighted on that first day, yes, you can see them underneath, but I think the layer of grass on the surface sort of protects that for now, keeps it together. And as I said, up to this point, you know, no sign of any widening of the cracks just yet. The second day, of course, still looks very good for batting.
Sorry, Joseph. Not really settling in yet. This the first over of the day. Offered a bit of width on the offside. That was taken advantage of. That delivery just sliding down leg. Turned around the corner for a single to end the first over of day 2. It's 3:43 for 5. A batting card dominated by Lahiro Udara's 188 from 248 deliveries. Fastest Test 100 for a Sri Lankan versus the West Indies. Really took the fight to the West Indian attack yesterday. Attack with wickets shared. Shamar Joseph bagging 2 and 1 each for Seals, Alzari Joseph and Justin Graves. So it'll be Jaden Seals to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Scenes of jubilation yesterday when he climbed that mountain, got his first 100 wickets in Test match cricket. Jaden Seals, to the delight not only of himself and his teammates, but his parents also making the journey from Trinidad to watch it all unfold here in Antigua.
Yeah, I love that they had their own shirts as well. Roldo is always quite prepared. Manager of this West Indies team had that shirt tucked in his bag. But no doubt Jaden Seals, you know, writing another chapter in the rich legacy of fast bowling for West Indies, getting to 100 wickets. Yeah, no doubt a milestone that was sculpted through an unwavering commitment to fast bowling. He said that he loves to get that new ball in his hand. Nice moment from Ravi Rampal as well.
This morning, the achievement was recognized by the rest of the West Indies team, and how fittingly that the shirt to commemorate the event was handed over by his mentor, Kemar Roach, who has mentored not only Jaden Seals, but most of the other young fast bowlers who are currently in this team. Here we see his father standing in the red of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, a moment that would certainly mean a lot to Jaden Seals. He looks up to Kemar Roach, and it was nice that they could have that moment together, these two. Separate Test matches, yes. A direct hit from Kavim Hodge, but safe. That Jaden Seals was able to present Kemar Roach with his shirt in that first Test match, and Kemar Roach returning the favor in the second one.
Interesting. Just checking on that bit of fielding from Kavim Hodge.
No!
Jaden Seals into his 18th over. Just the 1 wicket. 73. Really going to be important that the 2 men who begin proceedings this morning, himself and Alzari, really put the squeeze on, as we have someone walking across the side screen area. This first hour really is an opportunity for Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals to set the tone for the rest of the day. It's a good wicket. They'll have to be disciplined. They'll have to be patient. That is the word that we keep hearing from their coaching staff. Dot ball to end the over, 3:44 for 5. 37 fours and 5 sixes in the Sri Lanka innings so far. The West Indies, on reflection, would believe that they could have been a lot more consistent on day one than they were. Sri Lankans at times were gorging themselves on width and poor lengths. West Indies recovered somewhat in that last session and were rewarded with some late wickets in the day, with the second new ball. But it's all here this morning. Another good wicket. Potentially runs here for any batter who gets in. The West Indies will need to be disciplined in their start this morning. Alzarri Joseph to continue. Still not quite finding his lines this morning, Alzarri Joseph.
Not quite there just yet, but just, you know, he got that wicket that West Indies really wanted late on day one. He is a tremendous talent. Just got to get his lines right. To the left-handed Denusha. So important for him to just mentally switch off what happened yesterday. He had some moments where he was frustrated. Today, just look at it as a brand new opportunity to try and put Sri Lanka on the back foot. Yes, they are already 345 runs ahead, but some quick wickets now will really stall their progress.
Change in the field for Alzarri Joseph. Ruston Chase taking out the square leg and reinforcing the slip cordon. So 3 slips and a gully now for Alzarri Joseph bowling to Kusal Mendes. That hurt.
Yeah, and I like that as well, bringing in that third slip. It may not even be that they are thinking about that slip potentially as the wicket-taking opportunity, but just putting it in Kusal Mendes' head that perhaps Alzarri Joseph, that one nipping back sharply. And you remember in that first match, in that second innings, the way he was dismissed and that setup. So perhaps just putting that slip in place, just to have that in the back of his mind that maybe he's going to bowl some outside the half stump for him to chase, but really that wicket-taking opportunity might be the one that nips back sharply.
Pitching it full, a little bit of outswing, but a little too close in length, and a watchful push through the vacant mid-off for Kusal Mendes. Gets him his first boundary, gets him off the mark.
Yeah, really good timing from him. Just allowing it to come to him there, Kusal Mendes. Nice balance, just doesn't let the hands get too far away from his body, so important. Keeping it down along the carpet as well.
Very watchful from the Sri Lankan wicketkeeper. Onus will be on this pair, last pair of recognized batsmen, to blunt this second new ball that was taken late yesterday evening.
Look at that setup so far from Alzarri Joseph. Most of the deliveries looking to target the pad, target the stumps. So perhaps now he might try to bowl one that swings away from him and hope that he chases it.
good couple of deliveries to end the over. 3:49 for 5. Last of the recognized batsmen now at the crease for Sri Lanka, Kusal Mendis and Sonal Dinusha. The bowlers to follow. So, good day for cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Jaden Seals, who since taking the second new ball yesterday has been bang on target. His lines have been consistently straighter, good lengths. He's bowling from the end where he generally tends to get the ball to swing away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. And his captain will be hoping that he continues it in this vein, just stringing good length deliveries together to try and build some pressure.
Yeah, they do look a lot more settled this morning, the West Indies bowlers. Yes, Alzari Joseph struggled a bit to find his line, particularly to the left-handed batter, but certainly looking to target the stumps a lot more. These two certainly have a plan. Forbearance is key in this test match. Good batting surface. It's a good batting surface, so right now you have to look at how you're trying to get a batter out and just consistently bowl in that area. Yeah, head-to-head in favor of West Indies. 12 matches played, 5 drawn, and 5 won, and 2 to Sri Lanka.
That push through mid-off brings up the 350 for Sri Lanka. Another first innings milestone. So now Dinusha, 11 first-class hundreds. Yet again, another Sri Lankan early in his test career, but has already shown signs that he knows how to construct an innings, and he really has good conditions here in which to set about the job today. Walter family from the United States. Dot ball to finish. 87 overs gone. It's 351 for 5. Excellent conditions here in Antigua for cricket. Second day, second test match. Sri Lanka looking to build on the magnificent work done by Udara and Kamindo Mendes on day one. 215-run partnership that has set a really good foundation, a good platform. The West Indies desperate for a breakthrough early on day two. Alzari Joseph continuing to Kusal Mendes with 3 slips and a gully catching.
No!
These two had a battle going in the first test. Alzari Joseph coming out on top on that occasion. Had the ball leaving him on a couple of occasions. Just going away, showing him that outswinger. Kusal Mendes alive to all of them, leaving a few of them. And eventually getting one to straighten. Kusal Mendes thinking it would have swung away, losing his off stump. Short and helped through the mid-wicket region. Brilliantly timed for a boundary from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes didn't try to hit it very hard, just got on top of it and rode the bounce really into that leg side area. Timing to perfection, as you said, Jimmy. Raced away quite quickly as well.
No!
Good reply from Alzari Joseph. What the Sri Lankans have done very well all throughout this innings is that they have not missed any opportunity to score. No matter what the state of the game, even when they were losing a couple wickets in that first over yesterday, Udara was very keen to pounce on any width that was offered. And so the amount of boundaries in the day's play still stands out. They did not miss hardly any bad balls, and it's continuing this morning, and it's really putting pressure on the West Indian bowlers. They know that if they're just off in terms of line and length, that the Sri Lankans are there waiting and they're willing, that the intent is there, and I think that is really important. Not just occupying the crease, but scoring runs and making sure you cash in on any loose delivery.
Yeah, it shows a powerful mindset from them. They came out with a lot of purpose yesterday. Definitely came in, perhaps a team had a lot to battle coming into the second test match. But just decided to bring that fight and show that heart yesterday, and it showed in the way they approach their batting innings. At one point in time, the session was up to over 6 runs per over. So really great intention from them, and certainly they have a score in mind and time as well when they want to get West Indies batting, something that their bowlers can bowl to. It's so important with the bowling attack that they have.
Hammered with disdain. Another shot delivery punished by Kusal Mendes to finish the over. It's 3:59 for 5. early days yet in this partnership. 26 between Kusal Mendes and Sonal Dinusha. Zari Joseph not quite finding his straps yet this morning. Hit for a couple of boundaries in that previous over. Jaden Seals continuing.
Yeah, they've managed to keep Kusal Mendes quiet in that first test match. He is a dangerous proposition, especially they have a score on the board, they have a target in mind. Just too short there from Alzari Joseph. Swiveled well on it, Kusal Mendes. Far too short and absolutely punished by him. Yeah, he'll be a dangerous man if he gets going. He'll score quickly.
Situations like this, potentially you're missing someone with the skill set of a Kemar Roach. I'm sure had he been fit, he would have been the one to have started this morning, and he would have been given the task, not just of getting wickets, but setting the tone, making sure that everything is tidy, tight, not giving any batsman a head start on the day's play. And I'm sure his skill sets are being missed, especially in a situation like this. Jaden Seals doing a good job since he started yesterday evening with the second new ball. But as happened in the 2 sessions yesterday, first 2 sessions, the West Indies not managing to do it at 2 ends. The best of time, like now, they're getting it from one end with Jaden Seals, but not backing it up at the other end.
Yeah, that sustained pressure is certainly missing. You want someone at the other end to be able to complement what Jaden Seals is currently doing.
And batsmen also feed off it. It's an encouragement when you're under pressure in the middle. If you think that there are runs to be had at the other end, it motivates you, it keeps you going. So you might be in the middle of a tight over from one bowler, but you're saying to yourself, let me hang in because there are runs potentially at the next end. So it affects not just the fielding team, but it impacts how the batters think as well.
Yeah, certainly, part of the assessment process. You're there, you're not just assessing conditions, but you're assessing the opposition as well. So you're able to know bowlers that you can get runs from quickly.
Session by session yesterday. 99 in the first, 125 in the second, 114 in the third. The run rate came down for that final session to just over 3, which was, in terms of consistency, the best for the West Indies. They want to start today in similar vein.
No.
360 for 5. Double strike on Triple Nelson yesterday evening with the second new ball to close down proceedings. 2 quick wickets for Jaden Seals. West Indies so far this morning wicketless. Alzari Joseph now being replaced from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end by his namesake Shamar Joseph, leading wicket taker in the innings with 2 wickets in the first session yesterday. 2 slips in the gully, catching behind to start. different type of bowler from Alzari. Alzari, taller, generally hits a slightly shorter length than Shamar, who shorter individual, not quite 6 feet, skiddy, but quick enough.
And certainly will be targeting those stumps also. He keeps the stumps in play largely, particularly in that first innings. So it will present a different challenge to Danusha and Kusal Mendes.
Brilliantly bowled. Absolute Jaffa. Angled into the left-hander. Seaming away. Sunal Dinusha had to play at it. Just that bit of encouragement right away from Shamar Joseph.
Also kept a little bit low as well. Yeah, of the bowlers yesterday, I think he had a lot more lateral movement, Shamar Joseph. It's so important that West Indies utilize this new ball while it's still brand new. You saw yesterday after that new ball period picking up those 2 wickets, there was basically nothing out there. And you had the sense that yesterday with Ruston Chase operating, they were trying to get to that new ball before the end of the day's play. So important that they don't waste it this morning.
Short and helped around for another boundary for Dinusha. He was early on it, just swiveled, kept it down, and another boundary for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, a few short balls bowled by West Indies this morning. Haven't really got up as much. I think Dinusha, really good technique from him, just swiveling on it. It was already errant in line. Just had to get some bat on it to be that guide.
Angled into leg, so 3 absolute Jaffas to start, and then just erring a little bit in line and length, Shamar Joseph. And that mantra of being patient is still floating around. Got to be patient this morning. There will be the temptation to try things, and this is where experience really comes into play. Short and wide, single to finish the 90th over. It's 366 for 5.
Kusal Mendes, Sunal Dinusha, very stoic in their approach at the start of day 2 in this second test. 33, the partnership from 58. They've been watchful, very astute in their shot selections. They've resisted the West Indian fast bowlers. Morning to Mali Richards. There's that need to exercise patience. Yeah, just comparing the speeds of the various West Indian fast bowlers. Azari Joseph, the quickest of the lot. Anderson Phillip on the slower side.
Morning, DG. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just seeing the speeds there. Azari Joseph was working up a good head of steam from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, but once again, the consistency has been lacking from this pace bowling unit here this morning.
Just to contextualize this series, of course, it's a series in the ICC World Test Championship cycle. Teams playing for points, trying to get to that top 2 position so that they can play the final. But in the context of these 2 cricketing nations, the journey started back in 1993. That's when the West Indies toured Sri Lanka and played a solitary test match. It was Richard Richardson v Arjuna Ranatunga. Yeah, busy Saturday morning here in Antigua. And just a look at where both teams are, how they can progress. Sri Lanka just dropping from their joint 3rd position after that heavy loss in the first test. West Indies jumping past Pakistan with the win. But I mentioned the context with these 2 cricketing nations because it's been a long journey, Mali and viewers. This is a 6th series in the Caribbean. West Indies have won only twice out of those 6 test match series in the Caribbean. 4 draws though. And when you look at what transpired in Sri Lanka, already 6 test series played there. Sri Lanka winning 4, the West Indies drawing 2.
DG, I think the last time the West Indies would have won a series versus Sri Lanka was 2003. Were you a member of that team at that time?
Yeah, I did. I did play in that series. That series is known for all of you West Indians. That series was known for the debut of Fidel Edwards, who played in that test match in Kingston, picked up a 5-fer, led the West Indies to a win.
End of that seals over, 366 for 5.
Fierce battle between bat and ball. That last session on day 1, West Indies conceded 114 runs in 37 overs. Picked up 3 wickets. So again, the West Indian bowlers just trying to set the scene, so to speak, for wicket taking. Could we expect more Antiguans and Barbudans coming to the ground to support the West Indies, Mali?
Well, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Today's Saturday, so not a work day. There's Shea Hope on the screen as well. The West Indies would be hoping for a massive innings from him, because Sri Lanka are setting a platform here, 366 for 5. But yeah, DJ, you're expecting a few more fans in the ground. You know, the CWI have this initiative, ladies free. And you know, where the ladies go, you'd expect the men to follow. So hopefully we'll see a few of these Antiguan beauties in the ground later on.
I'm sure the Master Blaster will grace us as well. Sir Vivian Richards, who hails from this part. I understand he'll be at the ground tomorrow. Always fabulous to have his presence in the flesh. That's his statue.
Well, since you've made that announcement, he'll have to be here tomorrow, DG.
That's why I did so.
Good move, I like it. Crucial, he's on the move here. He's looking good so far. And once again, he's quick on anything short. He's helped that. With the wind, his first 6. And once again, the West Indies just lacking that consistency here in session 1 on day 2.
That 6 follows his previous 3 4s. And it paints a picture of his form, his mindset, how he's approached this innings. Kusal Mendes missed out in the first test match, and he's a competitor. So this doesn't surprise me. Yeah, quick to pounce. Quick to judge the length of that delivery. That's been the hallmark of his batting in this innings. Little noise, might be pad, stifled appeal. And the reason why I say he's switched on is because of what we've seen from the start of his innings. Economy of movement with his feet. He's not overstrident. That was a 4 down the ground. Very compact too. That was all timing. No power, no flourish in the swing. And then again, picking that length up so quickly to dispatch it through the mid-wicket region. We did mention Alzari Joseph being the fastest of the West Indian bowlers. So if he's seeing the ball so early, watch out. There again. Doesn't overstride, allows the ball to come to him, and the power from the core and the wrists.
Kusal Mendes is a very good player. As you said, missed out in that first test, but a lot was expected of him in this series. He's captain of the limited overs squads. But look at that shot, just holding his shape, allowing the ball to come in, doesn't overstride, and he's timing the ball sweetly here, Kusal Mendes. 11 runs from the over so far. He's a very good player. Danger. Danger for the Windies.
No!
Again, just reinforcing how good he is. He doesn't shuffle around or move around the crease. Just that stride which allows his hands, his head to be aligned. If you draw a line from side on, you'll see it's all in alignment. That's control as a batter. That's the position you want to be in when you're playing your strokes, or even if you're defending. Great balance too. You very rarely see him fall over to that offside.
Just tried to hit that one a little too hard, did Mendes. Good over nonetheless for Sri Lanka. 377 for 5.
Evidence of the wind that goes across this venue. Let the conditions work for you, whether you're a bowler or batter. Critical part of being successful as an international player.
And with a breeze as strong as this, you can't help but think just how Kamar Roach would exploit these conditions, especially to the left-hander. Movement early from Azari. I thought his rhythm looked quite good in that first session. He was striding in quite nicely, working up some good pace, but just the consistency has been lacking. And at times on this pitch, when the ball's in the right areas, you just see that ball misbehave slightly. Could be a bit of extra bounce. There is that movement through the air. Bit of seam movement, scramble seam back into the left-handed Danusha. But he's also played quite well quietly from the other end. Showed a very solid defense. Both these players, very solid techniques.
I was quite impressed with Danusha in that first test match. One of 3 batters who scored over 50 runs in the first test. So I'm sure Gary Kirsten and Sri Lanka would have spoken about him as a success and a positive from that first test and something to build upon. And here again, he's applying himself. 21 from 40.
So now Danusha is playing quite a solid technique. He's staying side on. When that ball's come back into him, he's holding that shape, showing a compact defense. Have a look at that. But he's not scoring. All these are dots. So pressure being built when the line is tight to the left-hander. Good lines there. Once again, a bit of lateral movement from Shamar Joseph. But he's exhibiting a good, solid defense nonetheless.
What it also shows is belief in his technique, which is so important for you as a test batter. Knowing exactly where your strengths are, how to defend and keep good deliveries out, but also how to score. And which lines to score off. So many dots across the different lines. So he's been selective in the deliveries that he's taken to score runs.
Yeah, as soon as the West Indies stray the wide of that off stumper onto his pads, that's his release. Sonal Danusha. But he's, at times, it doesn't look like a lot's going on, but he's kept out some really good deliveries here, DG. Some honing back in on the pads late from outside the off stump. And as you were saying about Mendes, he's not falling over to the offside, holding his position. Good, solid test batting here.
.378 for 5. .215, the most significant partnership in the Sri Lankans' innings. Just staying with the journey of Test match cricket for the West Indies. The West Indies played its first Test match back in 1928 against England at Lord's. So here is a continuation of that journey. Along the way, Mali, you'd be familiar with when your dad made his entry into Test match cricket back in 1974.
I wasn't around yet, DG, but definitely aware.
And I don't think anyone has asked you on air just yet how difficult it has been for Mali Richards when he had and harbored ambitions of playing international cricket, because you debuted in 2007, and growing up in a household with your father, knowing the feats that Sir Vivian Richards did achieve. How was that pressure for you as a player?
Interesting question, DG. For long periods, I never really thought about it. You know, I was a dual sportsman. I played tennis and cricket for long periods. Even then, when I made the decision to pursue cricket professionally, it wasn't too much of an issue. But as, you know, your career progresses, I think when you're young, you're, what do you call it, the innocence of youth. You believe that you can do certain things, and you have that ultimate confidence in yourself. But it did come with a lot of pressure, DG. A lot of pressure. And even at times, I didn't handle it very well. But I think a lot of that journey has gotten me to the place where I am today.
I'm curious to find out, to what extent did you try to emulate your dad and his style of play? As we recognize this no ball. Shamar Joseph just overstepping, overstriding on that occasion. Never short of effort, this young man from Guyana. Always gives his best. Yeah, so maybe after this delivery, tell me, to what extent did you try to emulate your dad and his style of batting?
Well, to be honest, I've always been very aware as a kid. So I never really tried to emulate him because I knew he was something different. No, definitely. I knew he was something different, but I had my own style. I was quite a stylish left-hander as well. And I think I always wanted to play in a particular way. And I think that was West Indian as well at the time. You had to play with a particular flair. I grew up on Brian Lara. I was very close to Brian as a child growing up and stuff. So a lot of it was the lefty in Brian Lara, but I'd more tried to emulate his strokes than say Sir Viv. Just being a lefty. I'm not saying one's better than the other.
I don't think your dad will appreciate that comment if he's listening.
We've had these conversations. He knew just how much of a fan I was of Brian Charles. But no, it was always, it came with its pressures, DG, but it also opened a lot of doors. You just got to be appreciative, and I've always been very proud of what Dad achieved. Still has that legacy of West Indian cricket around the globe, as we see the statue there in Sir Vivian Richards Street. And like I said previously, that journey, the cricketing journey, playing around the globe, various teams, different conditions, it's helped to get me to where I am today. End of the 94th, 382 for 5.
Center. Off top.
Yes, St. John's Antigua there, bustling and hustling. The public market just down the street as well. A lot of commerce going on. A lot of fresh fruit and veg. fresh meat, fresh fish. The fisheries just to the right as well. It's a hot spot. Just for me, DG, obviously you're the former captain, international captain as well. Especially when Alzari Joseph is on, gets that ball to bounce at times. And for me, they just haven't kept the close fielders in long enough. Even to Kushal Mendes, that one that hit him in the midriff, extra bounce. You could see that one maybe just taking a bit of a glove or inside edge onto the body, ballooning up. West Indies need to find creative ways of picking up wickets.
I guess the considerations for Roslan Chase is that balance with limiting run scoring and creating wicket-taking opportunities. What we've seen, generally speaking, with the West Indian bowling effort is inconsistencies, which have allowed the Sri Lankan batters to score many 4 balls and at times 6s in this innings. They're going at over 4 in terms of run rate per over. And I'm sure Roslan Chase will consider that too high. So at the moment, he's investing in 2 slips and a gully. That's as much or as many fielders he's willing to invest in catching positions. The others, it's really to build pressure. Allow Alzari Joseph to bowl to one batter and sequence deliveries to eventually get that wicket that they're searching for, or that breakthrough to get into the bowlers.
Right, it's finding that balance, isn't it? We spoke about the leadership of Chase as well. It's being tested here in this test match so far.
And test match cricket is really a war of attrition. Ball versus bat. How can you wear the opposition down so that they become more vulnerable, so you can pounce on their deficiencies? If you look at Sri Lankan's style of batting, bar Udara, they're quite patient. They wait on their opportunities. They spend a long time out in the middle. And they'll slowly bat themselves into a position of great control.
Once again, inward movement from Joseph through the air. And well played, well kept out by Danusha. He's holding his shape nicely here, keeping a more side-on position, not getting too square. He's got a solid base in which to build off. You look at his first-class record. He's got 11 first-class tons. Have a look at that. He's got a trigger movement. He gets quite deep in the crease. But he looks to present as full a face as possible and looks to play in the V. All the hallmarks of a good player.
Just nibbled at that one. No edge found. End of the over. It's a maiden one. 382 for 5. Partnership 49.
It's where the Sri Lankans have done really well in this test match, coming off a pretty poor batting performance, especially in that second innings, DG. They've managed to stitch partnerships together. In the first innings, in the first test, they had 3, but none of those managed to go big.
Doesn't surprise me too, given the fact that Sri Lanka's coach is Gary Kirsten, man who opened the batting for South Africa, who coached extensively across the globe, was the coach of India. Another very good delivery from Alzari Joseph, the last ball of the previous over. So I'm sure between test matches, Gary Kirsten would have reinforced approaches to batting, his expectations, the discipline required to be successful at this level and in this format. And put down. It was right there in the breadbasket. He had it for a couple seconds and then it slipped out. So chance going a begging and Kusal Mendes survives.
A bit different from that Udara chance. This one actually goes to hand. Mendes going hard. Away from the body. That was in the breadbasket. And somehow it evades the grasp of Johnny Campbell. So chance goes a begging. In these conditions, you can't afford to put those down, DG.
Another nibble. Getting into those bad habits. It's just making reference to the requirements of being successful as a batter in this format. And surely you don't want to be approaching batting with that type of stroke where you're fishing outside the off stump, hands away from your body, and just placing yourself in a vulnerable position as a batter.
If I'm not mistaken, that's similar to how he was dismissed in the first test, first innings, Kusal Mendes. A shot more suited to the Jamaica leg of this tour, shall we say. Limited overs. He's looked good though. He's looked to get bat on ball, Kusal Mendes. He's just going a bit too hard. The shot selection has just failed him or so in the last over. Johnny Campbell not having that solid base as we speak about. We talk about it with batting. It's the same with bowling. And even when slip catching, having that solid position. Will they rule this one?
Shamar Joseph, he's kept his composure. He worked so hard. Didn't overreact in the situation. That's very thoughtful of him. Given his effort, his persistence.
Based on that reaction, I can't work out whether he expected it to be caught or dropped.
50 partnership comes up. A more watchful stroke from Kusal Mendes. End of the over. Spare thought for Shamar Joseph. 383 for 5.
morning of attrition and grind and determination. 45 runs being scored so far in the first hour's play. Sri Lanka, they've progressed to 383 for 5. Opportunities, though, that West Indies will rue. The first one on 55 went on to make 188. Both slip fielders, Justin Graves and John Campbell, looking at the other. None of them getting their hands on it. And then a few moments ago, John Campbell getting both hands to it this time and not managing to hold on. Comfortable height, a lot of time, had it momentarily, but really couldn't hold on. Shamar Joseph, the unlucky bowler that time. Kushal Mendes, the recipient, healthy edge. A little pat with the bat. Nice to see. Always plays with a smile though, Shamar Joseph. Even when that catch went down, he just turned and went back to his mark. Not much you can do at that point. It's already happened. I picked up 2 wickets early yesterday. Shamar Joseph seals got his 100th. And Zari Joseph had one, and Justin Graves with that brilliant stumping from Shea Hope. But it's been a morning that Sri Lanka, they've absorbed whatever has been thrown at them. So important, the first hour of a day's play. And so far, they've remained unscathed. That partnership has blossomed to 50 now. They've had some good partnerships all the way through in this innings. And now 450 looks quite possible and beyond. Anderson Phillip in for this test match at the expense of Kemar Roach, who has a slight niggle, quite expensive comparatively speaking. He gets another opportunity from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 1 second slip in position, 1.5 seconds and a gully. Good morning, Jimmy.
Morning, Sam. It's been sort of a topsy-turvy morning. The West Indies started out with Jaden Seals hitting his straps early, and Alzari Joseph struggling a bit from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Alzari Joseph switching ends and then being followed up now by Anderson Phillip. Just not quite nailing down that consistency from both ends, the West Indies, since start of play. It is that kind of surface that really, you'd say, is weighted in favor of batting. If you miss lines and lengths by just a fraction with quality batting, you're going to go for runs. And the lines just haven't been consistent enough. This morning, West Indies will be hoping that Anderson Phillip can have a better start to his day than he did yesterday, where just served up too much by way of width. You have to give credit to the Sri Lankan batting. They've really done well in partnerships since yesterday. Lost 2 wickets in that first session and then recouped and recovered. And by the end of the day's play, they had certainly taken the initiative away from the West Indies and set themselves up for a good day too.
Yeah, that's an area that Kushal Mendes has shown maybe an element of weakness. He's trying to bat on off stump to counter that little bit of outswing. Was dismissed in the first innings, caught behind. And just a few moments ago, there was an edge. And then the ball that followed up, he nibbled again So maybe not entirely sure where that off stump is, and playing at some deliveries he shouldn't. So he's trying to find that balance. An important spell for this man, though, Anderson Phillip, given the quality of fast bowlers at their disposal. He doesn't get opportunities too often. And he has wonderful records and returns in first-class cricket. I think he was the second leading wicket-taker this season, just gone by. Another one of those diligent workers. And those opportunities come quite rarely, given what they have available. 10 5-wicket hauls in first-class cricket. Wonderful servant for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, his domestic team. So it's an important little opportunity here for him. He's getting some inward movement. 384 for 5.
Let me turn. Start and do.
Symmetrical scores for Kushal and Dinusha. And that 188 though stands out. Just 12 runs from epic to legendary.
You're mentioning Kusal Mendes, and he does have the tendency to let his hands go a little bit too far in front of him, searching for drives. He was caught behind in the first test match, and Shamar Joseph nicking him off on a hard push drive on 6th stump. He is actually batting in front of his stumps, and there we see hands going away from him, Shamar Joseph, on that occasion. He might think that batting on his stumps will help. That was Shamar Joseph in the overs just before.
Go!
Hard hands going hard at 5th stump. So it is an area that the West Indies can concentrate on. He's been very severe on anything short. Short batsman likes to pull and has done so successfully during the innings to date. But just having that tendency to be tempted on 5th stump on a foolish length, and the West Indies unfortunately not being able to capitalize, but they do have an idea of where they could potentially cause some problems for Kusal Mendes.
And just for the younger viewers and those who may not be too familiar with cricket in jargon, when Jimmy mentions that 5th stump, it's as though there are additional stumps on the offside. So think about having another stump as a 4th stump and then another as a 5th stump. So just around where that white line is, on either side, if it's your left-hand or a right-handed batter, and that's that line that he's mentioning there when we say 5th stump. A decision to play or not with that tight line is key.
Go!
Like a lot of the Sri Lankans, really tight in defense, very compact. But the problems and the challenges start to come when the line is just outside off stump on a foolish length. Can't really say it's a Sri Lanka issue. It really affects batsmen across every country.
.384 for 5. Yeah, 46 runs being scored in the session so far. 15 overs bowled by the West Indies. Yeah, that in swing again. I know we isolated Kushal Mendis's dismissal caught in slip, but we also have to remember his second innings dismissal, Jimmy, where he left alone and was dismissed. So one innings, you're playing away from your body, caught in slip. The next innings, you say, here what, I'm not playing at those deliveries. I don't want to get caught in slip. And then this happens. So the next time around, third time, what are you thinking? He's trying, in that particular dismissal, not to repeat what happened the first time around, and still gets bowled.
Well, Sammy, I think what you're describing very eloquently there with your example is just the example of the games that are played in the minds of players at this level. You have bowlers who can hit good pitch maps and get two deliveries from the same length and the same line, and the way they string them together will give an indication of how they're going to try and attack a player, a batsman. When do I bowl the one that doesn't swing? When do I not bowl it? And to have batsmen, really you're trying to get batsmen into a moment of indecision, just a fraction of a second, but that's all it takes at this level. A slight miscalculation in a fraction of a second and it's over. Innings finished. You've made that mistake that has cost you wicket. It's fascinating sometimes to see how bowlers, especially the really great bowlers, put these strings together with two, sometimes three alternative deliveries.
There's some clouds around, so the sun isn't really beating down on the surface. Had a curious look at it earlier today to see if any of those fissures were opening up. But it still does look like a very good batting surface. If anything, I think it looks even better today, as is usually the case here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Days 2 and 3, perhaps the best for batting. And Sri Lanka would know that. And if they can occupy the crease for any length of time today and allow the pitch to deteriorate naturally and give themselves a chance further along. So all of those little idiosyncrasies would be discussed. And that one comes back in, causes some problems. 385 for 5.
Justin Greaves to take up the attack now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, replacing Shamar Joseph. Justin Greaves, who got that all-important breakthrough on day one, breaking that partnership. Brilliant piece of wicket-keeping from Shea Hope, stumping Camindo Mendes down the leg slide.
Yeah, missed the first test, Shea Hope, and no doubt he would have looked on and seen his teammate score a double century in Amir Jangu and 194 in Ruston Chase. Might have felt as though he missed out. And so he's in now and he's seeing the Sri Lankans capitalize on the surface. Yeah, let's see what this call is. Buys. It was quite wide down the legs. I remember it's test match cricket, so it was a good bit of, I suppose, stopping from Shea Hope, but started going down and went even further. Yeah, that shoulder from Shea Hope being put to the test.
He's in a bit of pain, a bit of discomfort, Shea Hope. Not ideal having to go after deliveries like that one. West Indies do have another wicketkeeper in their starting 11, Amir Jango, the first test double centurion, who also keeps wicket. A little bit of concern in the West Indies camp, not just for Shea Hope and his discomfort behind the wicket, but potentially whether it would limit his impact batting. By all signs, they're going to need their batting lineup at its very best here, given where Sri Lanka are currently. End of the 100th over, it's 386 for 5.
Sri Lanka have blunted the West Indies for 100 overs now and still have half their lineup intact. I just love that hat. You need to get me one. Jimmy, I think it's buy one, get one, 50% off. Let's put up together. You're doing a little too much. But he started much better on this occasion, Anderson Phillip, than he did yesterday. He too would know the importance of this spell. There's another test series coming up quite imminently posted this one for the West Indies against Pakistan. Those two test matches will be played in Trinidad. So a lot to play for all of these players, not only in this one, but for what's to come a little bit down the road. That test series will be broken up by an ODI series against New Zealand. So a lot of cricket for the West Indians in this 2-month period. This multi-format tour, then New Zealand for 5 ODIs, and then a couple tests against Pakistan. So lots to look ahead to.
Single for Dinusha, who is playing his role in this partnership. 27 from 68, has presented pretty much a consistently straight bat. Hasn't allowed his hands to be drawn away from him, but still has looked to punish anything loose. Really not giving the West Indian fast bowlers much to shout about.
Yeah, he's showing that leg stump, Kushal Mendes, because he wants to protect that dismissal caught behind. Look at that leg stump being shown behind him. And that was the little cause of excitement for Anderson Phillip.
It's an interesting observation. Quite often batsmen tend to think that by standing on off stump it will help in terms of negating that mode of dismissal. What the data sometimes shows is that if you maintain a line outside the line of sight, even though they're on off stump, they still tend to nibble with their hands, let their hands get away from them. But I guess at the end of the day, if it makes you more comfortable as a batter mentally, then it's accomplished half the job. 390 for 5.
Sri Lanka looking to drive home their advantage. No wickets just yet for West Indies in this session. 52 runs as well. Did have that drop opportunity as well. Kusal Mendes still there, batting very well, and Sonal Dinusha. Mali Richards alongside me. Hello to you, Mali.
Good morning, Stace. Good morning, everyone. Once again, I think I've got to give the West Indies a little credit here in terms of just pulling back the scoring rate of the Sri Lankans, not providing too many boundary balls. We're seeing a slight improvement from day 1 to early here on day 2, Stace.
Yeah, certainly a lot of encouragement. Didn't get the wicket just yet. Yes, there was that drop catch, but lapse there, but we've got to move on quickly. West Indies. Yeah, Kusal Mendes with that trigger across the stump. So something there that the bowlers can work with. And so far, I think Anderson Phillip from the other end, when he operated, and now Justin Graves, yes, he got the single. But just looking to be persistent in that area, straight to the batters.
Just a bit of extra bounce as well. And if you think back to that period, I think it was the end of session 2, or maybe just the start of session 3, where Greaves and Chase were in that bowling partnership. The Sri Lankans were scoring at a very good clip indeed. So you see a few of the young fans taking in the action here. As I was saying, Greaves and Chase just provided that element of control. And Greaves, as you see the speed, 127 Ks, doesn't hit the deck quite as hard as the other bowlers in this West Indian lineup. But what he does do, he just kisses the surface slightly. Tends to get a bit of extra bounce. Delivers from quite high. So far, 1 for 24 in these conditions. Into his 10th over. Very good indeed.
Chance very close to the diving Ruston Chase, but it'll give Dinusha and Sri Lanka another boundary.
We saw the little package in Dinusha. Anything just slightly wide of that off stump, he'll go hard and throw his hands at. Have a look at that. Tight line did actually just stay a bit leg side to access the offside. It was in the air. We would have taken some catch in that one. Disappointment for Greaves. And this partnership continuing to build. 62 now.
.395 for 5.
Get back.
Another partnership growing for Sri Lanka. A significant one of 215 between Udara and Kamindu Mendes. Yeah, I like this line of attack from Anderson Phillip. Kusal Mendes just prepared to walk across his crease a bit. Perhaps in the back of his mind thinking about that drive outside the off stump, covering that a bit also. But it presents an opportunity that the bowlers can look to capitalize on.
Yeah, into his 14th over now, Anderson Phillip coming to Kusal Mendes just batting a foot or so outside of that crease. No! The outward movement through the air for Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, this ball just 22 overs old. I wonder if that will encourage Shea Hope as well to come up to the stump eventually. To Justin Graves, who's operating, and Anderson Phillip, who's just about 128 or so. The highest I've seen, 129 from him. No problem. So slightly similar in pace. So just might see Hope looking to come up to them just to encourage Kusal Mendes to stay in his crease.
You're right, Stacey, and it was a special bit of wicket keeping that yesterday. needed something special to break that partnership between Kamindu and Udara. Sharp work down the leg side. Probably wouldn't take that option to Anderson Phillip. But the slightly less pacey Justin Graves is definitely an option.
Yeah, this piece of stunning work by Shea Hope. Very quick hands to get rid of Mendes. Just barely leaving his crease. Reaction time, quite exceptional there from Shea Hope. Really needed that as well, West Indies, at that point in time.
Yeah, it was some sharp work. It was almost Dhoni-esque. As he said, I wonder if that was a plan, if it was intentional. Playing across that front pad there was Kushal Mendes. Good over from Anderson Phillip, just one from it. In fact, there's still a delivery remaining. Just the one delivery remaining for Anderson Phillip. He's bowled a lot better here on day 2. I think the question still remains, can he consistently trouble international batters? He's a much improved bowler over the last 12 to 18 months, but I still think that question remains.
Just a single, 396 for 5. .396 for 5. These two just absorbing any pressure out there that West Indies may have exerted on them and just looking to push Sri Lanka towards a challenging total that will allow their bowlers to get to work, hopefully later on today. Yeah, but Udara certainly a standout there with 188. His maiden Test century as well.
This match so far, just illustrating the ebbs and flows of Test cricket. Yesterday, the Sri Lankans were scoring at an almighty rate for the majority of day 1. We're here today. They've just found run scoring a little more difficult. The West Indies maybe managing to build a bit more pressure. 5 overs behind once again here on day 2. So something for the Windies to stay mindful of, that over rate.
Yeah, that slow over rate will contribute to the docking of your World Test Championship points. But surely the most important thing that West Indies will be thinking about is getting a victory, winning the Test series. They were already 1 up. Some innovation from Kushal Mendes. Doesn't quite go where he intended. But perhaps we're looking to see something a bit different from the Sri Lankans. Put a bit more pressure on the bowlers for West Indies.
Stacey, you were involved in that on the Jamaica leg of this series between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. That's a shot better suited for that. It's gotten across, gotten a bit funky here, Kushal Mendes. We know he's uber talented. He possesses fantastic hands, good hand-eye coordination.
Hey, you'd certainly give it to the bowler there, recognizing what he was trying to do and just throwing it a bit wider So he didn't quite get the direction. Kusal Mendes was aiming to get it closer to fine leg. Instead, it went in the direction of square leg.
But Danusha, he's just continued in his same vein. He's not going searching in this innings. Showed a good defense, and he's just knocked the ball into gaps at times. And he's left well outside the off stump.
Yeah, quite a talent that Sri Lanka is unfolding here. Young man, he's played that under 19 cricket for Sri Lanka in 2020 in South Africa. He's known for his bowling, but has grown tremendously in his batting. As 126 for Sri Lanka A versus Afghanistan A. That really highlighted his temperament.
And if you look at his career overall, his first-class career with bat, it's a fantastic career for a bowling all-rounder, averaging above 40, 11 first-class hundreds. Yes, this kid is speaking for all of us here. From a West Indian perspective, that is. He's praying for a wicket. Can the Windies find a wicket? They've got a bit of control in terms of just stemming the scoring rate of the Sri Lankans, but so far wicketless. Here.
Called through for that single quickly. It takes them to 398 for 5. Partnership growing, 65 from 143 balls. Philip to continue. You mentioned earlier, Mali, Philip, you wonder if he can threaten the best in the world. You know, Test cricket, it's an examination, and it exposes your physical and mental attributes. But here at this level, certainly there are encouraging signs from Anderson Philip. I'd like to ask you more about that. What have you seen of him that can really take him to the best in the world and challenge those at the top?
Just there, getting one to hold its line outside the off stump. Danusha not sure whether to play or leave. But yeah, you're right, Stacey, and the question remains, can he consistently trouble international batters? What I've seen from him, though, is a marked improvement. When he first came on the scene, it almost seemed like his deliveries were gun barrel straight. He had a lot of pace, but it was gun barrel straight, no real lateral movement, nothing through the air per se. Had a lot of work to do on his action as well. He's always been a fantastic athlete. So you mentioned the physical attributes. They've always been there from Anderson Philip. A willing performer as well. Fantastic fitness. But he's had a few issues technically. Maybe that head falling away slightly, not having that full momentum coming over the front leg. Maybe affecting his pace at times. But he used to be a lot worse. He's actually improved markedly in that aspect. Still a bit of work to do. But that ball's just moving a little bit more consistently for him, and you saw him reap the rewards in the first-class game this season. But that's the first-class game. 400 up.
400 runs coming up for Sri Lanka. Very good session for them this morning, but what I say of Anderson Phillip, he looks like someone that's mentally strong. Yesterday, couldn't quite land his line and lengths, particularly his lines, and today it looks as if he's applied lessons from yesterday and just trying to make the best of today. It's an understanding of what he needs to do. Perhaps he took information well from the bowling group, took information well from Ravi Rampal, bowling coach as well, and so far I think today his spell has been on target. And perhaps what the West Indies are planning to do to try and dislodge the Sri Lankan batters hasn't been any fruits just yet, but you recognize the run rate is going down also. So they've exerted some sort of control in this passage, West Indies. Again on target from Anderson Phillip, 400 for 5. Yeah, 400 for 5. That second 100 coming in no time, 98 deliveries. But you see there, West Indies were able to just slow that progression slightly. Dramatically, if you look at 98, 205 balls the next.
Stacey, I know you're speaking about the previous over, about the mental fortitude of Anderson Phillip. You see Kemar Roach, he's enjoying his stint not playing in this test match. Yeah, but we were speaking about Anderson Phillip and that mental fortitude. He's had to have that. He's found opportunities really hard to get at this level, debuting in 2021, and he's only played 6. This is his 6th test match. So he's found test matches at this level hard, or opportunities hard to come by. But he's stuck in, and he's toured a lot. He's been on multiple tours around the globe, different conditions. He's had to learn, or taking a lot of that education while not playing. So that tells you as well, he's got the mental fortitude in which, but he's also been given an opportunity here. You've got to take these opportunities, got to try and execute as well as possible. It must be said he's improved markedly here on day 2. Some good old-fashioned test cricket creeping in here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. For long periods at day 1, you're thinking it was a limited overs match. Sri Lanka scoring at 6s at one point. So West Indies doing well to get that rate below 4.
Yeah, it's credit to the surface as well. It's a good cricketing wicket, you think. Yes, we'll say that it looks flat at times, but you still have to earn your runs. You notice here, West Indies, they found a good rhythm. They haven't got the wickets, but the batters, they're not finding it as free-flowing as we've seen yesterday. So it just tells you that you have to earn what you get on the surface, whether with bat or ball in hand.
Yeah, you nailed it, Stace. Earning your runs. And that's where the West Indies will probably be a little disappointed with how they performed yesterday with the ball. They didn't let the batters earn those runs. Didn't make them work hard enough. Udara, he was finding run scoring very easy, presenting too many boundary balls, not managing to stitch overs and deliveries, well, deliveries and overs together, building pressure. Lost their patience on too many occasions. Just advancing once again. Still no movement from Hope in terms of coming up to the stump, Stacey Ann. But Mendes, he's looking to advance.
Yeah, he just asked a question of Justin Graves, and I just saw a signal as well to the dressing room. So perhaps really soon we'll see that happening. Maybe that helmet will soon come out. Just one more ball remaining in the overdue. Maiden over, 400 for 5. It's always a beach day here in Antigua, Mali. 365 beaches. How many have you visited, Mali? Surely you can't visit all.
Surely the question's for you, Stacey Ann. How many of these beaches have you been to since you've been here?
But I asked you first, Mali. I want to know how many of those 365 beaches you have visited.
Been to 364, Stacey Ann. Just one left to conquer. Yes.
365 beaches. You know, when I heard that, I was like, that's unbelievable. Amazing. And you have been to 364.
I can attest to that. Yeah. Living proof.
Still on target, Anderson Phillip. He's been quite patient. Just not, still hasn't gotten that reward. But again, it's what is required on the surface.
Yeah, he's building some good areas here, Stacey, and working up a good rhythm from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's got the aid of the wind from east to west, blowing across the ground. He's gone around the wicket now to the left-hander. But he's honing in on a good area, and he's repeating it over and over and over. And that's something you heard from former West Indies captain, who's on our broadcast, Jimmy Adams, in that first test, speaking about being able to dot deliveries together and build pressure in that way. Here, Anderson Phillip is doing a very good job of that halfway through his 16th over now.
Yeah, indeed, repeatability. Whether you're batting or bowling, just consistently do those right things that is required of you to get the maximum results. Already seen displays of that from Sri Lankan batters earlier.
Stacey, you're not off the hook just yet. You still haven't answered the question. How many of these beaches have you been to since you've been here in Antigua?
You can tell me which beach is the best beach, and I'll try my best to visit that beach, Mali. Putting you on the spot.
The answer's none then. I get that.
Yeah, beautiful, lovely delivery, just shaping away from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, once again, good area from Anderson Phillip, and to the right-handed Mendes this time. He's bowling predominantly this over to the left-handed Dunusha. But he goes back over the wicket and finds that area right away. So he's in a good groove, just yet to pick up that reward, as you said, Stace. Wicketless so far.
I had him playing at it as well, and at the last moment, just pulling the bat away. I try to get it a bit straighter. Just the one from it though, 401 for 5. Sri Lanka still going strong, getting to 400. And I wonder, Mali, is that one of your famous beaches?
No, it's not. Not to my mind. Yeah, this is the one I haven't been to. So as I told you, 364, still one to conquer. It's looking like that one, looking very unfamiliar.
Yeah, there's one at the back of the hotel, quite a beautiful sight. I did take a picture of it. Haven't touched the water just yet. You told me that doesn't count. What about this one? Have you been to that?
Well, this is the famous Half Moon Bay, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't blame you too much for not partaking in too many beach activities on the east side of the island. Just being plagued with the sargassum seaweed. Really makes the beach not a pleasurable experience. But the beaches on the north side, south side of the island still really good. It's perfect beach weather here. Well, highs at 29 degrees. Have a look at that, Stacey. And you missed out on the tiki bar. Quite a few of the crew here would have had quite a boozy afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, that tiki bar looks quite scary, actually. I'm not sure I want to be visiting that.
Can you swim, Stacey? That's the other question.
Mali, I think you want to know a bit too much about me right now. You want to expose me. You're looking to expose me in front of the viewers.
It's just a question, just a question.
You know, I'll be very honest, and that's perhaps why I haven't touched any of the beaches. I'm not the best swimmer. Float a little bit, but certainly not very good at swimming.
More accustomed to the beautiful beaches in Beckway and the Grenadines. When we were last in St. Vincent, just a couple of months ago, Stacey, and I managed to check out the island next to, just off the main island. Young Island, that's it. Had a day out at Young Island. It was absolutely beautiful, my first time in St. Vincent.
Thanks for the free promotion there, Mali. Beautiful islands across the Caribbean.
We are one in the Caribbean, aren't we?
In the middle of a decent spell, we spoke about pleasurable. I think although West Indies didn't manage to get the wicket in this period, I think that it would still please the staff. This combination, Graves and Anderson Phillip, just keeping the Sri Lankan batters in check.
Yeah, and I think the Sri Lankans would be quite happy as well with how they've fared here in session 1 on day 2. Once again, long periods for the West Indies going wicketless. Just the one delivery remaining before lunch. They'll be happy with the scoring rate of the Sri Lankans, but 0 in the wickets column.
Again, good areas. Just a single, and with that, it brings the end to the session as well. wicketless session for West Indies. Sri Lanka will be pleased with that. Dinusha and Kusal Mendes walking off unbeaten, 37 and 30 respectively to them. Ruston Chase, lots for him to think about. No wickets in that session. No doubt some encouragement from Anderson Phillip and Justin Graves, just bringing that bit of control that was required. But it's all about Sri Lanka. These two on screen, Udara earlier. Yesterday with that 100 as well, but 402 for 5. Sri Lanka certainly in pole position in this test match. 21 fours, 5 sixes. Udara with that massive century, 188. His maiden test century. Great support along the way. Kamindu Mendes and Kusal Mendes, others getting into double figures. For West Indies, that's the 5 wickets to have fallen. Shamar Joseph with 2. Gerard Seeley, who do you have with you?
Yeah, I've got Kusal Mendes alongside me. Kusal, how happy are you with the way that you've been able to recover this first innings?
Yeah, I think of course we are batted really well in yesterday. Then Lahir Udara batted really well. I think he got 100 and missed in 100. Then another couple of guys batted. Kamindu Windies also batted really well. And today morning, me and Sonal Dinusha batted a little bit hard. Then they guys bowled really well in the one side of the field and attacked the wicket and outside the off stump.
Yeah, I know that you have a 400 on the board. How much further are you looking to go?
Very good score in the after 400 runs in the board. I think we have took another couple of runs in the board. I think 450 or almost 500. I think very good score into this pitch.
Thank you. Well played so far.
Yeah, thank you.
Very confident Kusal Mendes, and why not? No wickets again in this session. 25 overs bowled, 64 runs. Sri Lanka in control and exerting their dominance in this test match. And we'll take a quick break and be back with Darren Ganga.
We remember the great moments, but this format has a short memory. It doesn't care what happened last week. Every game starts the same way. 0 plays 0. And day one of this second test reminded us of exactly that. Sri Lanka won the toss, and instead of blinking, they batted. A statement after the heavy defeat in the opening test. A team determined to write a different story. From the very beginning, their intent was fearless. West Indies responded. Shamar Joseph struck twice early. For a moment, it felt familiar. The hosts looked ready to expose Sri Lanka once again, even without the experience of Kemar Roach leading the attack. But this game doesn't reward assumptions. It rewards partnerships. Lahiro Udara and Kamindu Mendes changed the mood, not with one big over, but with patience wrapped in aggression. Udara became the enforcer, confident, balanced, unshaken, playing like a man determined to prove he belonged. In just his third test, he produced an innings of authority. While Kamindu quietly matched him, the pair turned the pressure into opportunity and made West Indies experience exactly what Sri Lanka endured in the first test. Long spells in the field, waiting, shaken, some slipped away. One moment of brilliance came behind the stumps as Shea Hope whipped off the bails in a sharp stumping. But the frustration never disappeared. Every missed opportunity allowed Sri Lanka to tighten their grip. Udara fell short of a maiden double century after a moment of miscalculation, and that was a precursor for Jaden Seals to reach the magical 3 figures for himself. And by stumps, everything looked even again. The visitors have runs on the board. The home team have dismissed half their side. And like we've seen so often this series, momentum keeps shifting. Now comes the next challenge. Can Sri Lanka turn a solid start into a match-winning position? Or can West Indies continue to crawl their way back? That's the beauty of Test cricket. Every day writes its own chapter.
Sri Lanka bat themselves into more control in this second test match. Another impressive session on day 2 for the Sri Lankans. Partnership growing in stature. 168 between Danusha and Mendes. Really just seizing control. Remember, they finished day 1 on 338 for 5. And after some watchful batting, they've navigated themselves to 402 for 5. West Indian bowlers, they had to work really hard in this first session without success. There was an opportunity that wasn't taken, but all in all, Sri Lanka will be pleased with the way things have unfolded. So a reflection on where this test match stands. Confirmation that Sri Lanka sits on 402 for 5. Kusal 30, Danusha 37. Another partnership that will try to push this score to a total that they're comfortable with before their turn to bowl. Another wicketless session. West Indian bowlers, of course, showing discipline and patience, but no rewards for them just yet. Once more, it's lunchtime and lunchtime break. I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues, Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams. Jimmy, just reflecting on that session, how would you describe it?
Well, it was almost a war of attrition. The West Indies only conceding just 64 runs. But I think the Sri Lankans have really built well on what happened yesterday. They have time in their favor. They scored very quickly yesterday, and they really meant today, this morning, to be one of consolidation. They have done that, and now they have a springboard to do almost what they want to do for the next session and a bit.
Well, Samuel, let's talk a little bit about our partnership of 68 with Danusha and Kusal Mendes. A little bit on the slow side in terms of run scoring, but exactly what Gary Curson would have wanted on this day to session 1.
Yeah, as Jimmy just mentioned, there are a lot of attrition, and everyone spoke coming into day 2 about the first hour, the first session, and they've yet again blunted the West Indian bowling attack. They lost a couple wickets quite quickly late yesterday evening, so they needed that consolidation, and this partnership has given them exactly that. So they're in a very strong position now. It remains to be seen what they will do after lunch, but I quite suspect it's just more of the same, continuing to build, continue to let the sun beat down on that surface and to deteriorate it as much as possible. We all agree that days 2 and 3 are ideal days for batting on this surface, so they'll just want to continue batting, but that partnership, remarkable in terms of the concentration and the application, something that was absent in that first test from them.
Yeah, indeed. Kusal Mendes will be happy with how things went for him, because in that first test match, Jimmy, he only produced 8 runs, 30 not out at lunch. If you are to break down his innings, what will be the standout moments?
Well, listen, apart from the one indiscretion, I think he's been far more watchful today than he has been before. He's an attacking player by nature, let's not forget that. But I think for the most part, he's reined himself in for the benefit of the team. And it's almost as if he's trying to see whether he can be more attritional than his batting partner, but it is what his team needs. Get through that first hour without losing any wickets. They did that. To be fair to the West Indies, they bowled a lot better in this session, so I'm not sure that there was a lot of free scoring on offer. So he's played accordingly, but the key is he's still there. They haven't lost any wickets in this first session.
I was particularly impressed with his balance and his driving down the ground, in particular an on-drive, Jimmy.
Yeah.
If you reflect on his technical ability, is that something that stands out for you? He's got 10 test match centuries.
Listen, this was perfection. He waited until the ball came close enough to him. He didn't try and close the bat face, which is what he has a tendency to do. Straight bat all the way through. And ominous signs for the West Indies, because we do know that he does have a vast array of scoring options, and he's really been the epitome of discipline this morning.
Yeah, he had that one misjudgment when he was on 23. Samuel, it happens in test match cricket. You just got to make use of those moments as a batter.
Yeah, we spoke about his dismissals in that first test, and then how the adjustment was made in his stance. So he's trying to counter what he experienced in test 1 to limit and minimize and mitigate against certain dismissal types. So that adjustment is so important as you go from one innings to the next. Not everyone is able to make those adjustments quickly, but in this format and in this contemporary era, it is so important that you're able to do that. Yeah, you mentioned that drop catch, and we were talking about it before the start of play with the Sri Lankans practicing behind there, and about Ryan Griffith and the work that he's done. Yeah, it's just one of those. The height was comfortable, the pace seemed to be nice and easy, and it really should have been taken. He had it for most of that catch, and just at the last moment, it fell out. I feel for John Campbell, it's not the first, and he's also not batting as well as he would have liked, so that wouldn't help him when he goes to bat the next time around. But yeah, but I like how Shamar Joseph takes these moments, the way he just turns around and goes back to his mark, unlike Jaden Seals, who lets you know that I'm disappointed. But yeah, it's just one of those things.
Jimmy, no distraction on that occasion, because on day 1 we saw Justin Graves turning, maybe distracting John Campbell with that moment when I think it's Udara who was put down on 55, or yeah, you'd say a missed opportunity, so to speak. Anything that he could have done differently there, John Campbell?
Listen, he was in a good position. It went straight in.
The catch.
He held it against his chest, which meant that he really didn't have it cleanly. Didn't happen. It happens. You just have to forget it and move on. But as Samuel said, fantastic response from Shamar Joseph, not looking as if he was going to let it distract him.
Well, another player who continues to enhance his reputation at this level of the game and in this format is Sunal Dhanusha. Another solid innings from him. Remember, he's one of 3 players who scored 50-plus runs in the first test match. What impressed you about his innings?
Again, his decision-making. There was pressure on yesterday evening, let's remember, with that second new ball when it was just taken. He came in, saw his team through to close the play, and he's just played every single ball on merit since he came in this morning. It's what the team wanted. You talk about batsmen who are doing in the moment what the team requires, and they needed his solidity at that end. He's not as flamboyant, I think, as Kusal Mendes, but the two of them, and he in particular, have just been a model of concentration this morning, and it's worked. He's put his team in a very strong position.
Well, if you're into batting, you would know that Samuel, a lot of his batting and this innings was built around his defense to deliveries which were wicket to wicket line and maybe on that fifth stump too.
Yeah, and that's key. You must be able to trust your defense, particularly in this format. And as Jimmy mentioned, I thought the West Indians bowled really well in that first session, trying to target the stumps and restrict run scoring, so not giving anything freely. But look at what he's able to do. Really protect those three stumps. Yes, one or two will go past your edge from time to time, it happens, but trusting your defense and having a solid base in which to operate. And he's been a model of consistency. He too is young to international cricket. Yeah. And with that Gary Kirsten influence, I just wonder how much that has impacted them. As you so rightly mentioned, Jimmy, that Kusal Mendes is quite explosive. He likes to score, but he sort of restricted and inhibited himself based on the situation, and no doubt based on some of the discussions that they've had.
Yeah, Jimmy, just looking at his style of batting, more of an accumulator, someone that spends a long time out in the middle. You know, in international cricket and in any team, you want to have players that complement each other. So for sure, is this the ideal sort of foil for players who are a little more enterprising and attacking like Kusal Mendes?
I think it's a good pairing. I really do. It was almost a little bit like Kamindu yesterday with Udara. Udara a little bit more expansive. The complementing of each other works, I think, because it means that you're not really fighting to get bowlers or to bat at ends. He's happy to accumulate, but he builds it around solidity. You know what you're getting from him, and that really a lot of times gives confidence to the more expansive partner. And I think Kusal would admit that he would enjoy batting with him.
Yeah, well, you would know that some players, they rely a lot on players who got sound defense and who can get them through tough periods. Now, shifting from this game, we had the chance to speak with a cricketer who's a real servant of the game. Here's Kavem Hodge.
It's a lot more that is required from you in the Caribbean, so there's a less room for, I would say, for relaxation. You kind of always have to be on it. Yeah, it's a little bit tougher in the Caribbean. It's a little bit tougher in the Caribbean. Yeah. Good answer. Yeah. One of the things that makes your journey so special is the ups and downs, the highs and lows. I mean, I would have loved to get it right off the bat. But you know, when you work much harder for something, you appreciate it a lot more. So yeah, it was a really great journey. Getting there is one thing. Obviously, staying there is another story. You only understand the intricacies of Test cricket and international cricket when you get there, when you play against the opposition, when you spend time in the dressing room with your peers.
Yeah, that was deliberate.
It's flicked away.
It's again more
lofting it.
I've come to realize that you get much more satisfaction when you aim to be a servant of the game. When you want to play your part, when you want to help out the team, whatever it takes, kind of mentality, a team man, if I would put it as that. So yeah, being a servant of the game. I grew up near the beach, so it's just a matter of me getting to the beach. I wake up in the morning, I could just listen, and if there's people on the beach, then you go spend the entire day, you eat a couple mangoes, and you're good for the day. You just spend the day on the beach playing cricket, and that's how it basically starts. You play with all the guys, that's how you develop that grit, that's how you develop the skill. And I think that's what really helped, grafted a lot of young guys. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful for the gift that God has given unto me. And I think that the way that I steward it, the effort that I put in preparation, the grit that I show out in the middle is my way of thanking Him for this gift that He has given unto me. So, in a nutshell, it's a way that I play every game like it's my last. And that's one of the ways that I try, to keep myself motivated. Hey, if this game was my last game, how would I want to be remembered? How would I want to play? What would I want the team to remember me for? And I carry that onto the field.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We're during the lunch break on day 2 of this second test match. Let's focus now on West Indian bowlers. Carrying the workload, we saw Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph bowling majority of the overs for this post-lunch session. Which bowlers should start?
Going into this session?
Yes.
Oh, I'd be tempted to make sure that we don't let them get away from the stranglehold that we've had in the second half of that first session. So Jaden Seals for me, who did brilliantly this morning at the top with the new ball. And I would go either to restart with Justin Greaves or see if Shamar can give me a quick burst from the other end.
You just saw there the coach of Sri Lanka, Gary Kirsten, inspecting the pitch. Samuel, have you seen anything there that will give bowlers a bit of an advantage?
Well, nothing really. I had a quick look myself just before I came here, and it looks really a pretty good deck still. I wouldn't mind Ruston Chase bowling a couple overs from that far end, particularly to the left-hander. There is a little bit of rough outside his off, not much negligible, but still something that he can work with, and he does get that additional bounce. So maybe there is something in there for the off-spinner against the left-hander, but yeah, it still looks a really pretty good deck.
Yes, Sri Lanka at the moment 402 for 5. You heard Kusal Mendes speak about getting more runs to make sure that they take full control of this match. At some point in time, Jimmy, could we expect the West Indies in their first innings with the bat? Is that something that is a possibility? And what should be their approach?
Well, if you're talking about Sri Lanka and where they are now, they're just over 400 with 2 sessions left to play on day 2. There's still a lot of time left in this game, so I wouldn't be too surprised if, as Samuel said, they come out with the same approach, certainly at the start of this session. If this partnership goes deeper, then you're looking at how many overs they would want to bowl today to give them the best chance to move the game forward by the end of day 2. Yes, they'll probably be thinking about bowling today, but when could come down to how long and how deep this partnership goes at the minute.
And Samuel, staying with West Indian batting, good confidence booster for John Campbell and for Brandon King with that 50-run partnership, a win in the first test match. Should they continue with the same approach we saw from them in that first test?
Well, I hope not, because in terms of when they got set, both of them sort of gifted their wicket away. So the start was good, but not so much later on. So that concentration has to be there for a much longer time. But just to touch back on the West Indian bowling, because they are still bowling, that post-lunch session yesterday is where they conceded 125 runs. And I think the scoring rate was close to 7 runs and over. And I heard Ravi Rampal speak about it. And it's not only in this test match, it's something that has sort of hassled them for some time. So the post-lunch session is where they will be looking at quite crucially to see if they can improve and to maintain that discipline that we saw earlier today.
If I can just quickly add to that, the importance of that long term, I think, Samuel and Darren, is this is built around time. How much time you can eat up, how quickly you allow the game to progress. And it really ran away from them in that second session. And if you're starting to think now about where we might be on day 5, you don't want the game to be running away at a rate of knots. So controlling that scoring rate will be very important.
Yeah, interesting comments there by Jimmy and Samuel. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. Well, it will be about sustaining pressure for the West Indian bowlers in this post-lunch session on day 2. Sri Lanka will want to probably score a little more fluently with the bat, but at the moment, they're in full control. So as we close out this lunch session, we leave you with highlights of that classic once more between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Second test, day 2.
Undriven, pitched up. It just trickled. In fact, it stops there. That's gone. That will be Bice. Just going down the leg side, not bouncing as much. Difficult one for the wicketkeeper.
First real loose ball.
It's just too full. And Brathwaite just guiding it behind point. Didn't really look to hit it hard.
Goes over the top. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, and into the ropes. That's the intent of Devon Smith, not letting the spinner settle in.
So go down the track, and to do this, then you're going to keep the spinner a bit off balance.
Goes again. More bat on it this time. All the way she goes.
Very solid shot. Didn't look as if he was really desperately swinging at it. Devon Smith got to where he needed to get.
Well, that was a gift from Danangia. Half volley outside off stump. Easily fed on by Brathwaite. Brilliantly bowled wide of the crease. Definitely much wide of the crease from Rajita. They go for the review. Brathwaite calls for a review straight away.
Just rock and roll that, please. And again. Okay, I've got a little spike on ultra edge as the ball passes the bat. I'm going to go back to Aleem on field, please. Aleem, you stay with your original decision. You're on camera now.
Wonderfully bowled by Rajita, his first test match wicket. Slices it off the edge. Don't think that's where he wanted it to go, but doesn't matter. Short and wide. Stood up quite nicely for Devon Smith. At the width. 3 runs. Just manages to keep it down. Just a bit close to him. Get a boundary.
And finally got on top of it and got himself a boundary. That initial backlift looked like he was looking to pull. You're just expecting another short ball.
Nick straight away, but no slip, and that was a result of the runs flowing off the bat.
Yeah, he goes full and he goes probably too close to him. And he gets it away quite nicely for 4. 100 up. It's 54, Devon Smith. His first on return to the Maroon, and this will relax him significantly as he tries to make a case for a long run.
The busiest bunch of the day. More work for them. Get the covers on as another drizzle approaches us. So as the players make their way into the sheds, tea will be taken with the Windies on 105 for 1, trailing by 148.
But if you get something like that, half volley, you can put it away. Well played by Kieran Powell.
Edged and taken. A wonderful diving catch.
He's worked around that off stump and gets the reward. Powell, outside edge found, and Shandimal takes an excellent catch. Mendes rather takes an excellent catch at slip.
A little bit of inward movement. Comes to the crease, Shea Hope.
He's working up ahead of steam now, Kumara.
He's passing the outside edge. Maybe it was intentional for him to play inside the line. Shea Hope.
This is a fine spell of bowling from Kumara.
Yeah, again. Testing times for Shea Hope.
Right in that corridor again.
But always probing Kumara.
Well, to his credit, it's one of the few loose shots he's played in his innings. He's left the ball well, otherwise been quite circumspect.
Nicely left.
The umpires coming together once again. They'll also consider the background when coming to their decision. It just looks quite bright from where we are, but what happens behind the bowler's arm also does matter. They will take it into consideration, and there's the signal.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
I'll tell you what, right? This World Cup is pretty interesting. I want to say Argentina. I have France to win it.
Argentina because they have the GOAT, Lionel Messi.
Hater.
France.
Tough. France has a good team. I would say Italy, but they didn't make it. That's my team. But yeah, I think France is going to take it.
My favorite team in the World Cup is France. I think they have a well-rounded team. They have a lot of players going forward and a very strong defense. So I believe they'll win the World Cup.
Followed by an underdog team of England. I think England has a really good chance of winning the World Cup.
We're back here for the post-lunch session on day 2. Sri Lanka have been bossing proceedings so far. I must say the Sri Lankans are in the ascendancy, but West Indies just hanging in. It's been smooth sailing for the Sri Lankans so far here on day 2. Yet to lose a wicket. Kushal and Dinusha putting on 69 between them. Shamar Joseph seems like a long time ago, picking up those 2 wickets early on day 1. Just one for Seals and Joseph as well. Azari, that is. Big smile on his face, Kushal Mendes. He's found a bit of form in this series, 30 from 76. Maybe towards the back end of that session, just started to lose concentration slightly. But this man, he's been very solid indeed. Without being spectacular, but solid. Showed a good defense. Kept out the good deliveries, and every time he's gotten an opportunity to score, he's looked to take it. Jaden Seals picked up his 100th wicket yesterday in front of his parents as well. So it was a proud moment for him. I'm sure it was for them as well. He'll be taking up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. I'm joined by former West Indies captain Jimmy Adams. West Indies have gone wicketless so far here on day 2. But it must be said, with them stemming the scoring rate, they've done pretty well. Will be Jaden Seals to start. Started one down the leg side. What have you made of the Windies bowling performance so far, Jimmy, in comparison to day 1?
Well, the first session this morning was maybe a little bit of a repeat of how they finished day 1. Not in terms of wickets, but maybe in terms of consistency. I know Alzari Joseph struggled at the top of the morning's play this morning, but I think he redeemed himself when he changed ends and went to the Sandy Roberts end. But just the 67 runs in the session tells a story. One hopes that the West Indies won't reflect at the end of the game and say that that effort came 2 sessions too late. Albeit, they need to continue in that vein in this session. And just a lot has been said about Jaden Seals getting his 100th wicket in this game, and for a man so young. But that if I am to take just a snapshot delivery, that delivery that he just bowled, I think is where Jaden is showing what his next level will be. When he gets those lines a lot tighter to right-handers, there, and learns to live on that line. I like to tell young fast bowlers, when you find that you stay there till you die, that will be your length, your line for the rest of your career. And the minute or at the point in his career when he can close one eye, wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and hit that line, that will be the time when he has elevated himself to, not just in terms of rewards, wickets, but effectiveness.
That's great analysis, Jim, a la Curtly Ambrose, you think of Glenn McGrath as well, very metronomic in the way they go about their business, hitting that area over and over and over again. I think where the West Indies have just struggled slightly is just finding out the right areas in which to bowl on this pitch consistently. They've lost their patience at times, a few too many times for me, in the space of what, one day and 2 hours or so here.
Well bowled. Well bowled. Closer, a line closer to Kusal Mendes, getting him thinking about playing at a ball that we all know would end up leaving him, but just straight enough to encourage those hands to move away. The wicket still looking to favour batting. We look at the Sri Lankan coach Gary Kirsten having a look at an area on a good length. Good delivery to finish. 4-3 for 5.
Justin Greaves from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Just prior to lunch, it will be Shamar Joseph to start this new session. He's conceded 82 in his 20 overs or so. He's picked up 2 wickets. The wind's gone down slightly. It's just blowing at 27 kilometers an hour. It's up to 40 almost at points earlier today. It's just died slightly.
No ball call. Third umpire using technology to inform his on-field compatriot, and clearly over the line, Shamar Joseph maybe striving for a bit of extra pace.
In my previous stint on with Darren Ganger as well, he's former captain himself. We're speaking about Ruston Chase and the challenges being posed here in this test match to his leadership, or of his leadership. Finding the right balance as well, attack and defense. West Indies still yet to pick up a wicket. They've just got the one slip and a gully. Are the West Indies attacking enough in this situation?
I'll cut Ruston a bit of slack in that. I think he built enough pressure in a moment of time with Shamar Joseph bowling to Kusal Mendes. You're not going to run through a team, a batting lineup on a surface like that. You're going to have to work for your wickets. But critically, when the chances come, Matley, you have to hold on to them. Had they gotten Kusal Mendes there and maybe a couple of tail-enders, everybody would have been thinking good session, good leadership, good tactical approach from Ruston. So you have to accept sometimes your best laid plans just don't work, not through lack of tactics, but human error.
You said in the context of things, the West Indies would have been happy with that passage of play, just how they've managed to keep the Sri Lankans in check and create chances. We'll have a look at this drop chance once again. Kusal Mendes just flirting with one outside the off stump. Shamar Joseph creating that opportunity. And John Campbell in at first slip. He had a good sighter of that one. It was in the breadbasket, as they say, and just popped out at the last second. So chances created here in good batting conditions. West Indies should take some solace from that.
That is where you stay until your time is over. You do not leave that line, Shamar. That length, that line will get you to 100 wickets in no time.
Yeah, they've managed to string a few more deliveries here on day 2 in those areas. On day 1, just a little inconsistent, as we were saying, Jimmy, just not quite finding the right areas in these conditions.
You see, the other thing to take into consideration is that of time. 5 days, 15 sessions, and Sri Lanka have done this beautifully. They're now batting into session number 5, which means that whatever happens from here, chances are, barring something unforeseen, they probably won't lose this test match. So straight away, you're taking away one result out of a game before the end of day 2. Edge not carrying, just failing to carry to the man at first slip, but a good delivery to end the over. It's 408 for 5.
Final delivery from that Shamar Joseph over, going for 4. But Jimmy, as you were saying, exactly what you would have wanted in terms of building that pressure, hitting those areas consistently. West Indies have been a lot better here on day 2. Have a look at this, finding the outside edge, not going to hand. But I can't credit the Sri Lankans enough, as we see the 4 once again. Just slightly squaring up the left-handed Danusha, but playing with soft hands, it went straight down. As I was saying, Jim, I can't credit the Sri Lankans enough for just how well they've read the conditions here in this second test match. A few raised eyebrows when they obviously chose to bat first. And they've fully justified that decision so far. 409 for 5.
It's interesting listening to experts and people who are involved in the game. There's always a reference to potential assistance for fast bowlers on a first morning. There is a generation previously that were raised on that being the norm. The openers were expected and selected specifically in part to deal with conditions on the first hour of a game, of a red ball game. And edged, thick outside edge, going past the despairing dive of the West Indies captain Ruston Chase for another boundary to Sri Lanka. Takes Danusha ever closer to that half-century mark.
Yeah, outside edge once again. Flies past Ruston Chase in that gully position. He's just got the slip on a gully at this point. So once again, one not quite out the middle, but a boundary nonetheless to the Sri Lankan total.
A lot was said in the interval about the rate of scoring this morning, with only the 64 runs being scored in the session. But if you look in the overall context, it really balanced itself out against the second session yesterday when Sri Lanka scored over 100 runs in the session. They're still going at a good clip, 3.73. Ideally, they would want to close this batting innings, wherever it closes, in a position where they know if they have to bat again, it will not be chasing too many runs. And therefore, you're asking a tired group of batters now, who have been in the field for now going into their 5th session, to bat without the possibility of winning a game. Mentally, that can play tricks, especially usually with your more attacking players.
The beauty of international sports, it's almost a role reversal from the first test match. The end of that over for 13 for 5. You see the kites in the background there. Sri Lankans are flying high at the moment, 413 for 5 and counting. West Indies hunting a first wicket here on day 2. Jim, you're speaking about the scoring rate and that being a hot topic during the interval show. You also mentioned just how quickly Sri Lankans would have scored on day 1, affording them the luxury here to absorb pressure and consolidate. When the West Indies now are bowling a lot better, they earned that right with the way they batted on day 1. The way Dinusha has played in particular, credit goes to him. Not the most flashy player, but he's absorbed the pressure nicely, and he's just shown good old-fashioned test cricket batting in this stage.
Been a perfect compliment for his senior partner, Kusal Mendes. Mendes already owning 10 test hundreds. Dinusha yet to get off the mark. But he's been a model of concentration since he came to the wicket yesterday evening. You talk about earning the right. It's interesting. You look at a shot played in the previous over, flashing drive, and Roston Chase diving at it. I remember being in situations in games where I would play a shot like that, feel a little bit disappointed that I hadn't done the right thing, and senior players saying the same thing. You've earned that right. You've been here long enough. They had to spread the field, so don't think any less of yourself, because in the context of the game, you have earned that.
And I think Sri Lanka wouldn't be in the position that they're in the World Test Championship. Yes, they're in 6th now, but they were 3rd prior to that first test match. Had a poor test match, fallen down the rankings slightly. So they'll be hoping to get a positive result here. They've got a lot to fight for in terms of trying to get a place in the final of that World Test Championship. So a lot still to play for here in this test match. And they've come out with that intent. You can see almost a desperation from the Sri Lankans. They were embarrassed in that first test.
Shamar Joseph teasing away on a length on the line to Kusal Mendes, asking the question, ball after ball. He's gotten those hands away from Kusal before. He's hit that outside edge. And you just get the feeling that if he continues to hold that line, he just might be able to pull Kusal's hands away from his body and induce another nick.
Yeah, it's a concerted effort here by the West Indies. Just hanging the ball outside the off stump of Kushal Mendes, playing on that ability to get bat on ball. He loves feeling bat on ball, Kushal Mendes. He was dropped in a similar fashion here earlier today. So it's an area of weakness in terms of that shot selection at times for Kushal Mendes, because he's got the shots, but it's about choosing the right delivery. And so far, they're just playing on that patience of Mendes here so far in this session. Early parts of the session. It's again outside the off stump. Good carry. Fantastic over this from Joseph. Good testing over Maiden. 4-1-3 for 5. Just 4 away from what would be a well-played half-century for Sonal Dinusha. His partnership 80 of 192 deliveries. There'll be Seals to continue. And there, the West Indies have just found an area of consistency. They're bowling well in partnerships. Seals is following up a pretty good over that from Shamar Joseph. He's followed it up with a fantastic delivery. Bit of a naughty stroke outside that off stump.
Yes, they've really started to put good strings together. And it's so critical when you look at the previous over from Shamar Joseph. Those last 2 deliveries, he didn't try anything. He kept the line just to let viewers know that that in itself is a discipline. To have that urge to want to try something new and say, no, I will keep that line. I'll hand the baton over to the man at the next end. Single to Dinusha, and then the ball at the other end, in this case, Jaden Seals, starting where his partner left off. 2 dot balls in the right area, playing a miss. That is good test match bowling. Bowling as a pair, bowling in partnership, building pressure together.
Interesting you mentioned patience. You hear patience a lot in terms of batters. Batters having to have patience to just squaring him up slightly. So the West Indies are finding some good areas, making things very difficult for the Sri Lankans. But so far, the Sri Lankans are hanging in. That one just turned Kushal Mendes right around. They did get off for another single. So good batting, good recognition of a single. Yeah, but you mentioned patience, and you hear it so often in terms of batters having to have patience to bat for long periods. Bowlers as well is so important. Having that patience, not trying things too soon. Because there is a moment when you do try something different as they scramble through for a single. There is that time. Jim, you would know all about it. It's about finding the right time in which to go for that other delivery, as they say. You probably drag the batter across, and then the odd delivery. But it's one in many where you try that other one. That's something you'd know a lot about.
Thick outside edge, catchable height, but bisecting first slip and the fourth slip. Good delivery to end the over. It's 420 for 5.
This partnership threatening for Sri Lanka. 87 now. A massive 215-run partnership for the third wicket. I'd love to get this one into 3 figures. As you see, the outside edge taken once again through the vacant slip region. But as you said off air, Jimmy, they've earned this right, the Sri Lankans, with the way that they've batted in this test match. West Indies have to be on the defensive.
Yes, frustrating times for the West Indian seamers. It's been a tough battle ever since the fall of Sri Lanka's second wicket yesterday. They've been made to toil for everything. And you can't help but think that when it does come around for the West Indies to bat, you will have a tired group. Legs will be tired, minds will be tired, and sometimes that can account just for an extra 10–15%, Mali.
Got to do better than that. Got to do better than that. Looks like Justin Greaves there in the slips. That one's gone through him. It wasn't catchable. 50 for Sonal Danusha. A maiden test half-century of the young left-hander. He's gone about his business unbothered for the majority of his innings. He's had to face up to some very good bowling indeed, but he's come through that test. That would give that backroom staff a lot of confidence seeing this young player. He's growing before our eyes. Was under pressure in that first test, had to bowl a lot of overs, showing good physical stamina here. And sloppy once again. They'll come back for 2. So the West Indies outfielding here has been a little sloppy in this match, it must be said.
Well, time in the field is now beginning to take its toll, I think. Doesn't matter how many tests you've played, if you have to stand in the sun now going into a 5th session, unless you're very, very switched on. It's not unusual to see lapses in the field. And this is where, as individuals now in the field, whether you do it through talking to yourself, however you find, whatever method you have, you need to find a way to keep yourself switched on, because certain statistics don't change. Wickets, chances will come just before a break, just after a break. You have to really make sure that you're switched on and ready to take that chance when it comes. Couple of misfields now in this over, and the signs aren't good. Into the rib cage, helped around the corner, and the run signaled. So a bit fortuitous, but still, it's another boundary to Sri Lanka.
And all of a sudden, Jim, you just get that feeling that the pressure's been released. No ball once again by Shamar Joseph. He's just overstepped once again here. Have a look at that, just overstriding, nothing behind that front line. Just runs starting to flow for the Sri Lankans.
It's interesting. The first session this morning yielded 64 runs in 2 hours. In roughly half an hour of batting, they've already added almost 30 runs. So they're going at almost double the pace. And again, it has to be said, on the back of partnerships that have started now to show signs of wear and tear on the West Indies and their effort in the field, both with the ball and in the field.
To be fair to the West Indies, apart from this over, must be said, they bowled pretty well post-lunch. Just shows you how this game, such a strange game. 4-3-1 for 5.
.98 runs partnership. Another significant 6-wicket partnership in this series. Danusha and Kusal Mendis still doing really well for Sri Lanka. Scoring rate going up as well, and a 100 partnership between these two. Built off the back of resilience late yesterday afternoon. Bit happening with the ball and conditions, but they stuck in there. And now the reward is a 100 runs partnership. Quite brilliant from these two. Samuel Badri alongside me. Yeah, these two enjoy batting together. Kusal Mendis said that as well. Yeah, what has impressed you the most between these two out there in partnership, now taking it to 100?
Yeah, they've been a pillar of concentration and focus. Good afternoon, Stacey. Good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday evening, there was that tricky little period. Questions are asked of Ruston Chase and how can they be incisive? Where can they get a wicket? We've spoken about the opportunity created, but these two have looked rock solid in defense, in temperament, and in skill.
Some innovation. Hope is after it. He did very well to catch up to it. He's dropped it though. But more concerning is that he's down on the ground. It also trickles into the boundary for 4. He's okay. Perhaps disappointed. But some concerns there. But Sri Lanka now, Kusal Mendis, looking to be a bit more expansive.
Yeah, just when I was praising him for his grit and determination, he pulls that out. He really likes to score. He is the white ball captain. We saw that shot quite a lot in the T20 format. Not able to hold on. A disappointment again. I want to compare and contrast his reaction to that of Shamar Joseph when a catch is dropped. And I also want to focus a little bit on Shea Hope and his sustainability as a wicketkeeper in this team.
They're pushing for 2. So some urgency now between these two Sri Lankans in the middle. Already 8 runs coming off the over.
Yeah, chasing after it. It was swirling around. It is midday or thereabouts, so the sun still very high in the sky, so he had to look up. He has sunshades on. Some bounce and pace from Seals, so Seals will feel afflicted. Couple chances going down of his bowling. Yeah, but I was just wondering about Shea Hope and his position as wicketkeeper. There is, as we mentioned before, Amir Django as well, who is a wicketkeeper off the field earlier today for a prolonged period, back on now. So he's a viable option. So is it sustainable for Shea Hope to wicketkeep?
We'll pick you up a bit later on that, Samuel. 4:39 for 5. Very good scores of note for Sri Lanka on that scorecard. 188 the standout, but so much support coming after that. Kusal Mendes there nearing a half century, and the young man Sunal Denusha getting to his maiden half century. Yeah, the West Indies pacers today. A sporadic spread, you'll say, not quite consistent in one area. Good spread around. Number of short deliveries as well to Kusal Mendes and Denusha. This afternoon, a lot more consistently outside the off stump, particularly, well, to both batters really, left-hand and right-handed.
Yeah, I'm sort of intrigued to see how Sri Lanka goes about this session. I would suspect it's more of the same from what we saw in that first session. A little confusion there, but all's well that ends well. If they can get close to maybe 90 runs in this session, push past that 500-run mark, and then look to bat another hour in session 5. It all depends on how many wickets they lose and how many they have intact. This partnership critical. Can they get to 550 in the first innings? That will put a lot of pressure on West Indies. And also remember that West Indies have an unassailable 1-0 lead. So it means that if Sri Lanka are to share the spoils, the onus is on them to sort of push this game further along. Lots of time though. 3 days after today, only the second day. Yeah, change and field. He's got a deep backward square fine leg. We saw him try from this end previously with that short ball. Didn't work then. Let's see now.
No! Yeah, one of the things about Sri Lanka that I think has been so impressive in this match is just seizing the moment. I think they've been incredible at that. Recognizing when West Indies are on top, allowing them to bowl, allowing them to have their time, and then when things start to go awry for West Indies, just seize on those opportunities to push the scoring rate. Picked up brilliantly. Goes all the way as well, and with that, he brings up a half century in fine style.
What a shot there by Kushal Mendes. He knows the wind direction. We saw in the over previously that he seemed to have some level of intent. Well, more anyway. That was dispatched with some level of disdain. Sails for another 6-7 of the innings for Sri Lanka. An important half century for Kushal Mendes. Applauded by his coach. Maybe a signal of intent from Sri Lanka. 4-4-6 now.
The West Indies had their opportunities. A few edges, one going to hand from him. But he's capitalized well on that. Kushal Mendes came into this test match short on runs, but has been prepared to stay in there and just continue to pile pressure on West Indies. He is a shot maker, Kushal Mendes. Talking about shots. There you go, right on cue. 450 runs now for Sri Lanka, 116 overs bowled, 450 for 5. Is that the romantic spot Mali was telling you about yesterday, Badri? Yeah, still 450. 450 for 5. Sri Lanka looks as if they're on the charge now. Waited out those good periods from West Indies with ball in hand.
Yeah, quite deliberate. He tried it, the delivery previously, didn't make contact, but up and over. And this is the period yesterday where West Indies hemorrhaged 125 in a session. And truth be told, it's been one of the problematic areas for them in the recent past. Bowling coach made mention of it in an interview yesterday that they'll want to maintain discipline in this session, particularly. Chase on. There's a little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump for Ruston Chase to perhaps utilize. But he did a wonderful holding job yesterday when the West Indies won the back foot. Starts, it seems, round the wicket to the right-hander as well, with a packed leg side field.
Use of the feet to perfection from Kushal Mendes. Fair to say Sri Lanka looking to up the run rate now.
Yeah, good batting. This is what he's known for, Kushal Mendes, his expansive play. And that has immediately resulted in the mid-off to long-off.
Yeah, they kept talking about that 450 run mark to 500 Sri Lanka. got close to that. And now we are seeing some distraction there for the cricket. Music is on. Yeah, well, since getting close to that 450 mark, we're seeing a change in intent from the Sri Lankans. I think more so for them it's about batting time, thinking about the spinner, Jayasuriya. They're thinking about a victory, no doubt, in this test match. And the best way to do that is to get a 4th or 5th day pitch. And West Indies batting last on it. Just 5 runs. And in fact, they get a single. The 6 runs coming from it, 456 for 5. Yeah, who can get that breakthrough for West Indies? They desperately need it. Shamar Joseph with the 2 wickets. Contribution from Seal, Joseph and Graves with 1 apiece.
Defensive field now for Kushal Mendes, the 3rd on the boundary in position. Boundary riders both sides of the wicket. Looking to accelerate now. Last few runs coming in quick time. Both batters now on 60. This partnership has swollen to 124. I wonder if Dinusha changes his approach. He looks generally to be a grafter and accumulator, so I don't expect him to change too much.
He has stayed true to his process, Dinusha. Sometimes when wit is offered, that's when you see him going for those shots. But apart from that, he's shown a great temperament in this test match, a picture of equanimity. You say, you look at when he came in yesterday, Jayden Seals picking up his 100th wicket. Conditions as well, the light on, and just look really calm throughout. Oh my goodness. I was just getting ready, just trying to be versatile. I was waving the cameraman, I was telling him hello, and I guess he was I guess he was taking a video of me. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, but just having some fun out there with the camera in hand. It was quite heavy as well. Been saying to myself, I have to hit the gym and get some muscle.
I've seen you with the camera, Stacey. And it's always with your phone and you taking a selfie. That's the first time you have a camera facing away from you. So used to taking pictures of yourself and posting. I've seen you. Yeah, this is what you were taking. What are you zooming in? One camera to the next. Great content. Let's clip that up, folks, and clip that content up. Those downstairs in the production room, clip up that content. Let's post that out for everyone to see.
It's gone for it. Hasn't quite timed it. But they'll still get 2. 460 for 5. .35 overs today so far, but no wickets for West Indies. This second session so far, run rate is up to 5.8. So a lot more proactive by the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, second time in as many overs, Dinosha has gotten a single of the first ball of the Ruston chase over. And you feel as though Ruston wants to bowl to him a little bit more. He has a lot of protection now for Kushal Mendes. Long on, long off, deep square leg, deep backward square, short mid wicket, short square leg. So it's a case now of building some pressure on Kushal, some dot deliveries, maiden overs, and let him try something because he seems intent now to push that scoring along.
Yeah, so far, the shots that he's played, Kushal Mendes, they've been calculated, risk-averse shots. Can't really say it's been shots out of anger just yet. Still prepared to get to that target they probably have in mind and not give it away. Use of the feet. Extremely straight. Vertical bat coming down there from Kushal Mendes. He ends the over with a big one. 469 for 5. Eleven overs gone, 67 runs. That is important. Sri Lanka striking at close to 6 runs per over in this session. 6.6 runs, in fact, in this session.
Yeah, quite similar to what West Indies endured yesterday, where they went in some parts of session 2 at 7 runs and over and beyond. That's the last ball of the previous over. Use of the feet, and despite a long on and a long off being employed, it bisects them beautifully. A wonderful use of the feet and execution of that shot from Kushal Mendes. Sri Lanka closing in on their highest ever first innings score in the West Indies. Scored 476 for 8 in 2008 at the Guyana National Stadium in Providence. So they're not too far off that. That's another record that will be toppled during this innings. The slip comes out, goes into short mid-wicket now. All right, he wants his fine leg much finer. That square leg drops back around 3/4 of the way. Is out. He's hitting into the wind leg side, the left-hander. Can we see a couple short balls now from Alzari?
And if you're going for that short ball, ideally, because the left hand is in strike, can look to do that now. We have 2 fielders set, square leg and fine leg also. So he has extracted the most bounce, Alzari. He attempts it. A wide signal as well, where the umpire said just too high on that occasion. But the attempt definitely did come.
Continues to be the rock that he has been. Slower delivery on that occasion from Alzari Joseph. Well watched. Just taking the strike over to the more expansive Kushal. Seem to be barren of ideas here, the West Indians, to break this partnership. He watches that leg side field. Alzari Joseph wants him to look quite carefully. This is sometimes where that double bluff comes in. You see that fielder just dropping a few paces back. So Bata is thinking potential short ball. Alzari might be thinking something else.
Tempting him with a wider line.
Thanks.
471 for 5, and we'll have drinks.
And 69 respectively. So at this time, we'll take the time to show our sponsors as possible. Sports, Macron, Raid, Sani, and the Coca-Cola. Your support is duly appreciated.
All right, checking in from the party style, party area, the crew area. Listen, I got some giveaways right now. I got some easy questions, and I'm going to ask for my first question. The winner. The winner will be getting a hat. All right, easy as 1, 2, 3. So tell me, up to how many days does a test match last? That is the question. Come to me, tell me, up to how many days does a test match last? 5. You are correct. You are correct. So listen, I'm going to ask the second question.
Sri Lanka 471 for 5, the first hour after lunch, producing 69 runs in 12 overs. Run rate increasing for this batting pair. And there is that partnership in excess of 100, 138 to be exact. And credit must be given to Kusal Mendes and the way he's gone about achieving his 23rd Test match half century. Of course, he missed out in the first Test match. He came with more purpose in this innings. Very watchful at the start, very compact. And not afraid to be enterprising with his stroke play too. He had 2 chances though, and he'll know he'll have to make use of those. Sunal Dhanusha as well playing his part and making it very difficult for the West Indian bowlers. Shamar Joseph, the best of the lot. 2 wickets quite early in the innings. A wicket apiece for Sales, Alzari Joseph and Justin Graves. Opportunities few and far between. 4 wicket taking for the West Indies. And they have their work cut out. Of course, we're in Antigua and Barbuda, so you can take your mind away from cricket. Enjoy the beaches, the heritage sites on this wonderful island. It's a tourist destination, and you can enjoy all aspects of the culture here in Antigua and Barbuda. Also known for cricketing legends, many of the West Indian legends coming from this part of the Caribbean. And they love their music, their dance, their cuisine. Very much a holistic part of the experience in this part of the world. Yeah, there is that session, that second session. Halfway into it, the run rate 5.7, and that might just be a sign of things to come. Jimmy Adams, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Darren, and good afternoon, viewers, wherever in the world you are. Excellent cricket conditions here in Antigua, excellent batting conditions. The sun is out, light clouds a good pitch and a West Indies bowling attack desperate for wickets. Anderson Phillip to start. He had a much better day today, Anderson Phillip, than he did yesterday. Yesterday he really struggled to find any measure of consistency. Bowled a spell before the interval and was very much landing his deliveries where his captain would have wanted. Good off-stump lines to the right-handers, a little bit of a waist swing. Very few scoring opportunities. Still getting that swing, obviously, into the left-hander, but his lengths have been much better.
Yeah, I concur. He's grown in stature, growing in confidence. Last play for the West Indies against New Zealand. December, January. Played 2 test matches in that 3-test series. Mount Maunganui and in Wellington. Picked up 6 wickets. Thick outside edge, quite intentional. A short of a length delivery from Anderson Phillip. And that goes for 4.
Never afraid to play his cuts. Dinosha got the width. Might have bounced a little bit than he would have anticipated. But he did the right thing, leaving that bat blade open and easily clearing the 2 men catching behind the stump. And the response by Ruston Chase is to drop that slip now to 3rd man. So just the man at gully for Anderson Phillip.
My previous delivery is exactly what has plagued this West Indian bowling effort, more so with the seamers. Sequencing good deliveries at times, and then the odd short delivery that is wide, the odd delivery that is over pitch, that allow the Sri Lankan batters to take pressure off themselves. Not ideal, but it puts pressure on the captain, on his field placing, always trying to balance defense with attack. Castled. So a delivery that finishes on the stumps. A real consolation, you can say, for Anderson Phillip. And a welcome breakthrough for the West Indies.
Kusal Mendes, having played a couple of these strokes previously in his innings, electing to go across early with a view to just helping it over fine leg. Anderson Phillip on that occasion equal to it, full straight into off stump. Kusal indicating that maybe he got a bottom edge to it. Jubilation for the West Indies. Finally, another wicket for them. And Mendes goes for 69. It's 476 for 6.
Milan Ratnaika, new batter, got 27 in the first innings of that first test match, and troubled the scorers in the second innings.
Last delivery from Anderson Phillip broke a partnership valued at 143. Phillip on that occasion assisted a bit with the enterprise from Kusal Mendes. Can get a sense that he wanted to move things along quickly. Attempted ramp and making little contact on that occasion. Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Importantly, 11 test match wickets now to Anderson Phillip. Five runs on a wicket in the over, 476 for 6. Wicket already in this post-lunch session. Last session was wicketless for the West Indies. But you must credit their effort with their discipline and patience. He's been very good. Justin Graves. Quite tidy with his lines and lengths. Starts with a foolish length delivery and it's dispatched.
Glorious cover drive from Sonal Dinusha. Justin Graves, the first ball of this over. Full enough for the young man to get that front foot just close enough. And a flowing drive through covers. Very orthodox, very pleasing on the eye, very well placed. Takes him into the 70s.
Justin Graves, he's not afraid to pitch the ball up. He relies a lot on swing and seam, even though this is the second new ball. Not express pace, but he makes up for that lack of pace with his accuracy and control. And here are a few Sri Lankan supporters in the crowd, in the stand.
There was a period on day one when Ruston Chase was, I would assume, going for wickets, and he really rotated his four main seamers. And I did feel that Justin Graves could have been introduced into the attack a little bit earlier. Yes, he's not as quick as they are, but what you want are consistent lines and links, and that he's more than capable of producing. And just ended up, I think, asking a little bit too much physically from his top four, and that might have had an impact later on in the day.
Yeah, I agree. We're into over number 122 out of that. Justin Graves, he's into his 14th over only. And his economy rate, just about 2.5. So, very economical. So you know, Jimmy, and to our viewers who follow the game, as a captain at times, you need a bowler to anchor things, to dry run scoring from one end so you can attack from the other. Highest totals for Sri Lanka versus the West Indies in the West Indies. 481 at the top.
setting a new standard for themselves, Sri Lanka. Interestingly, only 2 venues on that list. Brazilian now named Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and here at North Sound. 481 for 6. There's a third, Providence in Guyana. So it's 3 venues producing high totals for Sri Lanka in test matches in the West Indies. Ultra defensive feel for Danusha.
Been a model of concentration, Sunal Danusha. Bowled an enormous amount of overs in that first test match. Got runs as well. Scored a half century in that test match. Finding his feet in international cricket, and this being his first half century, got a 40 in that first test match. Come back for a second, still finding his feet in international cricket, but showing that there is something there. He's been rock solid. Important partnership that blunted the second new ball started very late yesterday evening. Good partnership with Kusal Mendes, his senior partner and wicketkeeper, and would now surely be thinking of getting close to, if not achieving, what would be his maiden test match 100.
Brilliant fielding. Kimo Paul, the substitute fielder, making his presence felt.
Saved his team some runs on that occasion. Kimo Paul diving to his right, actually managing to get hold of the ball first time as well. Would have been in a good position to throw had they elected to go for that single. We have seen a few occasions of sloppy fielding in this session. On that occasion, Kimo Paul just raising the bar a little bit. Anderson Phillip would have been grateful. Kimo Paul having been seconded into the squad just as potential cover. Justin Greaves was feeling a little niggle before the start of the test match. Almost feeling as if it's a watch and wait now from the West Indies. The fields that are being set suggest that they're almost in we will wait and see mode rather than actively trying to get wickets.
On the 5th ball, Danusha opted for that single, so I'm keeping a close eye on him and how he approaches this phase. Ideally, he'll want to take more of the strike. And it's something that the West Indians will have to counter.
Over ball.
484 for 6. We've seen some nice pairings in this test match. Here's another. Where did the third one come from?
Only showed me two, but they sold me on the river there.
Staying with that nice spearing, Chandimal was dismissed cheaply. Allowed Kamindo Mendes to enter the fray. Mendes and Udara put on 215. Then there was the skipper, Dhananjaya and Udara with 93. Danusha and Kusal with 143. 3 pairings there.
It's a good sign. It's a good sign when the game is being played well. Teams hunt in pairs, batting or bowling, and there is a dynamic and just a prerequisite for good cricket that it happened at both ends. And on 3 occasions now, this Sri Lankan batting lineup has found a pairing that has really put pressure on the West Indies bowling attack. Driving again. And in response, it has been a weakness with the West Indies, finding bowling pairs that have been able to string balls, overs together, both ends to build pressure.
You're so right, Jimmy. I alluded to that in the first day. Didn't see many spells with Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph. 2 bowlers who opened the bowling, bowled the first 10 overs, picked up 2 wickets. And again, as a captain, as a team, that's information that has to be at their fingertips, especially in tough moments in the game. If you're searching for a wicket, you have to rely on a pair that will probably give you a better chance of getting a breakthrough, pushing your team ahead. Kima Roach, left of screen, not available to pair with anyone with the ball for this test match.
Justin Greaves with half an appeal. But this is where I come back again. The underuse of this man. Wait and see if Ruston Chase opts to. It doesn't look as if he will. He doesn't. And this is where I just think underusing Justin Greaves yesterday, if he had come into the attack before, it would have allowed one of your top line a little bit more rest, and you would have potentially had the opportunity to use them both together just before, just after the interval, the first interval, lunch on day 1. 124 overs completed, it's 486 for 6.
.48 overs between Seals and Shamar Joseph. West Indian bowlers carrying a heavy workload. Once again, not getting a chance to bowl a string of deliveries to Milan Ratanaika. I'm sure Dinusha will be thinking about an early boundary in the over if he can achieve it, and then rotate strike. He will not be too keen to expose Milan early in the over. We have not seen Roston Chase bring the field in for the 5th and 6th ball. That's something he should consider, to allow the next bowler to start against Milan, or at least try to achieve it.
Milan Ratanaika has a first-class 100, 5 50s, so not a mug with the bat by any means. You will want to support his senior partner Dinusha for as long as possible. What Sri Lanka won't want is for the game to just meander along. They've done really well to set up this position, and without putting too much pressure on the senior player now, Dinusha, I think there is a little bit of good pressure on him to keep the game flowing for Sri Lanka. You're not asking him to be reckless, but you're asking him to maintain his intent.
Maybe cramping a bit, having a word with the umpire at square leg. Shaking of that left hand suggests that there is an issue maybe with cramp, with circulation.
So he keeps a strike. There's Dinusha, it's 488 for 6.
Some support there for Dinusha. Not as comfortable as he would like. It's a hot day, so you will want to hydrate that thumb. Working on its own. Clear signs of cramp for Sunal Dinusha. He's been batting from the start of the day. Maybe dehydrated with the heat. We've all been there, Jimmy.
Darren, speak for yourself. I have had cramps in many areas, but not in my thumb and not with the score, personal score in 79. I would like to think that the young man will recover very quickly. He's done ever so well to get to this situation, And with a potential test 100 now 21 runs away, I think the last thing he would be thinking of is retiring. As we look at some of the shots in his innings to date, looks to be a good cutter of the ball, punches very well through the covers, but built around a solid defense. He's been exactly what Sri Lanka would have wanted when he went to the wicket yesterday evening, and he has been a rock since then. Still there, and I'm sure his teammates would be hoping that he goes on and gets those magical 3 figures.
Indeed, he navigated that second new ball nicely. Remember, he finished day 1 on 5 not out. And today, he's added 74. So just 1 wicket to fall on day 2 was the wicket of Kusal Mendes. He was really disappointed with himself. Failed to make contact or meaningful contact. There was a little edge off the bat, but it allowed Anderson Phillip to come into the fray in terms of wickets. 2 wickets to Joseph, 1 apiece to everyone else except Roston Chase.
Two slips for Justin Graves, one at sort of 1.5 and one at 4th. So a gap between the wicket keeper and the first slip, a gap between the man at the straighter slip position.
Single off the first ball of the over, so maybe an opportunity here for West Indies to stack up some pressure against Milan. Still a deep point. Just 2 catches in that slip cordon. And there's still that deep extra cover. Alzarri Joseph should be in, preventing a single, I would think. Milan relatively new to the crease. And with movement away, you want Milan to probably go a little bit harder at deliveries to beat the inner field.
The only thing that I can see that would need a deep cover is that you're encouraging Justin Graves with a bit of outswing to pitch it off, and he might get driven. But I still think it's a strange tactic for a new batsman, who is also a tail ender, no disrespect to him.
Yeah, I think if they're searching for fuller lengths, there's no need for a deep point. There could be a deep cover, deep extra cover. Use a conventional point and get your Alzarri Joseph into that extra cover position, maybe for that aerial drive.
It is easy sometimes when you're out there as captain, that you sort of get caught up in the big picture view and you lose sight of the fact that you have 2 individuals batting. And usually the 2 individuals with the different styles need different approaches. Personally, to have an end to bowler, which is Milan, but you're looking for wickets, I'd almost be tempted to say let him earn the right to have a deep cover and a deep backward point. He hasn't earned that right yet, and I can't assume the worst of my bowlers. I consistently have to assume the best, that my bowlers will bowl the ball in the business area more often.
.489 for 6.
Scoring rate picked up in this session for Sri Lanka. Just hovering around 2.5 in that first session, but has picked up considerably in this second session. Ruston chase to continue.
Highest total for Sri Lanka in the West Indies. Still 4 wickets intact. Dinusha has been so solid throughout this innings, moves into that 80s. Ratnayaka in support. Still a very good surface, but they've positioned themselves in a very strong situation. Sri Lanka. Remember that West Indies lead the series 1-0. And so they want to come back strongly. Remarkable recovery from that humiliation in the first test. Those are the highest totals in the West Indies. Certainly look to push past 500, maybe even thinking 550. 550 gives them 350 to work with in the first innings if they're thinking that far ahead. Follow on and all. Struggle to get wickets in the first test. Want to give themselves every opportunity to equal and to level the series. Gets a single off the last ball, and so he'll keep the strike. Ratnayaka, 493 for 6. That milestone of 188 highlights the Sri Lankan innings. The sun is out in all its glory, beating down on the surface. Stacey, you did that pitch report this morning. Surface still looks pretty good. How do you see where this game is presently positioned?
Sri Lanka, of course, formally in control. They hold all the cards. I mean, 493 for 6. I think, as I said earlier, I think they're trying to keep pushing that score and bat as long as possible. For them, it's about time also. Keep West Indies there, out there as long as possible also. Maybe looking to take it to after tea or so and have a few overs to bowl to West Indies this afternoon.
Yeah, some wary legs. Brandon King and John Campbell. They've been out there now for 127.3 overs. Trying to do to West Indies what they did to them in that first test, grind them in the heat here at North Sound and wear them down mentally. We saw what that did to the Sri Lankans when they batted the second time around. Yeah, some bounce, discomfort there for Dinusha. Doesn't seem to require the medical team coming on the field, which is good. Just the extra bounce at the last moment. Played it well in the end, though.
He had some cramp earlier in his hand. This time just getting that blow on it. Back to Sri Lanka and their thought process coming into this match. Certainly needed to respond well to what West Indies did in that first test. And they decided to bat first. I'm sure the instructions would have been to let's just bat West Indies out of the game. That certainly would require batting for a very long period of time and piling on a big total on the board.
We'll get at least a couple. Sort of a duck pull. 128 overs so far for 497 for Sri Lanka. Perfectly manicured in the outfield. A lot of care and attention goes into it daily by the ground staff. Continues to accumulate those singles, Dinusha, unfazed by what is going on around him.
Yeah, that has been one of the standout aspects of his knock of 83 so far. Came in yesterday, as I said, with conditions really in West Indies' favor. That brand new ball also. So that period and then came back today. Just looking to continue to build on what he did so well. Seems to be a batter that understands his process, understands his role also, and just plays accordingly to that.
Continues to be economical in Ruston Chase. And again, last ball of the over, just nicking a single Ratnayaka to keep the strike. 499 for 6. .97 runs scored so far in this session, a session that usually bleeds runs from a West Indian perspective. Graves continues. Good delivery, first up. That angle from around the wicket can be a little bit deceptive for a batter. Sometimes you think that it's closer than it actually is.
When you look at the ball passing the batter also, although we have spoken about the surface being good to batter, and just tells you there's still something there for the pacers to work with.
For the first time, 500 for Sri Lanka here in the West Indies. Runs given. Yep. Milestone hitherto hasn't been broached.
Yeah, big effort from Sri Lanka. They needed to respond to that first test match, and boy, have they responded well. 500 big ones on the board for them.
One wicket for the entirety of the day's play so far for the West Indies. Shows the dominance of the Sri Lankans continuing from yesterday. This time he doesn't retain the strike. 501, a famous figure for 6. If you go in that phone booth and you make a call, you can transport to any location in the world. Teleportation, that particular one. Get there, try it out. pushing along Sri Lanka. 501 at the moment. Still a lot of time left in the game. Sneaky feeling that West Indies will be batting at some point today. Danusha, though, he's thinking about a little landmark of his own. The epitome of patience and resilience. Wonderful test match temperament. Should be leg by with confirmation from the umpire. And there it is.
Yeah, it'll be great if he can get there as well. He's really shown that he has that batting tempo and mindset that's required for tough periods.
Over 100 runs scored in this session and just the 1 wicket falling. They're hoping that the West Indian can get a wicket or two.
Oh!
Playing a miss. We haven't seen that too often. Just drawing him and going wide on that occasion, Ruston Chase. Yeah, wide enough for him to almost nick. Goes straight at the end the over. 504 for 6. Seals and Chase equal number of overs. Heavy workload for all of the West Indians. 25 for 2. Remember, early yesterday morning. What a fight back. Right, for the first time in this series, we're seeing Kavem Hodge, left unorthodox, has 4 test wickets to his name. Doesn't bowl as much these days as when he just started. And that's a 4, that's a gift. Danusha doesn't mind that. Left unorthodox himself, so he knows how to put that away quite competently.
Very confident shot from the young man. Full delivery. First sign of innovation from him, showing that he has that range as well. Finds that vacant area. Ruston Chase now goes out of slip to plug that gap.
Yeah, taking the opportunity. He just senses as though this is a moment that I can capitalize. Moves on to the 90s quite quickly.
Yeah, I just love this from Sonal Danusha. Now taking the opportunity to free his arms. Yes, it's been pitched short, but it's his process out there. He understands what Kavem Hodge is doing and decided this is his matchup. And back-to-back 4s now from him.
Inauspicious start for Kavem Hodge. In the air, should be taken. He gets the wicket. The breakthrough bowler, Kavem Hodge. All smiles. Falling for the trap, a couple of loose deliveries, 2 4s. And what a response from Kavem Hodge. disappointment for Dinusha. A wonderful innings, but it comes to an end.
Yeah, you feel it for Dinusha. But Carl Kavim Hodge, the magic man, after being dispatched for 2 fours, he answers back with that wicket. So now Dinusha understands that he threw it away there. He's looking to just turn it to the leg side. In the end, gets a leading edge. He has to go back for 92. Well played, young man. 512 for 7.
Another left-hand orthodox, Prabhat Jayasuriya, wonderful bowling record. Test best of an unbeaten 28. But I suppose Kavim Hodge is saying to the West Indian bowlers, his teammates, why couldn't you guys have done this all along? This is easy, 3 deliveries in, and I've already gotten a wicket. Yes, sometimes this happens, doesn't it? A non-established or lesser established bowler comes on, your concentration wanes, you think as though you can relax a little, and bam, you're gone. He's looking to flight it now, he's gotten some confidence. That one swung in a little bit, drifted in. He's bowling from this circle, the Ambrose, and strong wind across. Little lapse in concentration, Stacey.
Yeah, certainly. Just looking to turn it to the leg side, perhaps thinking, you know, it's turning in that direction. I'll just ease it there. Kavim Hodge doesn't really turn it that much. Just loops up to Brandon King, that takes an easy catch. A successful over for West Indies, 514 for 7.
Just 2 dismissed batters didn't get to double figures. I'm just curious to see if there's a change in approach. We're a few minutes away from the tea interval. 112, 125 yesterday. In this session, session 2, an area of concern for the West Indies. Look to battle tea and maybe a little bit beyond that. I still think that 550 is what they have in the back of their minds given the amount of time left in the game. Remains to be seen though, during that tea interval they'll have their internal discussions. Gary Kirsten was quickly out during the luncheon interval, having a look at the surface to glean any sort of information from it. What are you doing as a coach in this situation? When you get to that tea interval, what's that discussion going to be like, Stacey?
Jayasuriya and Milan Rathanayake in not much with the bat there. Yes, Rathanayake can swing a bat. Yeah, so I think with Dinusha dismissed, I'll be thinking, you know, after tea, let's try and bat for another hour or so and get West Indies in before the end of the day's play.
Couple from that over. It's 5-1-6 for 7, and that's the final bit of action in session 2. Another productive session for Sri Lanka. Lots to think about for Ruston Chase and the West Indians. 2 wickets falling, but they've gone past 500 for the first time in their history here in the West Indies. They've scored as many in their first innings. 2 new batters, relatively new. Ratnayake, 37 deliveries, Jayasuriya just the 3. That session though was highlighted by Dinusha and getting his highest test score, 92. Have a look at what they've produced so far though. Dara with 188, Kamindu not cashing in. Kushal will feel as though he missed out, and so too Dinusha. All getting close but not able to convert. From a West Indian perspective, the bowlers, well, everyone has gotten a wicket except Ruston Chase, and he's bowled actually the most overs. Good economy. Hodge just the 1 over. Picked up an important wicket just before that tea interval. 133 overs they've toiled so far out in the middle. West Indies, hot and humid. And I think we have a special guest with us pitch side with Gerard.
Yeah, I've got Anderson Phillip with me. Anderson, has been a long day in the field. Just how challenging has it been to be out there?
Yeah, it's, as you said, it's a long day, but it's nothing that we haven't been prepared for. So, you know, it's just to keep together and execute our plans as long as possible.
Finally got your first wicket for the match. Is that satisfying, or how satisfying is it, given all the work that you've done?
It's never satisfying, you know, you always want to do more. So, I mean, as I said, we just keep toiling, keep fighting together.
Well, both, and go get some rest.
Thank you.
A wicket, a test wicket for Anderson Phillip. Right, confirmation of how the sessions have gone so far. 64 runs, nice and frugal, the West Indies, and then 114. They leaked runs in that second session, but they picked up a couple wickets. And so after 2 sessions on day 2, Sri Lanka are poised on 516 for 7. We'll take a short break and we'll deconstruct session 2. Do stay with us.
That is top class.
Sri Lanka pile on the runs post-tee on day 2 of this second test match. And the highlight of that session was, of course, a maiden test match half-century for Sunal Dhanusha, finishing short of what would have been a maiden test match 100. A well-played 92 for the wonderful batter from Sri Lanka. If you missed it, it was quick scoring for the Sri Lankans straight after lunch. They were going at over 5 runs per over. They were putting pressure on the West Indian bowlers. That part. Bowlers could hold their heads high. They picked up 2 wickets in that post-lunch session. Anderson Phillip with 1. Kavem Hodge in that solitary over got the wicket of Sunal Dhanusha. But yet again, Sri Lanka will feel very pleased that 5-16 for 7 will probably give them the opportunity to bowl at the West Indies late on day 2. I'm joined by Stacey Ann Adams, Mali Richards. Let's first talk about that innings from Dhanusha. Mali. He played with good defense. He accumulated his runs. How important was that in that effort to bat first by Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I was very impressed with Sunal Dhanusha, playing as a bowling all-rounder, maybe more known for his left-arm orthodox. But the way he went about this innings was like a proper test innings. He looked to build, absorb pressure. He founded everything on a very sound defense, and from there he laid that foundation. Anything just wide of that off stump, he'd throw the hands. Anything on the legs, he was strong on, ran well between the wickets. From his perspective, he'll be very disappointed not to get to that 3 figures. Who knows if he'll get an opportunity such as that again. But so far, in terms of the context of this match, it was a very, very well-played innings. And an innings where a lot of youngsters watching Test cricket can learn a lot from, in terms of just how he built on that defence.
Stacey Ann, he's only into his 3rd Test match, a maiden Test match half-century. What will that do to him as a young player?
Yeah, certainly. He emerged as that equanimous figure that Sri Lanka needed yesterday when West Indies struck twice. And of course, it will only pay well for him going forward in his career to be able to rescue his team from a position where they could have even fallen. They eventually picked up and got to 500. So it will do a lot for his career going forward, that the team has that trust in him, and he has repaid them quite well.
Well, he lost his wicket 8 runs shy of what would have been a maiden Test match century. Mali, you look at that dismissal. Was it the newness of Kavem Hodge being introduced, the left-arm spinner?
Well, yes, he's got that reputation almost as a bit of a partnership breaker, Kavem Hodge. Maybe not known for big extravagant turners, you know, turn and bounce. But in between wicket and wicket, just a new bowler brought on gives the batsman something different to look at. And just there, just closing the bat face a little too soon, not reading the pace of Kavem Hodge, and it proved to be his downfall.
He will look back on that dismissal and really be disappointed with the fact that he closed his bat blade too early. It was an innocuous delivery, so to speak, but it will keep him hungry the next time around. Let's switch now to Kusal Mendes, a 23rd Test match half century for him. He's such an entertaining batter when he's at the crease. What impressed you about that innings,
Yeah, what
Stacey-Ann?
impressed me is he's an experienced player, and he showed all of that experience today. It's his maturity. You know, West Indies, they had some really good plans against him, but he survived those plans. Yes, a few edges in the slip, but just understanding what needed to be done, what was required of him, and just bat along with Danusha. Yes, he has those expansive shots, and he took the opportunity when it was presented to him, particularly when Chase came on to bat. So again, that maturity that he showed, new white ball captain as well, I think that was great from him to build on what they started yesterday.
Well, many great batters in world cricket, they speak about taking more and more control, Mali. When you're out there in the middle, the longer you stay there too. Did you see that in Kusal's innings?
Well, yeah, definitely. You know what they say, batters are most vulnerable early in their innings. He spent a bit of time, absorbed that pressure. But what we saw from him in that innings as well, I'm a big fan of Kusal Mendes. He's got shots all around the ground. But shot selection has been an issue for him throughout his career. And at times, even though he goes into periods where he doesn't make too many mistakes, he does give you an opportunity. It wasn't taken with that outside edge. Went along, played some good pulls, some good drives as well. But think about the shot that got him out. Looking to play a bit of a dill scoop, something that wasn't really necessary. He was playing so well down the ground. And shot selection, have a look at this. Just choosing the wrong delivery, giving Anderson Phillip a wicket. Congratulations to Anderson Phillip taking a wicket in this Test match. But just something for him to look or to think about in terms of control of an innings, just being in control for a lot longer.
Stacey-Ann, would you be overcritical of that shot and the timing of it?
Well, I think Sri Lanka was definitely looking to push on. They spoke about getting to 450, they got to that, and when they did, we noticed that they had more expansive shots. So perhaps that was in the back of their minds, let's keep pushing on, let's keep going, let's put more pressure with scoring intent on West Indies. And he has executed that shot well, to be quite fair.
In this game?
Well, throughout the white ball series, throughout his career. But he did, as I said, it was all about showing intent to West Indies, and he decided that was his best option in the moment.
Well, the West Indies would look back on this Test match and think that it hasn't been a bed of roses for them as it relates to the catching and the chances presented, Mali.
Yeah, once again, chances going to begging. That one not going to hand. The two slip fielders there. No one could really make the decision on who was to go for that. You see this one as well. Kusal Mendes, we spoke about his shot selection, just at times outside the off stump, having a waft. Shamar Joseph creating the opportunity, but John Campbell not being able to take it. And so far, the missed chances have really come back to haunt the West Indies.
Yeah, that was another chance. Shea Hope had to run a long way back, take the dive out, wasn't able to hold on, but no fault of Shea Hope with the effort. Sometimes you're blinded, and to react, especially at a venue where there's a strong wind, never easy. Looking over your shoulders, attempting a catch. So that's an area of the game that they will have to think about. Thank you, Mali. Thank you, Stacey-Ann. The action will continue here. Of course, Sri Lanka, they're poised on 516 for 7. How many more will they need before we see a possible declaration? We'll find out after the break.
That is absolutely
is top class.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. These two proud cricketing nations lock horn in the second test. West Indies against Sri Lanka. As a reminder, West Indies lead the series 1-0 by virtue of winning the first test quite comprehensively. And for the 6th session in succession, the Sri Lankans are making their way out to bat again. A nice little crowd has emerged down in the grandstand area. Ratnayaka and Jayasuriya, the not-out batters for Sri Lanka. Partnership quite young, just 4 runs, losing the wicket of Dinusha just before that tea interval. I want to see Prabhat Jayasuriya with the ball in this test match. Kavem Hodge gets another. His first over producing a wicket, first 2 deliveries producing 4s. And then he's dropped back. First ball after tea. You're looking to fire that one in. He will get some drift given that wind condition. Ravi Rampal would have discussed some of the bowling plans, reflected on what went by. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Good afternoon, Jimmy. Down the ground, there is protection there. What was some of that discussion points you think from a West Indian perspective?
Well, I still think with 2 tail-enders, you want to get them out. So it would revolve around potentially where you're looking to get these last 3 wickets. Same time, you want to make sure you don't leak boundaries. As much as 500 and currently 17 is, whatever the plans are from a declaration standpoint, you want to drag it out. Keep it, hopefully, as late as possible.
There is an appeal from Ruston Chase because there was no shot offered. The bat was actually behind the foot. The umpire gives it a leg by though. There is a bit of confusion. There usually is with the lower order batters. 5:19 for 7. Debutant Vijay Sundara listed to come next along with Asita. Healthy first innings total. And so it's spin from both ends to continue Ruston Chase from the Sir Andy Roberts end. That's going to be 4. Competently played by Jayasuriya.
He's shown intent since he came to the wicket. Jayasuriya taking the reverse sweep out of the toolkit, and many of his senior batting teammates would have been proud of that one. Kept it down, put some pace on it, running down the hill. Ruston Chase now electing to keep a deep third man. He's gone straight overhead. So Sri Lanka now looking to move the score along, not just content to keep wickets in hand at this late stage. And Jayasuriya showing attacking intent since the resumption.
Has a lot of boundary riders, long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a deep third Ruston chase. Only 4 fielders close by. Quick single, direct hit. A direct hit from Alzari Joseph would have been interesting. Intent is clear, as you said.
Bit of a yes and a no, scampering through. Jayasuriya got hit from the throw. Milan, who has been the more sedate of the two batsmen. And he gets in the act now, sweeping. Should only be the single. Both these tailenders now looking to get on with it. Favorite pastime there of the Caribbean, game of dominoes. Can get animated at times. Single to finish the over, 5:28 for 7.
Always brings a lot of discussion, to put it mildly, when you're playing dominoes. Must admit, though, it's not as widely played in my part. Down the track, thinking about a single. No exuberance in the appeal, but we'll have another check to make sure Hassan Raza has sought some assistance.
Can I have the side on replay first, please? Just roll back once again. Yeah, I can see the batter has made his ground before the base has dislodged. My decision for the big screen is
confirmation not out for now. From what we've seen, it might not be ruled out altogether with these two. Domino is not as widely played in Trinidad and Tobago as other Caribbean territories. Play a game of cards called All Fours, and that is much more popular.
Interesting watching Jayasuriya's mannerism since he's come to the crease. He's batting like a cat on a hot tin roof. Really very fidgety. Complete opposite to Jayasuriya, the bowler, who is very slow, very measured in his run-up, in his delivery style. So almost as if he's a completely different animal when he's batting.
Should be looking to toss it up a little bit. Kavem Hodge got a lot of protection on the boundary. A couple to end the over. 5:32 for 7. Lots of activities available for the kids, the bouncy castles, the trampolines. There's entertainment down in that section of the ground as well. There's that ever-present wind to cool you down. Nice venue actually here at North Sound. Chase continues. Plans are afoot to rehabilitate the other venue at Coolidge and to make that a world-class facility. Yeah, that's in the air. Who wants it? Short mid-wicket takes it. Justin Graves, it seems, the man with the catch, and finally a wicket for Ruston Chase. All bowlers used by the West Indies now with a wicket to their name. Another one falls for Sri Lanka.
A lot of flight on that one. Milan had to reach for it into a little bit of a rough area. Got height only, no distance, and a comfortable catch for Justin Graves. So Milan Ratnaika goes for 15. It's 5:32 for 8.
Debutant Vijay Sundara makes his way out there, so his heart will be pumping. Broomfield Cricket and Athletic Club. And this is a day that he will remember for a long, long time. Not because he's batting, he's more of a bowler, but to represent your country at this level is something that you won't ever forget. Now he has an opportunity with a very healthy score to have a little fun. Maybe wants to get off the mark, firstly score your first run at this level. Tease him, Ruston. Toss it up. Yeah, tossed up the previous one, nice and wide and slow for Ratnaika to get the wicket. Yeah, that's more like it. A wicket maiden from Ruston Chase. Madushka and Chandimal, the two batters missing out. When you look at that scorecard, angle in from Kavem Hodge. Just a touch on the 90 kph. Nice and slow, Kavem, nice and slow. Get it above the eye line if you can.
He's not listening to you at all, Samuel. This was Ruston Chase flighting it a little bit wide, so daring him to hit with the wind, he would have to reach for it. Good bowling from the captain. Simple catch for Justin Graves. Reverse sweep. Aerial, but he'll get runs. So his first runs in international cricket, Vijay Sundara. A bit of a conspiracy theorist, Samuel. I think double spin, among other things, could be protecting a few of the West Indian frontline bowlers from scoring centuries. Pulled high, pulled hard into the wind, but enough on it. So 6 more to the score. 6 for the debutant. He's enjoying himself.
First runs, first 6 in Test match cricket. This is a shot of confidence and competence. That's into the wind. There's some protection there. The ball has gone into that bank area. All right, let's see what you're on about. The innings timer 4 behind. Let's see what you're on about, Jimmy, in terms of the figures. Let me see what you're talking about. 97, 98, 98.
Just a theory. 2 spinners will help to bring that over rate back down. Not having the confidence to flight it as his captain has done successfully from the other end. Kavem Hodge does have a wicket.
Curious to see what they do beyond 5:55. 4-2 for it.
Bowler ready.
25 overs by 25 overs, but look at the difference in the runs scored from session 1 to session 2. And that's the area of concern for the West Indies. Chase continues. I wonder if he got back. It was slow and wide. There's a belated appeal from Shea Hope, which doesn't suggest any confidence. Quite slow and wide. So the batter might have had enough time to get back. Let's find out.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for stumping. It's a fair delivery. Can I have this side on replay first, please? Now just roll back once again. I can see the batter has made his ground before the base are broken by the keeper. Thank you, satisfied. My decision for the big screen is
yeah, confirmation not out. Yeah, there is some drift from Ruston Chase. That delivery slow and wide. Not able to take the bails off quickly enough, Shehope. You see him stretching, reaching for the stumps. Gets the gap and will get a boundary. He's shown some good enterprise in his first test innings. Another 4.
Almost a game of cat and mouse at the minute with the captain Ruston Chase, thinking that the batsman was going to advance. He didn't. It was a double bluff. He stayed, got enough room to play the cut shot, placed it brilliantly. Another boundary for Wijayasundara. Sri Lanka now closing in on that 550 mark.
Yeah, just looking at some of the highest scores outside of Asia. 713 in Zimbabwe, 591 in England, 555 in England, and then this. Really enjoyed the batting conditions in this second test here in Antigua. And it goes back to that decision upon winning the toss. We felt it was quite courageous. That has been vindicated in the highest degree by what we've seen. Ruston Chase might be thinking it was a good toss to lose because he would have wanted to bowl as well. Edged away, there is protection, so just a single. 6 runs coming from that over, inching towards 550, 548 for 8. Yeah, this partnership, a runner ball 16. Right, Seamer back in operation. Jaden Seals from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end does have a gully fielder, only catcher. Right, some uncertainty straight away. 5-4-9 now.
Good decision from Ruston Chase. Kavim Hodge did his job, served his purpose, got the breakthrough. Important wicket as well, to be fair to Kavim Hodge. The West Indies look to wrap up this innings as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking. Is a declaration imminent? That's in the air. Fielder circles and takes the catch. John Campbell with a catch in the outfield. Another wicket for Jaden Seals, and that's the end of the innings. The declaration has come on 549 for 9.
Shot, attempted pull shot, not getting any distance per se, and affording John Campbell a catch running back from the orthodox mid-wicket. Made it look easy in the end. So debutant Wijayasundara goes for 14, run a ball. And the innings closes at 549 for 9. Declaration by Sri Lanka.
Yeah, wonderful batting effort, sterling contributions from some of their batters, and now the job is with the ball. Let's reflect on their innings. Then Madushka fell cheaply, but look at Udara, 188. Kamindu with 84. Kushal Mendes with a half century of his own, and Dinusha falling agonizingly close to what would have been a maiden test stun for him. 139.3 overs is what the West Indies bowled. And all of their bowlers toiled, all of them rewarded with at least 1 wicket. 2 for Jayden Seals, who got his 100th and his 101. Shamar Joseph picked up a couple as well. Yeah, we take a short break, and on the other side we'll have lots more action in store for you.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
We're back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Sobers Tissera trophy on the line here in this second test. Absolutely beautiful conditions here for cricket here in Antigua, but that's the batting card for Sri Lanka. The standout, the Hiru Udara with 188, Kamindu supported well with 84. Dinusha, what an innings, falling just 8 short of his maiden Test 100. And Kushal Mendis with his half century as well, playing quite nicely. Sri Lanka finishing on 5 for 9 for 9 declared. This was the first wicket of the Sri Lankan innings. Nishan Madushka going to a short wide one from Shamar Joseph. Good sharp catch by Brandon King. We'll be hoping that he'll be seeing the ball just as nicely in his batting innings. Look at this Chandimal. He's played well in this series, but fell for just one. Not quite getting on top of that one. Falling over to the offside. Couldn't keep it down, and Brandon King taking his second catch of the innings. 2 wickets to Shamar Joseph. Early, Sri Lanka found himself 25 for 2. But then Kamindu Mendis took something special to break that partnership. 215 for the 3rd wicket. Sharp stomping down the leg side from Shea Hope. Justin Greaves getting on the board with that wicket. Late last night, Azari Joseph picking up that wicket of Lahiru Udara. He went to the short ball option. Proved very costly for him, but in the end, the short ball taking that wicket, and the Centurion had to go. Beautifully played indeed. The West Indies were very happy to see the back of him. Skipper Dhananjaya De Silva, he played well for his 33. This was following a wide one, taking the edge, and Jaden Seals picked up his 100th Test wicket, becoming, I think, the 2nd youngest to do so for the West Indies. You can see the jubilation on his face. Very proud moment for him, for his parents as well, who were in attendance. And Kushal Mendis going for the Dill scoop, a shot made famous by his countrymen. Didn't quite get the contact that he would have wanted. Anderson Phillip picked up his first wicket in this Test match. The partnership breaker, Kavem Hodge, breaking that 143-run partnership for the 6th wicket. How fruitful has the 6th wicket partnerships been in this series? Yielding some over 640 runs in the 2 Test matches so far. Dinusha had to go just 8 short of a well-played, what would have been a well-played 100. And then Sri Lanka looking to push on in the ascendancy. Rathnayaka top-edged to chase. He had to go for 15. First wicket for Austin Chase as well. Spin proving largely ineffectual so far. And it was Seals again, opting for the shorter deliveries, testing out the middle of the pitch. Another top edge. It was a Sita that had to go this time. John Campbell took a very good catch over his shoulder. He'd have been very happy to take that one. Put down a couple chances so far. Have a look at the partnerships in this series. 215 the standout. Have a look at the amount of balls faced as well. They were scoring at a great clip, Sri Lanka. 93 between the skipper and Udara as well. Dinusha and Kushal. That partnership has really pushed Sri Lanka ahead. 143 between the pair for the 6th wicket. So Sri Lanka finished 5 for 9 for 9. So we see a highlight reel of Lahiru Udara. 21 fours and 5 sixes. He's played shots all around the ground. He was quick on anything short. Anything on the legs as well was put away. Great class and authority. It's a fantastic innings from him, and an innings that can really change his cricketing career. 32 years old, just his 3rd Test match. To bring up 100 in these circumstances would give him a lot of confidence going forward. West Indies bowling card. It was a it's been a tough innings for the Windies. 2 wickets for Seals, 2 for Shamar, 1 for Alzari, 1 for Phillip, Greaves, Chase and Hodge. That 3rd session proving to be quite expensive in terms of the run rate, 5.08. They've scored at a good clip. West Indies must get a bit of credit as well for pulling Sri Lanka back But I think a lot of the damage was done on day one. Players make their way onto the field. A well-rested Sri Lankan bowling lineup. At least it should be. Not sure what they were doing last night, DG, but... See Brandon King coming to the crease as well. Big innings this for him. I'm joined by Darren Ganga. What have you made of the action so far here on day 2?
Hi Mali, greetings all. Must give plaudits to Sri Lanka for showing character from day 1 into day 2 with the bat, being bold with making that decision to bat first. Never easy batting first on a fresh surface at the start of a test match, but they've done justice to that decision by getting to 549 for 9 declared. So they would feel that they've made a statement following the heavy loss in the first test of the series. Now they've made way for the West Indian opening pair to show their mettle, to show their skill, and maybe to show what they can do jointly, because as a pair they haven't gone too badly in their journey at the top of the innings for the West Indies in test match cricket. Both these batters will be mindful of the starts they got in the first test match. Campbell 39, Brandon King 31. They put on 58. Many more runs will be required from them at the top in response to Sri Lanka and their first inning batting effort.
Yeah, Sita Fernando will take the new ball from Mr. Sir Andy Roberts' end. He's a very skillful practitioner with new ball in hand. Seems very innocuous at times, and just produces something that poses a bit of a challenge to the batters. He'll start to the left-handed John Campbell. Starts with 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover, and mid off the offside field, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. So West Indies spent a long period out there in the field.
For those of you following this test match, the West Indians will have 31 overs to face before close of play on day 2. That's theoretically speaking. All depends on the over rate from the Sri Lankans. Usually they're quite good, much better than the West Indies.
Yeah, that pace-heavy West Indian attack. All the fast bowlers have quite long run-ups. Takes them a bit of time to get through those overs as well, affecting the over rate. Especially in situations when they aren't picking up wickets. But so far, it's been a good start from Asita. He's on the money. What kind of effect, you being a former opening batsman as well, DG, what kind of effect can being out in the field for long periods have on an opening batter, you'd say, especially Campbell and King in this situation?
Well, one thing for sure, you're physically tired, you're mentally drained as well, given the length of time out in the field, just shy of 140 overs. But again, that's something that you train yourself for. Never easy for an opening batter to bat in the last session of a day after being in the field for so long. A lot of the success will depend on the mental organization of that said batter, because every batter has a plan at this level. Usually opening batters in test match cricket, they're well aware of the risks involved with the new ball. And it's a Duke ball as well, with a more pronounced seam, so there will be swing, there will be lateral movement.
Slightly different styles in terms of the pace bowling units. comparing both fast bowling units. The Sri Lankans maybe don't hit the deck quite as hard. They kiss the pitch a little bit more, especially with the new ball. Be interesting to see just what's available to them. I was a little bit disappointed with the West Indies in terms of just not making the Sri Lankan batters work hard enough for their runs, especially on day one. They rectified that to large periods here on day two, but wicket taking proved to be a real challenge.
Another part of playing Test match cricket is your ability to absorb information as the game unfolds. This West Indian opening pair will know that the surface is a good one for batting. We saw a grandfather 100 from Udara, 188, a couple batters getting big 50s. So from day one, they would have formed an approach to scoring runs. Might have also gained some inspiration from the Sri Lankans and what they've been able to achieve. So that should put them in a positive frame of mind for this challenge.
Just one from the first. Sita Wijasundara on the Test match debut with new ball in hand from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. If you remember, he was taken by John Campbell, one of the last wickets to fall. That top-edged pull taken by Campbell at mid-wicket. He'd love to return the favour here. Long half volley put away. Just what John Campbell would have wanted. He's away. West Indies are away. The first boundary on the board.
Vijay Sundara just searching for swing. You expect this from an opening bowler. He's still trying to find out what the conditions have on offer. Remember, he is on Test match debut. Test match player 171 for Sri Lanka. Great stroke from John Campbell early in his innings. There's a little bit of swing into Campbell, the southpaw. Campbell will try to assess Vijay Sundara quite early so that he can form an approach to keeping him out, to scoring runs, to putting pressure on him as a newbie, so to speak, in Test match cricket.
He's been given his opportunity here, Vijay Sundara. It's a little disappointed not to see Vishwa Fernando, the left arm quick. It was a little surprising, but so far the Sri Lankan decision making in this Test match has been top notch.
He looks like he's quite rhythmical with his run up an action. Gets that energy going into the right direction. You can see that swing into the left-handed Campbell, still trying to direct his radar. And he's swinging the ball against that wind that blows across the ground.
Looking to hit that fuller length. That's pretty clear. Doesn't possess express pace. Have a look at that. 125 Ks. So he's going to generally be in that fuller length. Look to get some lateral movement or movement through the air. Sometimes I'm a little baffled with how early modern bowlers just go around the wicket to the left-handers, especially in these conditions with the breeze. Could definitely use that to his advantage from that over the wicket angle. There's a little bit of movement there for him. Good end to that over, 5 without loss.
Center.
5 without loss here. The West Indies trail by a mammoth 5-4 Sri Lanka, fully justifying their decision to bat first. Brandon King yet to face a delivery so far. All the deliveries have been faced by John Campbell. 3 slips and a gully. Those shots. So he's probably looking to establish something here. He's got a plan here, DG.
Or maybe just testing the surface. Often find that with bowlers. I remember Courtney Walsh making mention of that. Very early, he'd like to know the compaction of the surface, what sort of response he can get as a fast bowler from it if he goes short. Gives you an opportunity to adjust your lengths if you want to have a well-directed bouncer, Mali.
I think also early in a spell it helps a bowler really get through their action. A good hard length that from Asitha. Well played from King's soft hands. Let's keep an eye on King's hands throughout this innings. Doesn't possess the greatest of foot movement, but hand-eye coordination off the scale. If he gets in here in these conditions, they've got to be looking to get in these conditions. They saw what the Sri Lankans did. See Coach Gary Kirsten there. He'll be very happy with what his team has done so far in this match. Good response from them. And a miss. So once again, Johnny Campbell having a little flirt outside that off stump. Good delivery. He's left quite well in this series so far. But that one just angled back in. Have a look at this. Maybe just shaping back in to the left-hander, forcing Campbell into playing.
Yeah, like what I saw from John Campbell in that first test match, when he scored 39 from 64. Went down the leg side. In that first test match, he left a lot of deliveries just outside the off stump. Really showed good judgment in length and lines, as evidenced here. You look at that channel outside the off stump, plenty of red dots as compared to wicket-to-wicket lines where he scored many of his runs. Would have been disappointed how he got out, but I thought he laid the right foundation for a big score in that first test match. Same expected in this innings, I'm sure, from Darren Sammy and Floyd Reefer.
does love anything just short. Fast hands on show once again. His second boundary of the over.
The other thing that he did well was attacked those wayward deliveries. We already saw an extra cover drive from an over-pitch delivery. This one too short on the body line. That's quite easy for Campbell. So he puts pressure back onto Asita Fernando.
Big appeal, big appeal. Will they review it? Looked adjacent from here. Height probably an issue. Maybe John Campbell, not the tallest of batters. 5 seconds remaining. Skipper Dhananjaya, he's going to run out of time. They opt not to go upstairs. Will that come back to haunt Sri Lanka? We'll have a look.
I'm keen to see that. 10 without loss.
Big shout there by Sri Lanka on that final delivery of the Fernando over. Pitched in line as well. Just going over. Height has been an issue. Bounce, that extra bounce on this pitch. Coming to the aid of the left-handed Johnny Campbell there, but on the money, Asita Fernando with new ball in hand.
Brandon King, known for his strong front foot play. Gets that front foot going down the wicket. Loves to drive the ball at times. Drives the ball on the up. There is a fielder in that extra cover position. I'm sure Sri Lanka will be mindful of his dismissal in the first test of this series. Vijay Sundara is the ideal bowler to repeat same. Driving on the up, he was caught in that cover region. Not fully under his eye line, he was hitting on the up. Lured into a false stroke.
Just slightly out in front. Not too much, but that's all it needs. The hands just get a little far too away from the body and less in control. And I think a lot will depend on Milan Ratnaika in this innings as well. Picked up a fifer in that first test. And in these conditions, with his mode of operation in between wicket and wicket, bit of extra bounce. Maybe as the cracks widen up on a day 3. Possibly day 4. One's on the legs and put away nicely. Bit of class that from Brandon King. Not his strongest area, but well played nonetheless.
He gets for an over-pitch delivery, but keep your eyes on Brandon King's head. He falls away offside. Not ideal for an opening batter. Tells me he's not balanced. Yeah, the head outside the line of the off stump. So you might just want to take notice of that, although the execution was sufficient enough. The reason why you want to maintain your balance is where your head goes, your hand, your feet follow. Oftentimes you need that head to be in that middle and off stump position so you can judge the line of the ball. You can play at deliveries that you're in full control of, or you can leave deliveries as well. It aids in your judgment of lines and of lengths too.
Right, it's all about getting into strong positions. 4 overs gone, it's 14 without loss. You anticipate from a West Indian perspective, they shouldn't be feeling too much pressure in this situation. Especially in these conditions, they saw what was possible from that Sri Lankan batting performance. They know if they can replicate something similar, they'll be getting good results here in these conditions. But he's chosen a bit of a hike there. Not sure what to make of that one. Once again, starting on the stumps, angled in, tight lines this from Asito. He's in between wicket and wicket with that inward movement. Johnny Campbell just losing his shape slightly. Thick inside edge taken. And he's left so well in this series, Johnny Campbell. You mentioned that the previous over, just how well he's left that off stump. It's been a problem area for him, especially earlier in his career. What to play, what to leave. Would get out via caught wicket keeper in the slips on quite a few occasions. But since coming back after his absence, we've seen a bit of a maturity there in that aspect. Sure, I think Brandon King thought that one was getting up a little higher. In the end, he did well to keep it out. Asita, he's a wily performer, isn't he?
He is not the tallest of bowlers, so he will not extract significant bounce. The ball will skid on to you as a batter. So there is need for an adjustment when facing him as against a bowler like Ratnaika.
Been a good start this, though, we must say, from the Sri Lankans in terms of making these opening batters play. As we see Jayasuriya, he'll get a chance at some point. It'll be interesting to see what impact he can make on this pitch. That's why I was a little surprised not to see Fernando, especially with him bowling from over the wicket. Vishwa, his left arm angle, creating some footholds, possibly some footmarks outside the right-hander's off stump. Something for Jayasuriya to aim at. Remember, Sri Lanka will be bowling last, possibly.
No.
So interesting to see how this pitch deteriorates, especially with the overhead conditions as they are. If it stays as cloudy as it has been, as you see the bowling averages here for the Sri Lankans. Milan Ratnaika standing out, the best average so far, 27.21. But Prabhat Jayasuriya, 122 wickets in 23 test matches. Very prolific indeed. It's close, maybe just sneaking down the leg side. I don't think the West Indies used their reviews very well in that Sri Lankan innings. But once again from over the wicket, Sita Fernando asking the right questions. Once again, pitching just in line, maybe doing a bit too much.
John Campbell has to be mindful of the intentions of Fernando. Just trying to pitch the ball in that wicket-to-wicket line and swing further into him as a lefty.
No run.
Just there, well bowled and well played. Good over from Asita, good testing stuff. It's 16 without loss. So far, day two proving to be a little slower in terms of the scoring rates. Wickets been very hard to come by. Just 5 on day one, 4 so far here on day two. Maybe Vijay Sundara to continue. Have a look at this. This was that. Just seeing them put pressure on Johnny Campbell and that front foot there, DG.
That's over. A few testing deliveries to John Campbell again, testing his balance, his head position, the way his bat comes in front of that front pad. Head outside the line of the off stump too. Would have been umpire's call. Yeah, very close.
This Brandon King through the gap on the offside, not quite out the middle. It was in the air for a long while, and we spoke about his previous dismissals, and he does tend to throw the hands at that one. They've got the man in short just for that.
Well, if I was Vijay Sundara, I wouldn't mind a stroke like this, because there are 3 fielders in the slip cordon. There is a fielder catching. Maybe Dhananjaya De Silva might want to invest in another catcher through that cover region.
Yeah, bolster that offside field. We spoke about Brandon King loving to play those shots on the up. To see that replay again, the ball's already on the way up when he makes contact. Really struggles to get on top of those kind of deliveries. He's just got to give himself a chance here. We spoke about earning the right to score big runs. He's just got to give himself an opportunity. It's been good stuff, this, from the Sri Lankans. They've asked questions, haven't they? Consistently asked questions so far.
They have. Majority of times they've placed the ball in areas that have challenged the defenses of the West Indian opening pair. I guess the advantage for the openers is the fact that the speeds are not express speeds, so they can make adjustments.
So that's what you're looking for, looking to present more of a fuller face. As they say, playing in the V. Especially early in your innings.
I know sometimes when you're facing bowlers with these sort of speeds, you might want to bat out of your crease, impose yourself a little bit more, push that bowler towards making an adjustment in length. And I'm just on the line.
Something we saw from the Sri Lankans, Kamindu and Kushal in particular, looking to get down to the slower bowlers. Good testing stuff this, 18 without loss. lot's been made of the West Indian batting averages coming into this test series. Have a look for yourself. Amir Jangu, just the 3 matches so far, averaging 87.67.
Well, many of you looking on might be wondering what's going through the mind of John Campbell. You saw in the previous over from Fernando, a couple deliveries were pitched in line with the stumps, swinging into him further, and he was challenged. One getting too high, one taking the inside edge, and him not getting bat on ball. So straight away, he's recognized what Fernando is trying to do, trying to beat him off the inside edge of the bat. So he's trying to keep those deliveries that are pitched wicket to wicket, line out, not be susceptible to LBW, but at the same time, he's looking to pounce on anything that is over pitch to make sure that the length is not easy for Fernando to find.
Brought that short catcher in on the leg side as well. Short catching mid-wicket.
See how he waits a little bit longer because the length was just short of that good length band. The other thing he'll be mindful of is the line of those deliveries. If it goes outside the off stump and it straightens, then it brings the slip cordon into play. So he has to be disciplined in terms of which deliveries he plays at.
It's all part of the art of run scoring, as they say, building an innings. Got to be able to pick your moments, especially if the bowlers are on top of their game. You've got to be able to absorb that pressure, that you can apply some back on a bit later. That's good batting. Just knocking it into the gap for a single.
Look, Malian viewers, it's never easy to focus on everything and all the pieces of information available to you when you're out there opening the batting. That's why the organization of the mind is so critical. So in John Campbell's case, he has to focus on those deliveries that are challenging the stumps. Don't worry too much about those outside the off stump. Wear the bowler down. Allow the bowler to bowl to him, where he has more control and can score 2 for his team.
Batting a fair way out of his crease, as you mentioned, DG. Johnny Campbell looking to cut the swing of Asita Fernando. Right on the money. Good stuff, this. This is really good test bowling from Asita Fernando. Pitching the ball in between wicket and wicket. Very skillful stuff indeed. Good consistent stuff. Just posing a challenge every delivery for the West Indian batters here.
And the length was a good one too.
Tells you just how important the length is for Asita Fernando. When it's a little shorter, it gives the batters just that extra split second to adjust. Went down the pitch, so looking to advance was Johnny Campbell.
And that's him being proactive. What he doesn't want is for Asita Fernando to find the perfect length where the ball finishes on the top of the stumps, because that's the length where he's unsure as to whether to go forward or to play back. By this movement now, he's forcing Fernando to think more than what he's accustomed to, get out of his comfort zone, make more errors as an opening bowler.
Good leave to end, but good over again from Asita. It's 20 without loss. Windies 20 without loss. In response to Sri Lanka's mammoth 549 for 9. It'll be Vijay Sundara to continue. Hasn't been quite as consistent as Asita Fernando, but they're bowling well in as a partnership. Hasn't presented too many loose deliveries. Still got that short catcher in for the right-handed Brandon King on the offside. 2 slips under gully.
Dinusha has just gone further to his left, so he's made an adjustment going squarer.
He's beaten on the right side. Bit of work for skipper Dhananjaya De Silva. The ball will beat him into the boundary. So Brandon King will take an element of confidence out of that stroke. It is his favorite shot, isn't it?
Very classical, this stroke. It was there in the slot. Wasn't reaching for this delivery, Brandon King. His placement, very good as well. So many win for Brandon in this over.
Something a bit different, a bit of lateral movement now off the pitch, cutting Brandon King in half. Good delivery that from Vijay Sundara.
Did it stay down a fraction? When we talk about the length that places you in that indecisive space, that's the length. Because Brandon King was searching for that on the front foot and then had to make the adjustment. Didn't really get his weight going back. Caught in 2 minds, caught on the crease, not ideal.
This one's wayward. First time the Sri Lankans have just lost the radar. 4 byes signaled. So just losing it slightly, Vijay Sundara. Maybe opting to go for the innie once again. Starting it a bit too straight, continued going. A lot of work there for Kushal Mendes to do. We're seeing from Vijay Sundara early with new ball in hand is that ability to move the ball, DG. Not express pace. There, had him feeling for that one a little bit outside the off stump, but fantastic timing. Once again, through the gap on the offside, Brandon King with his second boundary of the over.
So pleasing on the eyes, Brandon King. Another over pitch delivery. It was wide off the off stump, so he lured Brandon into the drive. Brilliant thing about that stroke is the fact that he went square. And that's where you need to go when the line is wide. Caressed it.
Wouldn't be too disappointed if you're Vijay Sundara. It's there again. Not quite sure was Brandon King. This movement from Vijay Sundara just posing a few problems. What's been good for him though, from King's perspective, is he's been finding the gaps, DG. Does tend to pick out fielders at times, times the ball sweetly, hits the ball with great power.
Let's appreciate the upright seam too from
Jasundara just holding that seam vertical, getting the ball to swing in and away.
There, no real pace, but in a good area to finish 32 without loss.
Chilling in the ocean. West Indies still trail by 517, but the opening batters have done so far what's required of them. They've blunted the opposition, seeing off this new ball. Sitha continues. Good delivery. Ever so often they produce one or two of these gems. Fortunately for John Campbell and the West Indies, it goes past the outside edge. Haven't seen too many of them though. But with the new ball, you expect this from time to time. Looks pretty easy, pretty relaxed, King and Campbell. Good partnership in the first innings of that first test, until I thought they got a little bit bored. Little advancement down the track to negate any sort of swing. Good evening, Stacey and Adams. Get it right this time. The start from the West Indies, exactly what they needed.
Yeah, certainly a good reply. 549 runs on the board. It's just about building a partnership, seeing off that new ball more importantly. Getting accustomed to conditions. I think they've handled themselves quite well, apart from a few instances where Sitha felt like he was in business against Campbell.
Honing in on that front pad of John Campbell. Did have a vociferous appeal against him. Wants to change the angle now. Maybe he sees things a little bit differently. And with that, a change in field. Short mid wicket being employed. John Campbell as well adjusts his guard or reinforces it. He gets a single. There's some swing still.
Getting that field out of third slip and getting him in front of the bat of Brandon King. Really loves to drive as well, remembering how he was dismissed in that first test match. Just getting someone there for the potential of an aerial drive.
There's some cloud cover around, so nice and cool out in the middle for the Sri Lankans. Can they utilize this to their advantage? Taken wide on that one off the crease. A sitter, and exactly what they wanted. Just drawing Brandon King on that drive, and a wonderful catch in the slip region. First one down for the West Indies.
Yeah, Sita Fernando, he was going to be the man. Brandon King looking to drive. Whether they get him in the slip or in front of the bat, that's how they were always planning to get him out. Drawn into it, and a very good catch as well by Kamindu Mendes. Brandon King has to go back for 17. West Indies, 33 for 1.
Wicket of the last ball of that previous over brings Kavem Hodge to the crease. 123 unbeaten is his test best. Might consider himself a little bit unfortunate in that first test and his dismissal, but a little bit wide on the crease. And look at this catch and slip. Just drawing Brandon King with that drive. Wonderfully taken. We've seen some chances go down there when West Indies fielded. That is brilliance. Reward for some persistence. Man on debut looking for his first test wicket, Wijayasundara. Right, that partnership broken for the West Indies. You can't Wijayasundara line that up. There is a lot of movement, a lot's happening through the air. But he really needs to find the right line and length consistently.
Yeah, with that crowd cover now. See, as if Fernando consistently get that ball to swing, but it's how they've been trying to get John Campbell dismissed. Sita Fernando has been hitting that front pad consistently. So far, 2 deliveries going away from John Campbell. Don't think he'll mind that very much.
Very good leave. That was a good delivery and well played by John Campbell. You can hear the excitement behind the wicket because they felt it was close. As long as it does not disturb the stumps, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good leave. Close, but away. This time he plays similar line. You just have a look at what Asita Fernando did to get that wicket. Previous balls rather, short, back of a length. Just banging away there, and then he carries it up and forces Brandon King to play. Look at how wide he gets on that crease as well, that return crease. Coming into the equation as well. And that back foot got ominously close to the return crease on that dismissal. Well constructed over. 34 for 1. Double centurion from that first test, slated to come in next. Hope is also there. Asita continues. Let's have a closer look here. That back foot and that return crease. And then the catch low down. Yeah, that's in the midriff. Discomfort for John Campbell. Not much anyone can do about that.
Let the doctor come in. Easy. Then okay.
Yep, exactly where you don't want to get hit as a batter.
Yeah, he's in some pain, John Campbell, certainly. I won't know about that. You will definitely know a lot more about that, Samuel.
Yeah, great.
Well, yeah, he's down and his haunches and his knees, in fact. Denis Bayam to do some work here. Physiotherapist for West Indies. Hard-working man.
What is he going to do about that? Not much. The only thing that he can ask for is some time, John Campbell, for that to pass. It's 34 for 1, and we'll take a little drinks break. I think John Campbell needs it more than anyone else. Brandon King, the solitary batter, dismissed for 17. Campbell and Hodge. Hodge very new to the crease. In fact, he hasn't faced a delivery just yet. Success for Asita, the debutant, yet to make an impression. The wicket, Stacey.
Yeah, Brandon King looking to drive. Very good catch by Kamindu Mendes. Very close call as well for no ball, but Asita Fernando getting that wicket, much needed for Sri Lanka after that really good batting effort.
.549 for 9, highest ever score on these shores for Sri Lanka. West Indies 34 for 1, still trailing by a mammoth 515 runs. Couple Sri Lankan wickets and the lone West Indian wicket falling in this session. Sri Lanka searching for more. Talk a little bit more on that close call of a no ball off the bowling of Asita Fernando and the back foot in relation to the return crease. Right, all set for the resumption. John Campbell seems to be okay. There's a deep backward square and fine leg for that pickup shot that he likes on the leg side.
He's been consistently there to John Campbell. Asita Fernando doesn't have a big stride into the ball, John Campbell. So they're looking to target that front pad of his. Few close shouts some overs ago. Just persisting in that area for now, Sri Lanka.
Almost sneaking through. And some swing evident. Just getting the bat down on time, John Campbell. Well watched in the end.
Yeah, no doubt a testing period for him. He's found a way to problem solve throughout it. We've seen him at times just advancing down the track. He's batting out of his crease as well. He's trying to negate that swing. Luckily for him, just managed to get a bat down on it.
Mid Nova, 34 for 1. Confident push by Kavem Hodge. Did get a start in the first test. Would want to do a similar thing this time around, except to carry on and to convert. Has a wonderful test match temperament, good technique as well. He would have seen what the Sri Lankan batters did and will look to emulate that. Continues to be favorable in terms of the weather for the Sri Lankans. Off the mark, Kavem Hodge.
Yeah, John Campbell, Kavem Hodge. King already gone. The top order for West Indies in that last match. Got starts, but wasn't able to push on. So that'll be in the back of their minds. But first off is just surviving this period before they get into the third day's play.
What a delivery. There's a huge appeal. It did a lot. A vociferous appeal. Does that translate now into a review? And for the second time, yes, he's gone for it, and just in the nick of time. Let's have a further inspection of this then.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front run first, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Need to check that with Ultra Edge. Keep rolling. I can see a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Paul will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by. On screen signal now.
Eagle-eyed. Great hearing from Paul Rifle. There was some movement once it left the bat, and perhaps they heard something, but not off the edge of the bat. John Campbell, though, incidentally still on the move when that ball passes him. Something that we have looked at with him before, so he's not in a stable position as that ball gets to him. Yeah, wants a debut and first test match wicket badly, doesn't he? Beaten again. Excellent over from the debutant. 35 for 1.
Center.
session summary on day 2. Comfortably perched with the flag. And I love the uniform as well. Asita Fernando continues. They're trying to play the ball as late as possible. The key. Last ball of that last over, Stacey.
Yeah, he is getting the ball to just leave the left-handed batter, and that is where the interest was created in that appeal, because it just left him. At the same time, it was passing the bat. So they thought perhaps it was a deviation, but really wanted that wicket as well. It's looking good to get it though.
No run, no run.
It was quite a loud appeal by everyone, especially the bowler. They seemed to think there was a song, but yeah, there you go. A bat just hitting the boot on the way through. So that was the noise that they heard, Sri Lanka.
You know, that's what I was talking about with John Campbell still being on the move when that ball gets to him. So maybe a little bit late on it. Yeah, he would remember how he was dismissed in the first innings, Kavem Hodge. And something like that ricocheting onto his stumps. Nice little spell here from Asita Fernando into his 7th over. Yeah, let's reflect on that first test dismissal. Ball ricocheting from his front foot just there and then onto the stumps. Disappointment.
Yeah, strong together. Really good deliveries, Asita Fernando. Just his processing, trying to get a batter out, trying to work them out. So important for West Indies to just recognize those plans and try and outlast them as much as possible.
I have a little task for you, Stacey. I want you to go and do a little interview with the flagman. Find out a little bit about him and why he's so passionate about the cricket, and find out about that uniform. Where can I purchase one like that when we do have a break, okay?
No run!
Wide of the crease again, maiden over. Again, 35 for 1. 13 overs bowled by Sri Lanka. They have 1 wicket to show for it so far. Sundara continues for his 7th, so unchanged so far, these two. I just want to have a closer look at that first dismissal, and I know some viewers are looking on at that back foot and that return crease. It's the first point of contact. So once he makes contact inside that line, he's okay. He can cut it thereafter. That point there, just there, is what's the important bit. After that, he can go on to cut that return crease. And so deemed legal, hence the wicket stands. Quite deliberate from John Campbell. All the way for 6. He's had enough of leaving them alone.
He's picked that up quite magnificently, John Campbell. Full of length delivery from the debutant, and just allowing him to free his arms as well, as he got that room and showed that he got maximum for it.
This is nice to see the senior bowler having a chat with him. And you can see the difference, his front foot planted when he played that shot, as opposed to the one earlier that we were showing you where his front foot was still on the move. A big difference for him to get that ball over the infield and over the boundary for 6. Maybe a little bit tired too, with Sundara into his 7th over. Still around the wicket. Seem to have a sort of double movement in his delivery stride, Sundara. What do you make of his approach and his technique, Stacey?
Yeah, not very quick, Sundara. Tries to just reach and jump very high. Trying to use the full extension of his height also.
Yeah, there's that sort of double pump evident. 41 for 1. 508 the deficit for the West Indies at the moment. 9 wickets intact. And we have a change in bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Ratnayaka into the attack. Very consistent in that first test. Tight lines. Useful lengths. He has a couple slips and a gully in weight. And that's the area that he hovers on, that 4th, 5th stump area.
And he was the man that dismissed Kavem Hodge as well in that first innings, that first test. Got 5 for. Firstly, there's the wicket there Kavem Hodge picked up. Amir Django as well, after a long wait. Also, Zari Joseph hitting high up on the bat. Hits the deck a lot harder. And then Kimar Roach, LBW, to get to his 5. He hits the deck a lot harder than Asita Fernando. Doesn't extract as much swing as he does.
Sounds as though they have 50 fielders out there in Sri Lanka. Quite boisterous and supportive. That one just coming back in. Well watched by Kavem Hodge. They're extremely happy for some reason. There are really lots to like about Milan Ratnayaka. He contributes with the bat. He is a hard worker with the ball. Lights on because of the aforementioned cloud cover. Have just around 16 overs after this remaining for the day's play. We will fall short of that again. Straight on that occasion, there is a protection there which allows him to try that line from time to time. Starts with a maiden, 41 for 1 it remains.
Five fours and that 1-6 off the bat of John Campbell over cover. The boundaries scored up to this point in the West Indies innings. And we now have the introduction of spin, the left arm spin of Prabhath Jayasuriya. They did play a spinner in the last test match with Sunal Dinusha bowling quite a lot of overs. The job now being taken up by Jayasuriya. A lot been said about the comparison between his record, his statistics at home versus away. Marley, I'll let you give us your view. First on his selection, and then what impact you think he could have on proceedings here.
Well, in recent times, we know that pace has dominated here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That would have gone into the decision of him not playing that first test. But with a record such as his, he's been absolutely prolific. I think there's only been 2 bowlers in history that have taken more wickets than Prabhat Jayasuriya at the same stage of his career. But so far, no real turn available to him, just his first over, just maybe looking to find a line and length. I think it was necessary that he was brought into the Sri Lankan bowling lineup, especially a depleted bowling lineup. A lot was expected of Lahiri Kumara and Kasun Rajita. They're carrying the drinks in this test. So they've had to almost change tack, Sri Lanka. Looking for a positive result. They've gone for their talisman. He has been prolific at home, but he's got to have the opportunities as well away from home in order in which to grow.
Started around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, remaining around the wicket. The right-handed Hodge. One from his first over, 42 for 1. So 16 possible overs remaining today. Quite likely that we will not complete the full quarter of overs. Sri Lanka will be looking to get at least 1 more wicket before the close. John Campbell swinging high. Will the wind take it? There's a man getting underneath it, and in the end, John Campbell rather fortuitously gets another boundary.
Top edge from Johnny Campbell. On that occasion, didn't quite go to hand. It was swirling. It was a tough chance. It went very high indeed. In the end, he pulled out. Not sure if he was unsighted for what other reason. The hands didn't go out in front. It was the debutant, Vijay Sundara. And Johnny Campbell every now and again just gives the opposition an opportunity.
Well, his heart would have been in his mouth for the few seconds while the ball was swirling on its way down to fine leg. His teammates would also have been anxious. Just tends somewhere within an hour of batting to just make that rash decision, John Campbell. And it's getting to a point now where it's defining his ability, it's defining his statistics. The fact that he struggles to go a full session without this slip-up, this hiccup of concentration.
Obviously, no one's perfect, so players are going to make mistakes. But for a player of his ability, especially with the role that he has in this West Indian team, just can't afford to make too many. That wayward delivery down the leg side from Ratnaika. Good take from Kushal Mendes. Yeah, he's a player who loves to feel bat on ball, doesn't he, Jim? And at times that just comes back to haunt him. Shot selection has been an issue. He's gotten a lot better, I would say, since his period out of the West Indian team. He's come back. He's looked better, that's for sure. He just needs to cut the mistakes down. That's the next stage of his development. Once again, beating the outside edge. Good area.
Yeah, I think nobody would, given his game, given his approach to batting, you don't want to take away his attacking mindset. He is an attacking player by nature, and his best chance of success is that continues. But there has to be that batting nose, that ability to, if it is going to happen, let it be, certainly in these situations, a good ball. Good delivery to end the 17th. It's 46 for 1. West Indies trailing by 503 runs. They'll need to just approach the next day, hopefully day and a half, just looking at it in chunk-sized pieces. Take it in stages, get through to end of a session, start again. And just break it down into smaller bits rather than keeping that massive score at the forefront of your mind, which can be a little bit daunting and can be a bit of a distraction as well. First order of play, get through this period tonight unscathed, no more wickets, then you can start thinking about a full day of batting tomorrow.
I think the Sri Lankans have shown, especially in these conditions, what's possible, especially with ball in hand, the way they've applied pressure onto these West Indian batters. I think the West Indies were just a little too impatient. The Sri Lankans haven't gone searching necessarily for wickets, and they've used that West Indian, especially in John Campbell's case, the fact that he loves to field ball and bat. They've used it against him almost. They've forced him into leaving quite a few deliveries. It's on 24-59, the end of that over, 46 for 1.
Sri Lanka with that mammoth first innings score of 549 for 9, meaning that West Indies, their first order of play will be 3:49 to avoid a possible follow-on being enforced. Breaking that down into little pieces. First order of play get through to the close this evening. Hopefully without losing any more wickets.
No run.
Milan Ratnaika taking up the attack. 2 slips in the gully for him. A backward point cover. Mid-off, mid-on, square leg. And a man at fine leg induced a bit of a rash hook in the last innings that got just enough distance to stay away from the man at fine leg. Squeezing it through, John Campbell staying in control, keeping it down. He gets another boundary.
Yeah, played very late, that one from Johnny Campbell, to the delight of the West Indian couple in the stands. They're loving the action. Just there, have a look at that contact point. Almost behind him, Johnny Campbell. Playing the ball very late indeed. A very late decision in the end.
Boundary bringing up the West Indies 50 in the 19th over. It's a shot that we're seeing a lot of in modern day cricket. Just batters waiting until the last moment, running it down to third man. Joe Root, one of the best players in the world, has it as one of his go-to strokes to just get him off strike safely. We see John Campbell showing you his version, as you said, playing it very late, almost behind him, as Ratnaika ups now for a deep square leg to John Campbell. John Campbell looked as if he was thinking about taking that one on, but in the end just dropping it into short square leg for a single.
Interesting that you highlighted that stroke from Johnny Campbell, the way he played it late. And you're seeing the modern trends in batting, especially in one-day cricket, just getting off strike, not exposing the outside edge. It's almost like running it down to third man, using the face off the middle of the bat. Slightly different. We're seeing a slight change in terms of the art of batting in modern times.
Well, it would be another example of the impact that the white ball versions of the game are having on this, the longer version. I remember many years ago, the reverse sweep was something that coaches were dead set against, certainly in the longer format of the game. And we've lived to see that as one example of what was formerly a white ball exclusive shot, now becoming almost standard fare in the longer version. Pulled high, and a chance, and it's been put down at fine leg. So a chance of the last ball of the over, the 19th. The West Indies 52 for 1. So a lot happening here in the last couple of overs. 52 for 1, the score. Difficult chance of the last ball of the previous over. Shot into the wicket from Ratnaika, hooked upward from Kavim Hodge and Sonal Dinosha failing to hold on to it. Another example of hook shots being played upwardly, and that time into the wind as well.
Good option from the Sri Lankans. For long periods, the West Indies opting for the sharp ball ploy from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. With the wind, the top edges were sailing over mid-wicket for 6. It's a good option. It's definitely been a good option. Sri Lanka has executed quite well, a little better than the West Indies. For me, the Windies didn't get those balls high enough, up above the eye line of these Sri Lankan players. That's where that lack of control comes in.
On that occasion, interestingly, Kavim Hodge pulls well. He has a good range on his pull shots, up and down. I just find it strange, the decision to pull up as opposed to pulling down. That said, he's fortunate, he's gotten away with it, needs to carry on.
He's got to be mindful of Jayasuriya here. He doesn't have the most helpful conditions at his disposal at this time. But I think the threat, especially to Kavim Hodge, is in picking length. He's got to pick that length a bit earlier. Just a couple of times he's been caught on the crease, but he survived. Just an area of concern for him against the left-arm orthodox.
Oh! Over.
3 runs from the over, 55 for 1. Trailing by 494 runs, the West Indies. They'll be anxious to get into the close this evening without losing any further wickets, and the responsibility lies with this man, Kavim Hodge, and his partner, John Campbell. Kavim Hodge, 31 deliveries for his 5 runs, so he's digging in. Decided to go aerial in Ratnayaka's previous over and nearly presented a chance to find leg. 2 slips and a gully, catching behind for Ratnayaka. Edge and dropped. Beautiful delivery from Ratnayaka, and it has been dropped in the slips. Disappointment for the Sri Lankans. Lucky escape for Kavim Hodge.
Looks like the Centurion, Udara, dropping that catch. Fantastic delivery, bit of extra bounce. He was unsighted slightly by the wicketkeeper. Have a look at his right hand here. That glove goes across and pulls it away at the last second in the end. Udara had to make a late decision, couldn't get the hands up in time. So I think Kushal Mendis will be thinking, if he gets his hand there, he's got to go. Can't unsight the first slip fielder, so another chance goes down here for the Sri Lankans.
Excellent bowling from Ratnaika. We talk about a line close to fifth stump. Got high, and Kusal Mendes just sticking that right glove out. And Udara, understandably, put off. Would have been a fantastic catch if he'd been able to keep his composure. But once you see that interference in your peripheral vision, your first instinct is to bail out. So a reprieve for Kavim Hodge. It's all happening. Bowling coach looking at his watch, thinking, when will close of play come? Kavim Hodge, a chance to find leg and then a chance to first slip. Good bowling from Ratnaika.
Yeah, very good bowling, and I did identify Ratnaika in this innings as a possible threat, especially with the way he goes about it in these conditions, in between wicket and wicket there. He's just straight down the leg side, but more often than not, he's in the business area. Interesting that he's opted to use a fine leg, a wide fine leg, as opposed to a deep backward square, which would maybe choreograph what he's going to do. That short ball almost caught Hodge by surprise. So far, he's lived up to the billing. Just one delivery remaining.
Brilliant over from Ratnaika. 55 for 1. $55 for 1, the West Indies, with approximately 10 minutes of play left in today's second day here in Antigua. Story of the match to date: Sri Lanka 549 for 9 declared in 139.3 overs. West Indies losing Brandon King at 17. The only wicket to fall in this session for the West Indies. They would be keen on not losing any more to have all 9 wickets standing to negotiate tomorrow's play, which is shaping up as if it could be a critical day. John Campbell has fought his way through. He had to negotiate the swinging deliveries from Asit Fernando. A few coming back into him. He had a slice of luck. High to fine leg, not being held by the debutant, Wujisundara, but he's still there. Bit of discomfort, seems to be something in the lower back. West Indies physio, Dr. Byam, putting him through the paces. West Indies would be really keen that he stay out there, having so far survived 64 deliveries. He's in, and everyone supporting the West Indies will be hoping that he can continue batting and see through.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag from him, but the Sri Lankans have put him under pressure. They bowl well. It's not that necessarily he's just looked to throw his wicket away. They've put him under pressure. They've created chances, just haven't been able to take them so far. As we say, a crucial period this for Johnny Campbell. 64 deliveries faced. He's on to 29. It's an area in which he has to be cognizant, where his concentration has to be at peak level.
You quoted some stats in that first test match about a phase where he tends to struggle somewhere between 29 and 40, was it? So he's just getting into that danger zone as we speak.
Yeah, he's been dismissed a multitude of times in between 20 and 40, Johnny Campbell. There's a lot to like about him, though. A lot to like about him if you're a West Indian cricket fan. Looks to get the game moving. Maybe a bit in the... reminding fans a little bit of the past in terms of the flair and the way he goes about it. Just want him to concentrate for a bit longer at times.
Jayasuriya beginning this over from over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, previously bowling around the wicket. Interestingly, the forward short leg is behind the square. Usually they tend to be placed in front of square on the leg side. Interesting position for a line that will end up roundabout middle and leg. The left-handed Campbell might be thinking about just turning it around the corner. If he does, he's going to have to be very, very careful.
They're also trying to keep him a bit honest with that front stride. Just maybe trying to catch him on the crease slightly, especially with the close catches in. At times, batters don't defend with that same conviction.
A maiden, 22 gone, 55 for 1. Just a graph to illustrate Marley Richards' point of the number of times John Campbell has been dismissed, between 10 and 39. It does tell a story. And while John Campbell is having his physical issues, Kavim Hodge is in a duel here with Milan Ratnaika. Again asking questions outside that off stump with good lift and carry.
Once again, just showing what's possible in these conditions, Milan Ratnaika. Not doing anything overly special, he's just honing in on a good area, starting that just on or outside the off stump. And with lateral movement either way, it will pose a challenge. Just a bit too straight on this occasion. But every now and again, it just suggests that there's maybe a little bit more in this pitch than was anticipated.
Yes, these stats really do tell a story about John Campbell's career. It's something that I would recommend that he develop some sort of intervention, whether it be working with his partner, self-talk, however, but those stats are really saying that something needs to happen.
And to me, there's no perfect technique, is there, Jim? There's the greatest batsmen have a weakness. But in this case, Johnny Campbell, I think it's mental. It's more the mental side. Just how he goes about building his innings, the decisions he makes at times, just come back to haunt him in terms of those low scores between 10 and 39.
On this occasion, electing to roll his wrist and keep it down, not trying to take on the man and go aerial as he did previously and nearly got out. I know a couple of Rathnika's deliveries have slipped down leg side, but it's been a really good spell for him in terms of a nice tight line. Even the ones down leg, you would say you're still engaging the batsman, asking him to play. There haven't been many where they've just left alone without having to think too hard about it. This is the type of pressure that you want new ball bowlers to exert on batsmen. Tempting, 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 tempting to finish the over. 57 for 1.
Smell a cover drive the boy. I must scratch that itch.
$57 for 1. It will be Jayasuriya to continue, electing to start what might be the final over here on day 2, going back around the wicket to the left-handed John Campbell, still with the man in John Campbell's pocket behind square. I think straight away we can see the difference in quality between Jayasuriya and Sunal from the first test match.
No, wait and see. No.
Looks to flight the ball, looks to be someone who is willing to tease batsmen bowling from different angles. We see him now changing again, going back over the wicket to Campbell, and interestingly calling up his long on to mid on. So almost daring John Campbell. Are you confident enough to try and clear the man who's halfway back? I've pulled him in.
It's the area in which John Campbell was dismissed in that first test. A slightly odd decision after lunch, looking to take on the left-arm spinner, caught at long on. So as you said, mid-on is up.
Campbell going down into a sweep immediately after Jayasuriya had pulled that man from short behind square to a more orthodox silly mid-on. John Campbell responding straight away with a sweep shot through where that man had been just before. So John Campbell still looking to score when given the opportunity. This could be the last delivery.
It's over. Time.
A single off the final over of the day. The West Indies finish on 58 for 1 with John Campbell not out on 31 from 77 and Kavim Hodge not out on 6. So all in all, a successful day for Sri Lanka, having gotten up to that mammoth total of 549 for 9. And they've had the one success in the latter part of the session, that of Brandon King. So the West Indies will be very happy not losing any more wickets. Confirmation, 24 overs they faced, and West Indies, and they finished on 58 for 1. The Sri Lankans have used 4 bowlers. The only successful one, Asita Fernando, getting that wicket of Brandon King, caught at slip. No wickets for the debutant Vijay Sundara, none for Milan Ratnaika or the left-arm spin of Prabhat Jayasuriya. So a mammoth task in front of the West Indies, trailing now by 491 runs. Remembering they'll need 349 minimum if they are to force Sri Lanka to bat a second time. A lot of work ahead of them come day 3. A breakdown of the sessions here on day 2. 64 runs scored in the first. Tidy ball. So that there is the story of the day. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some analysis from Darren and his team. What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
A supremely impressive batting day by Sri Lanka as we close day 2 of Test match number 2 between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka declaring on 549 for 9. West Indies having the chance to bat 24 overs and they finished on 58 for 1. The sole wicket to be picked up by Sri Lanka, that of Brandon King, dismissed for 17. Another brilliant day of Test match cricket between these two teams. Of course, Sri Lanka in the ascendancy, electing to bat first and doing justice to that decision. Well, I have the pleasure of the coach of Sri Lanka here, Gary Kirsten, alongside Marley Richards. First, welcome, Gary. Let me ask you about your assessment of the day's play. How would that be for you?
Yeah, I think we're happy. You know, we wanted to come back today and get a whole lot more runs. And we were 5 wickets down already, so it was important that we got a decent partnership, and Kusal and Sunil did really well there. I think it was nearly 140 runs, so it made a big difference, and it got us to a total that we were looking to get towards, and then guys chipped in afterwards.
Let's zone in on that innings from Sunil Dhanusha. 92, 8 shy of what would have been a maiden Test match century. A continuation of what we saw in the first Test match as well from him. Is that the style of batting you expect from him? He was very solid in defence and not so much the enterprise that we saw from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, I think complemented Kusal really well, and he's a gutsy cricketer. You know, he's come in first innings difficult. In the first Test match at a difficult time, and he made a contribution. And I always like a player who comes in at 6 or 7 who's prepared to stick around and get through a difficult period. But yeah, he's a great player for Sri Lanka. So looking forward to watching him in the future.
He struck 12 fours in that innings, no sixes. Again, that partnership of 143 with Kusal Mendes. Importantly, he navigated that second new ball very, very well. How would you describe both of them batting together and that partnership, and of course your commanding position at this point in time?
Yeah, it was an important partnership at that time, and I think they do complement each other. Kusal's quite creative and he likes to score. So, you know, that period after lunch, we got 67 runs in that session with real kind of hard Test cricket, you know, and then we spoke about trying to get 100 runs in the next session, and after lunch, that next session, and we managed to pick up 115 runs there. So we turned it around quickly and got some momentum. Again, we wanted to get ourselves into a position where we at least had 20 odd overs at the end of the day, which is what we were able to achieve.
Let's talk about, of course, Kusal and his batting. Missed out in that first Test match. Is this the type of innings you expect from him with his sort of experience?
Yeah, I just love his creativity. You know, he's always going to put bowlers under pressure. He got lucky once or twice, but he managed to capitalize on it and played some fantastic shots. Great to watch.
Myself and Marley Richards, we were talking about the manner in which he was dismissed. Is that now acceptable in the modern game, especially when you're searching for quick runs?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a little comment to him, but not too much. I said you tried 3 times and eventually got out. But you know, it is the modern player a little bit. It's I think for me, it's just understanding what your options are, of which he has plenty, and then just playing to your options. You know, I mean, the game has changed a little bit. We need to kind of accept that, and they do play those shots, you know, really well. So. You know, I think for him it's just an awareness. Next time I go bat, have I got other options to score, and then take it from there. 549
is what you declared on, so that's a confirmation of you being comfortable with that first inning batting effort. Mali, what did you make of that declaration, and does it send like a psychological signal to the West Indies in making a declaration?
Yeah, for me, DG, it does. We're almost seeing a role reversal from the first test here in the second test. Sri Lanka spending long periods out in the field. It took a lot out of them, and here they are in the position to do the same to West Indies. Obviously, they wouldn't have been happy with that performance. So the way they've come out and batted, obviously, to win the toss and bat, they've fully justified that decision. But I'll ask you quickly, what went into making such a decision to win the toss and bat first?
Well, first of all, the wicket looked quite dry, actually, and it looked a good surface. So, you know, that would have been the first thing we looked at. And secondly, as well, our hand was forced a little bit. We had 3 seamers in the team, and our frontline spinner, who's done really well over a long period now, we wanted him to be able to bowl on a slightly worn pitch. So that was our best option. And you know, credit to the captain. He just said, let's get out there and bat, and the guys applied themselves really well after being 25 for 2. And that 200-run partnership was massive for us. And I thought both Lahiro, Dara and Kamindu batted brilliantly for that partnership. So, yeah, that's how it's ended up. I mean, listen, we've got to keep creating chances here. It's a good wicket. West Indies have got off to a decent start. So we've created some chances which we didn't take. And we've got to keep doing that through tomorrow, and you know, and hopefully make some inroads.
I want to build on that comment you made about the dryness of the surface. Was that significant in the inclusion of Prabhat Jayasuriya, or was it more about the injuries that you had in the previous test match?
Yeah, listen, we went for a 4-seam attack, and then we lost our airspeed bowler, Lahiro Kumara, so that was a big loss for us. And then we didn't have a frontline spinner, so it nailed us a little bit. But I think it was very close. You know, we were quite keen to play him. We just had a look at the data, and it just was saying it's all about seam here. And but as it's turned out, I think the wicket's played really well. It's given the seamers a bit of a chance as well. The spinners can come into the game later on, and the batters have had a chance to bat. I mean, there've been plenty hundreds scored, so I think it's played really well, this pitch.
Let's switch focus now and talk about your fielding effort. The West Indies batting 24 overs. There were a few chances going a-begging. As a coach, what would you say to your team at the end of day 2 in preparation for day 3? Haven't seen those chances go down?
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. You know, we put a lot of time into our fielding. The guys aren't trying to drop catches, but it's just, again, it's an awareness. It's understanding what the situation is in the game. I thought the bowlers bowled outstandingly this evening, and you know, we wanted to create the chances. And yeah, I mean, listen, on another day we can take some great catches. So we just got to move on from it. And as I said, I think just keep creating the chances, and then you know, we at least it puts us into a situation where we can get the 20 wickets to win the game, and that's ultimately the goal at this point.
Well, for those of you following this test match, 292 more runs required by the West Indies to avoid the follow-on. Is that the first port of call for your bowling unit to ensure that you could give West Indies a chance to bat again, or is that a far-fetched thought?
I don't think test teams these days look at too much at the follow-on. Obviously, you know, to get a decent lead's really important, and then maybe, you know, to give the bowlers a bit of a break and then come back later. But yeah, there's lots of work to do here. You know, it's as I said, you know, our focus now is session by session, making sure we're hitting our areas as bowlers, and we're doing what we want to do in terms of our plans, and applying the pressure and creating the chances, and then we'll just see how the day goes. But it's fascinating. It's going to be an interesting test match, and yeah, it's nice to be in test match cricket again. I'm enjoying it.
I was now going to talk about your journey in coaching with India, then with South Africa, getting back into this space here now with Sri Lanka. You had Pakistan before this. How are you enjoying this, and how has your coaching philosophy changed with those experiences over the years?
Yeah, I think it does change a little bit, you know, as you get a bit older. And wiser, I suppose, but I think it's just three or four very different environments, and I think that, you know, it requires a little bit things that maybe a little bit different of you as a coach and how you work with people. And it's been fascinating getting to know these players, and you know, what is required of me to ensure that they can play the best cricket that they need to play. I've enjoyed it. I've connected well with the leaders in all the different formats, and yeah, it's been fun. I mean, you know, as you know, Sri Lanka is a proud cricketing nation, and they want to do well and want to achieve success. They've got some great players in the past, so you know, they don't arrive at games feeling vulnerable or insignificant. They want to make a play here. So, yeah, I've been excited to watch some of the performances and start to understand the players and what they're actually capable of.
Plenty of raw materials in this squad, and I'm sure in Sri Lanka as well. This is probably just a part of the entire puzzle, because there must be a backward link to first-class cricket for that developmental pathway. How deeply entrenched are you in that aspect of Sri Lanka's cricket, and what's the support like as a new coach?
Well, I think what I enjoyed doing was, before we came on this tour, I spent 2 months in Sri Lanka, going every day into the HPC and starting to understand the system a little bit more. Spent a lot of time with the DOC and the CEO of Sri Lankan cricket, and just starting to get a feel for how their system works. And there's a lot of good cricketers in Sri Lanka, man. But same as the West Indies, no different. But again, you know, how do you tweak the system to ensure that all your formats are covered? And I think for Sri Lanka, it's really important now. They've got another, after this test match, another 8 by March next year, which is the most they've had in a long time. So to get excited about test match cricket again is huge for them. And you know, we got India after this series, so in Sri Lanka. So it's quite nice to have a kind of a bank of test match cricket before we focus on the white ball stuff, which kind of takes over, doesn't it?
Indeed, and we have already seen the improvement from that first test match to the second test match. We're chatting with Gary Kirsten, the coach of Sri Lanka, and Marley Richards too. We're going to take a break and come back with more.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
West Indies finished the day's play at 58 for 1. They trailed by 491 at the end of day 2 in this second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. We continue to have the company of Gary Kirsten here alongside Marley Richards. Let's talk about where this day's play started. 338 for 5. The West Indies were in search of 5 wickets, but only picked up 4 wickets before that declaration. I want you to talk me through the dismissals. First, I think it was Kusal Mendes, I beg your pardon, just playing that ramp.
Yeah, I think we've spoken about that already, but you know, he actually plays that shot really well, and I suppose a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. And I'm really sad for Sunil. I mean, so close to 100. And he probably was trying to manufacture something there, but disappointing. At this point, we were just trying to go for it and try and score as quickly as we could. So Milan's dismissal there was just going for it, and then again, just playing as many shots as we can. We were about to declare anyway, so it was the last little bit.
Vijay Sundara with his debut innings in Test match cricket. Of course, that'll put him in better stead for his next opportunity. Let's shift now to the bowling that we saw in those 24 overs. Milan Ratnaika is really growing in stature. He picked up 5 wickets in that first Test match. How would you compare him and his development to maybe a sister Fernando, who is a more seasoned bowler in the Sri Lankan side?
Yeah, he's done fantastically well over these last 2 Test matches. In fact, I was really impressed with Asita today. He stepped up and he bowled at a decent pace, which is something that we needed to do. And I mean, his pitch maps were unbelievable, man. I don't think he was on a 5-cent piece, you know, and very accurate, swinging the ball and at decent pace. And then, you know, Isita in his debut as well. And it took a bit of time to get going, and then he found his straps and he bowled nicely, you know, did a job for us. And then, as you said, Milan, I think, kind of has found his space a little bit. He's also, I think, worked out his game plan, how he wants to bowl. So I thought our bowling was fantastic today. It's exactly how we kind of wanted the seamers to roll out. And then, you know, I think Prabhat Jayasuriya is in the game as well. He's got beautiful topspin on the ball, and he'll definitely be in the game, I think, tomorrow.
A word on the debutant, Vijay Sundara?
Yeah, Isita, he bowled beautifully, and, you know, he's a... so it's Isita and Asita.
Okay,
so Isita, who's the debutant, bowled beautifully first up. You know, he's really enthusiastic, he's fit, and nice to see him get going in Test match cricket.
Mali, I know I'm leaving you on the outside there because we have the privilege of Gary. How would you assess how Sri Lanka went with the ball?
I thought they were really good in terms of their areas. They managed to create pressure. Created a few chances. Obviously, the catching wasn't where they wanted it to be, but that was no fault of trying. But from the perspective of the new ball, in comparison to the West Indies, they were so much more consistent. They asked more questions. Obviously, they would have liked to take in a couple more wickets in, but they were very good in that session.
They placed a lot of pressure on John Campbell in that phase.
Yeah, he was under immense pressure. The footwork was all over the place. He didn't really seem that set, but with the ball moving consistently. And as coach said, Asita, I thought he was outstanding, bowling those areas, angling the ball back in, well, swinging the ball back into the left-hander. Constant threat, and even there, he was a bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, Gary, not to give away your trade secrets, what do you make of Campbell and his effort out in the middle?
Yeah, listen, he's a dangerous player. You know, you never quite know what he's going to do. So he's always a little bit unpredictable, but he can hit the ball. You know, and he sticks around. You know, he's been an opening batsman for a while now. So you've got to keep your eye on him. And as I said, you know, any player that plays a little bit unpredictably, you know, at any point in time, he can, you know, hit some quick boundaries and turn the momentum in the favour of the batting side.
Well, he has a challenge. If you followed John Campbell's career, 29 times he's been dismissed between 10 runs and 39 runs. So he's in that phase, vulnerable phase. Hodge had an issue and a few challenges when facing Ratnaika.
Yeah, he was just surprised with that sharp ball, but he started by pitching the ball up, threw the short ball in as a bit of a surprise. Unfortunately, the chance went down. Son Al-Dinusha did very well to get to that. In the end, it just came out as the elbow hit the ground. But look at the areas in which Milan has strung together there, building pressure in that way. Doesn't possess express pace, but he moves the ball just enough, and he's constantly in that fuller region, which gives him as good an opportunity as any to pick up wickets.
Right, Gary, before we let you go, a quick look forward to day 3. Your expectations from your team for that first session and the sessions to follow?
Yeah, most importantly, we are continually sticking to the plans for each of their players and creating chances. It's as simple as that. And you know what Test cricket's like. It's if you're not creating chances and expecting, one chance to go by in a session, you're not doing enough work, and I think there's enough in this wicket. There's a little bit of uneven bounce, which brings the seamers into play. And as I said, as we move into day 4 and 5, and I think even tomorrow there'll be some turn as well, and that'll bring Jayasuriya into the game.
Well, not surprisingly, you're keeping your cards close to the chest. Thank you so much, Gary Kirsten, for joining us. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some more.
There we go.
That is absolutely perfect. That is top class.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where the West Indies, they still trail by 491. So they will have their work cut out on day 3 of this test match. Well, we flavored our show a little bit differently. Stacey Ann Adams has joined us alongside Mali Richards. Stacey, I'll come straight to you to talk about Brandon King, that innings of 17 and the way he got out. What would you say he did wrong on that occasion and your thoughts on his innings?
Yeah, well, obviously Sri Lanka had a plan against him, and kudos to them. They stuck to that plan to have him drive outside the off stump. They did take third slip out to put him in cover in case there was that aerial drive, but it was good enough to just get that edge. Again, him driving, that was definitely his downfall.
Yeah, he had a partnership of 33 with John Campbell, and they were working outside the off stump at times, just changing the lengths, but plugging away on that corridor, just probing at him, enticing him to make an error and a blunder. Again, just restricting that strength of his to drive the ball. And the delivery from very wide. There was a controversy there, Mali Richards. Many felt it was a back foot no ball. Just want to clarify for viewers what happened on that occasion.
Well, apparently it was Asita. He would have cut the back crease with his leg. Not quite sure why it wasn't called at the time, but they went to the obviously the rules makers and the third umpire. It seems like he
Well, it's the first point of contact.
First point of contact.
Point of contact did indicate that the boot wasn't touching the line.
Right.
Hence, it was deemed legal, while some felt that it was an illegal delivery, Stacey Ann Adams.
Yeah, so the first point of contact, if you think about a front foot no ball, when you touch that crease, you land behind. If you slide over, it's not called a no ball because the first point of contact is with behind. So it's very similar there. You can say, you know, when he ran into ball, his first point of contact was inside, and then that foot just shifting to the left wasn't deemed a no ball. And I think very good call from the umpire, judging that quickly, not to hold up the game as well.
In the end, the right decision was made, but let's not take away from the brilliance in the catch too. Camilo Mendes diving low, coming up with the catch, and it hasn't really been their strong point in those 25 overs at the end of day two. Mali.
Yeah, it was a catch that was needed. Brandon King under a bit of pressure, some good sustained bowling. You could tell the lengths. They just pushed him back onto that back foot, and then they plunged that full ball in, and that footwork wasn't quite there. Tends to plant that front foot, but in the end, took the outside edge. Good sharp catch. At least one was taken today for the Sri Lankans.
Well, it's an area of the game that Brandon King will have to pay more attention to. Of course, that driving of the cricket ball, it's a stroke that has brought him a lot of runs throughout his career across formats. But in Test match cricket, I think he has to be a little more selective, especially when batting at the top of the innings. Stacey Ann, John Campbell survived some tense moments. He's still there. He's gotten a start, and he's in that vulnerable phase in the 30s.
Yeah, he's been dismissed a number of times in the 30s. It's the highest in his career, being dismissed in the 30s. He had a chance as well that went down. Debutant putting him down on the boundary, but it's an opportunity for him. He's been dropped. He's in the 30s. It's an opportunity for him to try and build on that score. He survived a tough period as well from a sitter Fernando. So come out tomorrow, be fresh, and just try and build, get to 50 and probably pile on and get to 100.
Well, they've stitched together a nice partnership, both Campbell and Hodge. A word of advice for both of them in preparation for day 3, Mali?
Obviously get a good night's rest. That's the first thing. Good breakfast in the morning as well. But it's all about batting time here in these conditions. You saw that with the Sri Lankans, the way they just batted time and wore down the West Indian bowling attack. A lot of that will be needed from that pair tomorrow. Hodge is under pressure. He's been brought back into this Test team. Didn't have the best 4-day season as well, so he's not in the best of form. So they'll be looking to for a performance from him. At times, pressure does create diamonds, so hopefully from a West Indian perspective, that's what happens.
Last word from the lady, Stacey Ann. Did you like what you saw from Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left-arm spinner?
Yeah, I didn't get to see much of him. He obviously came in because it was close to the end of the day's play, just probably to rest one of your bowlers, get them fresh again tomorrow. And, I mean, he was consistently in good areas, and I think that's what he'll That's what will be required of him tomorrow until you heard Gary Custon speak about that pitch when it's worn, the impact that he will make. So just to get him into the contest early, and that's why perhaps Sri Lanka decided to go to him. But good sign so far from Sri Lanka.
Well, Ceci, thank you for your thoughts. Mali, you too for your insights. Well, we've enjoyed another day of Test match cricket. Tomorrow will be day 3 as this Test match unfolds. It's a very important one because Sri Lanka, they're looking to square the series. Again, we'll start on time, 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time. We'll be on air at 9:30, so the action will continue. We've thoroughly enjoyed your company. Once more, we close day 2, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Jaden, a landmark game for you in terms of personal milestone, just reflection on getting to that milestone. Talk about that initial feeling, playing for the West Indies and to be the second fastest in terms of balls or hit for 100 minutes. What does that make you feel?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the effort. It took a while to get there from coming into the Test series, and it was a bit of hard work, a bit of frustrating period. But yeah, I was really elated to get that 100 wicket yesterday, and was just looking to keep doing a job for the team.
Yeah, obviously not the type of performance overall in terms of restricting Sri Lankans to a lower total. But what did you make of the surface and their batting approach?
Yeah, firstly it was a brave decision to bat first, seeing how the pitch played last week. So that was a bold call by them, and we thought initially that we were in for a good chance to get early wickets and probably break the back of their batting. They batted well. Must give them credit for that, they batted well. And the wicket seems to be an easy pace one now, especially whereas there's still a bit of lateral movement. It's more of a new ball pitch. Once the lacquer comes off and the hardness of the ball goes out, it's pretty easy to bat. Whether you're bowling in a good area or not, it seems pretty easy pace.
Yeah, a trail by 491 heading into day 3. What is it that you want to see from the batting group for day 3?
Just more of the same from last week. As I said, we batted well last Test match, albeit from the lower middle order, so to speak. But the top order, everyone got starts, so it's just for them to continue in that same vein and push on further into this innings, and then everyone coming to just get a big score for the team.
So now, narrowly missing out on a century. On reflection, what did you make of your innings here today?
Yeah, unfortunately, missed my first maiden 100, but I'm really proud of myself contributing 92 runs for the team. So yeah.
A big partnership with you, with yourself and Windies. What were the discussions like within that partnership? Because you had lost 2 wickets when you joined.
Yeah, we planned to play our normal game, so I think so a little bit had some plans, but we played our normal game.
Yeah, based on what happened last week, what were the discussions like coming into this week to ensure that you didn't have a repeat of what happened last week?
Yeah, so unfortunately we lose the last week, so but as a good team, give the good comeback, so this will be a good score for us, so we'll try to do our best for the next 3 days.
And finally, position of the game, how do you see it from here on heading into tomorrow?
I think as a batting unit, we had a good score, so bowlers have a good big responsibility to make the game. So for us, so we'll see. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
a start.
That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. So here we are for day 2 in this, the second test of the series between the West Indies and Sri Lanka in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium at North Sound. Excellent conditions here, and the story so far, Sri Lanka winning the toss and electing to bat. This score after day 1 of 338 for 5, built around a partnership of 215 between Lahiro Udara, who made a brilliant 188, and Kamindo Mendes with 84. The West Indies toiled all day. Shamar Joseph, the standout, 2 for 60 and 1 apiece for Jaden Seals, getting to 100 test wickets, 1 for Alzari Joseph and 1 for Justin Graves.
Good morning to you, Jimmy. Hello, everyone. Yeah, certainly Sri Lanka on top, scoring over 338 on that first day. But West Indies, some hope at the back end of that innings.
Electing to go around the wicket to the left-hander. Umpire Rifle says play. First ball of the day. High and hard, width offered by Alzari Joseph. So the first boundary of the morning goes to Dinusha. Very happy to throw his hands at that one.
Yeah, deliberately done. A little bit of width offered. No one behind there, intentionally opening the bat face and just ensuring that it got over the slip cordon. So intent showed very early by Sri Lanka.
Pitching it full, a little bit of outswing, but a little too close in length, and a watchful push through the vacant mid-off for Kusal Mendes. Gets him his first boundary, gets him off the mark.
Yeah, really good timing from him. Just allowing it to come to him there, Kusal Mendes. Nice balance, just doesn't let the hands get too far away from his body, so important. Keeping it down along the carpet as well.
Short and helped through the mid-wicket region. Brilliantly timed for a boundary from Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes didn't try to hit it very hard, just got on top of it and rode the bounce really into that leg side area. Timing to perfection, as you said, Jimmy. Raced away quite quickly as well.
Hammered with disdain. Another shot. Delivery punished. Shot and helped around for another boundary for Dinusha. He was early on it, just swiveled, kept it down, and another boundary for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, a few short balls bowled by West Indies this morning. Haven't really got up as much. I think Dinusha, really good technique from him, just swiveling on it. It was already errant in line.
And once again, he's quick on anything short. He's helped that with the wind. His first 6. And once again, the West Indies just lacking that consistency here in session 1 on day 2.
That 6 follows his previous 3 4s. And it paints a picture of his form, his mindset, how he's approached this innings. Kusal Mendes.
there again. Doesn't overstride, allows the ball to come to him, and the power from the core and the wrists.
Yeah, let's see what this call is. Buys. It was quite wide down the leg side. Remember, it's test match cricket, so it was a good bit of, I suppose, stopping from Shea Hope, but started going down and went even further. Yeah, that shoulder from Shea Hope being put to the test.
He's in a bit of pain, a bit of discomfort, Shea Hope.
Chance very close to the diving Ruston chase, but it'll give Dinusha and Sri Lanka another boundary.
We saw the little package in Dinusha. Anything just slightly wide of that off stump, he'll go hard and throw his hands at. Have a look at that. Tight line did actually just stay a bit leg side to access the offside. It was in the air. We would have taken some catch in that one. Disappointment for Greaves. And this partnership continuing to build. 62 now.
Some innovation from Kusal Mendes. Doesn't quite go where he intended. But perhaps we're looking to see something a bit different from the Sri Lankans. Put a bit more pressure on the bowlers for West Indies.
Stacey, you were involved in that on the Jamaica leg of this series between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. That's a shot better suited for that. It's gotten across, gotten a bit funky here, Kusal Mendes. That ball's just moving a little bit more consistently for him, and you saw him reap the rewards in the first-class game this season. But that's the first-class game. 400 up.
400 runs coming up for Sri Lanka. In the middle of a decent spell, we spoke about pleasurable. I think although West Indies didn't manage to get the wicket in this period, I think that it would still please the staff. This combination, Graves and Anderson Phillip, just keeping the Sri Lankan batters in check.
Yeah, and I think the Sri Lankans would be quite happy as well with how they've fared here in session 1 on day 2. Once again, long periods for the West Indies going wicketless. Just the one delivery remaining before lunch. They'll be happy with the scoring rate of the Sri Lankans, but 0 in the wickets column.
Again, good areas. Just a single, and with that, it brings the end to the session as well. Wicketless session for West Indies. Sri Lanka will be pleased with that. Sri Lanka certainly in pole position in Test century. Great support along the way from Indu Mendes and Kusal Mendes, others getting into double figures. For West Indies, just the 5 wickets to have fallen. Shamar Joseph with 2. Very confident Kusal Mendes. And why not? No wickets again in this session. 25 overs bowled, 64 runs. Sri Lanka in control and exerting their dominance in this test match.
We're back here for the post-lunch session on day 2. Sri Lanka have been bossing proceedings so far. We must say the Sri Lankans are in the ascendancy, but West Indies just hanging in.
Edged, thick outside edge, going past the despairing dive of the West Indies captain Ruston Chase for another boundary to Sri Lanka. Takes Dinusha ever closer to that half-century mark. Thick outside edge, catchable height, but bisecting first slip and the fourth slip. Good delivery to end the over. It's 420 for 5.
Got to do better than that. Got to do better than that. Looks like Justin Graves there in the slips. That one's gone through him. It wasn't catchable. 50 for Sonal Dinusha. A maiden test half century for the young left-hander.
Into the rib cage, helped around the corner, and the run signal. So a bit fortuitous, but still, it's another boundary to Sri Lanka.
And all of a sudden, Jim, you just get that feeling that the pressure's been released.
Some innovation. Hope is after it. He did very well to catch up to it. He's dropped it though. But more concerning is that he's down on the ground. It also trickles into the boundary for 4. He's okay. Perhaps disappointed. Picked up brilliantly. Goes all the way as well, and with that, he brings up a half century in fine style. Talking about shots. There you go, right on cue. 450 runs now for Sri Lanka, 116 overs bowled, 450 for 5. Use of the feet to perfection from Kusal Mendes. Fair to say Sri Lanka looking to up the run rate now.
Yeah, good batting. This is what he's known for, Kushal Mendes, his expansive play. And that has immediately resulted in the mid-off to long-off.
Use of the feet. Extremely straight. Vertical bat coming down there from Kusal Mendes. He ends the over with a big one. 469 for 5.
Thick outside edge. Quite intentional. A short of a length delivery from Anderson Phillip. And that goes for 4. Castled. So a delivery that finishes on the stumps. A real consolation, you can say, for Anderson Phillip. And a welcome breakthrough for the West Indies.
Kusal Mendes, having played a couple of these strokes previously in his innings, electing to go across early with a view to just helping it over fine leg. Anderson Phillip on that occasion equal to it, full straight into off stump. Kusal indicating that maybe he got a bottom edge to it. Jubilation for the West Indies. Finally, another wicket for them. And Mendes goes for 69. It's 476 for 6.
Starts with a fullish length delivery, and it's dispatched.
For the first time, 500 for Sri Lanka here in the West Indies. Runs given. Yep. Milestone hitherto hasn't been broached. Yeah, taking the opportunity. He just senses as though this is a moment that I can capitalize. Moves on to the 90s quite quickly.
Yeah, I just love this from Sonal Dinusha. Now taking the opportunity to free his arms. Yes, it's been pitch short, but it's his process out there. He understands what Kavem Hodge is doing and decided this is his matchup. And back-to-back fours now from him.
In the air, should be taken. He gets the wicket. The breakthrough bowler, Kavem Hodge. All smiles. Falling for the trap, a couple of loose deliveries, 2 fours. And what a response from Kavem Hodge. Disappointment for Dinusha. A wonderful innings, but it comes to an end.
Yeah, you feel it for Dinusha. But Carl Kavem Hodge, the magic man, after being dispatched for 2 fours, he answers back with that wicket. Sonal Dinusha understands that he threw it away there. He's looking to just turn it to the leg side. In the end, gets a leading edge. He has to go back for 92. Well played, young man. 512 for 7.
Couple from that over. It's 516 for 7. And that's the final bit of action in session 2. All right, confirmation of how the sessions have gone so far. 64 runs, nice and frugal, the West Indies. And then 114, the leaked runs in that second session. But they picked up a couple wickets. And so after 2 sessions on day 2, Sri Lanka are poised on 516 for 7. We'll take a short break and we'll deconstruct session 2. Do stay with us. First ball after tea. You're looking to fire that one in. He will get some drift given that wind condition. Ravi Rampal would have discussed some of the bowling plans, reflected on what went by. That's going to be 4. Competently played by Jayasuriya. Yeah, that's in the air. Who wants it? Short mid-wicket takes it. Justin Graves, it seems, the man with the catch. And finally, a wicket for Ruston Chase. All bowlers used by the West Indies now with a wicket to their name. Another one falls for Sri Lanka.
A lot of flight on that one. Milan had to reach for it into a little bit of a rough area. Got height only, no distance, and a comfortable catch for Justin Graves. So Milan Ratnaika goes for 15. It's 532 for 8. Pulled high, pulled hard into the wind, but enough on it. So 6 more to the score. 6 for the debutant. He's enjoying himself.
Gets the gap and will get a boundary. He's shown some good enterprise in his first test innings. Another 4. That's in the air. Fielder circles and takes the catch. John Campbell with a catch in the outfield. Another wicket for Jaden Seals, and that's the end of the innings. The declaration has come on 549 for 9. Madushka fell cheaply, but look at Udara, 188. Kamindu with 84. Kushal Mendes with a half century of his own, and Dinusha falling agonizingly close to what would have been a maiden test stun for him. 139.3 overs is what the West Indies bowled, and all of their bowlers toiled, all of them rewarded with at least 1 wicket. 2 for Jaden Seals, who got his 100 and his 101. Shamar Joseph picked up a couple as well.
They've made way for the West Indian opening pair to show their mettle, to show their skill.
Starts with 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover and mid off the offside field, mid on, mid wicket and fine leg. So West Indies spent a long period out there in the field.
For those of you following this test match, the West Indians will have 31 overs to face.
Long half volley put away. Just what John Campbell would have wanted. He's away, West Indies are away. The first boundary on the board.
Vijay Sundara just searching for swing. You expect this from an opening bowler. He's still trying to find out what the conditions have on offer. Remember, he is on Test match debut. Test match player 171 for Sri Lanka.
Does love anything just short. Fast hands on show once again. His second boundary of the over.
The other thing that he did well was attacked those wayward deliveries. We already saw an extra cover drive from an over pitch delivery. This one too short on the body line. That's quite easy for Campbell.
One's on the legs and put away nicely. Bit of class that from Brandon King. Not his strongest area, but well played nonetheless.
He gets for an over pitch delivery, but keep your eyes on Brandon King's head. He falls away offside. Not ideal for an opening batter. Tells me he's not balanced. Yeah, the head outside the line of the off stump. So you might just want to take notice of that.
He's beaten on the right side. Bit of work for skipper Dhananjaya De Silva. The ball will beat him into the boundary. This one's wayward. First time the Sri Lankans have just lost the radar. There, had him feeling for that one a little bit outside the off stump, but fantastic timing. Once again, through the gap on the offside, Brandon King with his second boundary of the over.
Taken wide on that one off the crease. A sitter, and exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, Sika Fernando, he was going to be the man. Brandon King looking to drive. Whether they get him in the slip or in front of the bat, that's how they were always planning to get him out. Drawn into it, and a very good catch as well by Kamindu Mendes. Brandon King has to go back for 17. West Indies, 33 for 1.
Quite deliberate from John Campbell. All the way for 6. He's had enough of leaving them alone.
John Campbell swinging high. Will the wind take it? There's a man getting underneath it, and in the end, John Campbell rather fortuitously gets another boundary. Squeezing it through, John Campbell staying in control, keeping it down. He gets another boundary.
Yeah, played very late, that one from Johnny Campbell.
Edge and dropped. Beautiful delivery from Ratnaika. And it has been dropped in the slips. Disappointment for the Sri Lankans.
It's over. Time.
A single off the final over of the day. The West Indies finish on 58 for 1 with John Campbell not out on 31 from 77 and Kavim Hodge not out on 6. So all in all, a successful day for Sri Lanka, having gotten up to that mammoth total of 549 for 9. And they've had the one success in the latter part of the session, that of Brandon King. So a mammoth task in front of the West Indies, trailing now by 491 runs. Remembering they'll need 349 minimum if they are to force Sri Lanka to bat a second time. A lot of work ahead of them come day 3. A breakdown of the sessions here on day 2. 64 runs scored in the first. Tidy bowling by the West Indies in that first session, and then it got away from them in the second. 114 scored in the session. Then 91 runs scored in the third.